And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and wherever you're watching in the world, welcome along to the Esteril Classics
Self
2020.
to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and wherever you're watching in the world, welcome along to a weekend for the Esteril Classics 2024 here at the Circuito Estoril. We have fantastic heritage racing coming to you over the whole weekend, including a few races and a qualifying session to boot, of demonstrations as well that we're thoroughly looking forward to live here at the Autódromo do Estoril. And we've got our first race coming up, which is looking forward to this, our first of the weekend. It's an hour-long race, which is coming up here for the Classic Touring Challenge. My name is Kieran McGinley, and joining me for the weekend for today as well is the lovely Mr. Adam Weller. Adam, welcome to you.
Thank you, Kieran. Great to be here once again for the Estoril Classics, the 2024 edition of an event that is now firmly etched into the calendar for historic racers around the world. As you can see, the last of our qualifying sessions ongoing at the moment for the fabulous cars of the 2 Litre Cup for pre-1965 Porsche 911s. As you've alluded to, we're going to kick things off with an hour-long race shortly thereafter for the touring cars of the 1960s. A very interesting grid. And in general, Kieran, this weekend we have so many star drivers lining that Circuito Estoril paddock. Some of them we knew about. Some of them are late additions. The likes of Dario Franchitti have popped up in the paddock this weekend, despite not being on the entry list. But in general, every time we come to the Estoril Classics, we see more and more big names and more very significant historic racing cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to be back as well. We can just see there's a bit of moisture on the circuit there. But other than that, we're looking at pretty respectable lap times across the board. Looking at all of the qualifying sessions that we've had so far today, it looks like we're going to have some close racing at the top and midfields of each of these fantastic array of legendary cars. Coming up then first, as Adam alluded to, is the Classic Touring Challenge. And we have such the likes of the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprints from the 1960s. We've got a Ford Falcon Sprint from 1964. At the top of the order, it's a Ford Mustang 289 from 1965, driven by none other than John Spears and Nigel Greensall. We'll give you the full qualifying rundown as we get closer to the race, but it wouldn't be a Classic Touring Car Challenge either then putting in a couple of Austin Mini Cooper S's, which are absolute go-karts, but you feel they might be slightly at a disadvantage down the long straight here at Estoril.
Yeah, no, this is certainly a power straight down the main straight here at the circuit. Of course, there are sections where the nimbleness pays off. The middle section of the circuit in general is probably more of a happy hunting ground for the likes of the minis, but moreover, the Alphas as well, the Alpha Giulias, which make up quite a lot of this grid, the Giulia Sprint GTAs. But yes, as you said, John Spires with the Ford Mustang 289 is going to be our pole sitter. That car, one that's probably familiar to a lot of regular historic racing viewers. He shared it with Tiff Nadell at the start of the year at the Goodwood members meeting. There's a little bit of a preview of what we're going to see later on. This is a wonderful multi-Grand Prix winning car, a Lotus 72 ex Ronnie Peterson Lotus 72E there. That will be in the hands of the very, very well revered historic racer Katsu Kubota. Part of a very interesting entry list we've got in the Classic GP race later on. We're blessed with a Classic GP race on each day of the Esteril Classics, so if you're into Grand Prix, well, good news, we've got a double dose this weekend.
We have indeed, and yes, we've got our classic touring car challenges as well. We've got the Sixties Endurance coming up later, a 2-hour race with cars specifically from the 1960s, taking a step back in time. And of course, the Endurance Racing Legends will be at the final race to round off our day with the Gentleman Challenge somewhere in between. But our drivers are now making their way out of the pit lane, I do believe. So we'll see them on track very shortly. Just saw briefly there the 214 of Matthew Home. It's a very Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint dominated grid, at least the front end of the order there. But yeah, taking up positions 2, 3 and 4 are Alfa Giulia Sprints from the 1965.
Yes, and moreover, of the 19 cars that qualified, 11 of them are Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprints. So we've got enough of them. You're the avid and well-sighted among you will have just noted we've got a Chevrolet Corvette C1 out there on the circuit as well, in the hands of Michel Grosvilliers, who will be starting the car from 18th place. I'm not entirely sure how that fits into the parameters of a touring car race as we knew it then and know it today, or a saloon car race as it would have been at the time, but a welcome addition to the grid nonetheless, the Corvette C1 Phase 2 1960 model car. That in fact is the oldest car on this grid. Pretty much every other machine is from that middle 60s period, 1964-1965.
So as we're heading our way now out of turn 4 with plenty of heat trying to get into these thinner tyres than modern day, we should probably give you an idea of how the grid is going to line up for our first race of the weekend, the Classic Touring Challenge here, Esteril Classics. So it's the 791, that Ford Mustang 289 from 1965, shared by John Spears and Nigel Greensall, that is going to start at the top of the order. Then it's the first of our 3 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprints in a row. It's Max Banks and Andrew Banks on second place. Third place, the 22 of Francois Rivaz and Alexander Furiani. Fourth place is the 214 of Matthew Home. Fifth place is the 64 Fabien Sarrail in the Ford Falcon Sprint of 1964. Sixth place is the number 70 Christian Oldendorf. Seventh place is Sandro Hubar in the 127 in an Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA from 1966. In eighth place is the 841 of Mario Ricci and Jean-Franc Ricci in a Giulia Sprint GTA from 1965. Ninth place is the 188 of Jean Clément, also in a Giulia Sprint. You see a pattern here. The pattern's instantly broken, though, by 10th place Georges Rocchietta in an Austin Mini Cooper S from 1964. 11th place is Benjamin Engrand in the 177 in a Cooper S from 1965. Then it's the 246 in 12th place of Peter Hughes, Ford Falcon Sprint from 1964. 13th place is the 133 of Dominic and Daniel Reinhardt in an Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint from 1965. 14th place 89 Alan Vinson, Ford Mustang 289. 15th place, the 155, Peter Prella and Daniel Hager in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. 16th place, 277, Gabby von Oppenheim in an Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. 17th place, 25, Roland Jordan in the BMW 1800 Tisa from 1965. 18th place, the number 69, Michel Grosvilliers in the Chevrolet Corvette C1 Phase 2 from 1960, as Adam said, the oldest car on the grid. 19th place, Xavier Gallon and Olivier Gallon in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. And Simon Nobili, the Austin Mini Cooper S, didn't set a time in qualifying. see if that many is on the back of the grid, which 21, not at the moment, but we're rolling here right in time then to see our first race of the day get underway. It's John Spears and Nigel Greensill in the 791, the 189 of Max Banks and Andrew Banks in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint alongside as they make their way now to their grid spots, Adam. They've just got to find them, make sure they park up in the right space, and make sure, with all things set to go, they don't jump the start when it comes to it. That's the last thing you want to do to kick off your weekend.
No, exactly right. And immediate challenge, of course, for John Spears in the Mustang is that he's going to pick his way through, well, should have been picking his way through to pole position. However, the published qualifying results don't seem to match the grid that's lining up before us, so there's a bit of discrepancy there. It does appear that the car that is actually lining up first is the Max and Andrew Banks 189 Alfa Giulia. In fact, I believe what's happened is the 791 car is starting from 6th, which maybe suggests a 5-place grid drop that hasn't been announced anywhere, because other than that, the order is exactly what you read. It's just that the car that was meant to be on pole position, Spears and Greensill, is not where it's supposed to be on the grid. It's 6th position. But that's going to be very interesting in its own right, because that means that you've got the Falcon and the Mustang both starting on the first 3 rows of the grid among the little Alphas. And don't get me wrong, the Sprint GTAs are very lively little cars in their own right. However, they're going to have to pick their way through on the approach for the first corner and then hope they've got enough brakes to maybe make up some positions into the first turn.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Hey, a little bit of a wave there from Fabian Saralia in the Ford Falcon Sprint. Thumbs up and a wave. Happy to get us started here. And as you say, it's one of those highlights on the classic car calendar. Just see briefly there, that is the 791 John Spears, that Mustang 289. As you said, Adam, it's starting slightly further back than maybe we expected. So perhaps the grid I had is a little bit outdated. But there we go. There's the 133 there. That's Dominic and Daniel Reinhardt. They're starting down in 13th place, according to our grids here. Now we're having all team personnel starting to leave the grid here, so we're not too far away from getting ourselves rolling, ready to get ourselves ready and waiting for the first race of the weekend.
Absolutely. Interesting fact about that Falcon you see there on row 2. It was, I think, one of the final race cars that was ever raced competitively by Henri Pescarolo. Back in 2014, he shared the car with Fabien Sorel, and that was back in 2014 at the Goodwood Revival meeting in the Shelby Cup, and that's a little bit of history for sure. You've got 2 schools of history with a lot of these cars. It's a consistent theme all through the day. You've got some cars with a lot of interesting period history, and then you've got others that have, added chapter upon chapter, perhaps even written a whole new book of history in the historic scene subsequently. Some of these cars will have been racing historics for, 20, 30 years after a 3 or 4 year tenure as a contemporary racing car.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always brilliant to see these cars that some of them, it just looks like they've rolled off the factory just yesterday, and yet they're dated from 1965, so 1960. So yeah, it's brilliant to see that not only they're going to get to go racing, but also the fact that they've been kept in such pristine condition. These are cars that are well loved, and it's an honor. It's a great feeling to see them go racing.
Yeah, absolutely right. The 22 car, Francois Rivaz and Alexander Furiani, that looks to now be starting on the front row with the demotion of Spears and Greensill. That car's interesting. It's got a background in Swiss. Well, it was Swiss owned throughout the 1960s. It's a factory car from the mid-1960s. 1966 it arrived to its first owner, and both raced and hill climbed, which is often the case for some of the Swiss cars, or Swiss-owned cars of the 60s and 70s, and ended up retiring from contemporary racing again 4 years in, from 1966 till 1970. but it's been running as a historic car now for, I believe, north of a decade. A very well sorted car, as is the Max and Andrew Banks machine. I believe that the Alphaholics business had a role in redeveloping, refining and refettling that particular car. We can expect that one to be very hot as well, and it will be starting on the outside of the front row. Of course, that is the quote-unquote dirty side of the, or clean side of the circuit, because it's the racing line, the left-hand side of the main straight. However, of course, with the braking zone being as long as it is here at Estoril into turn 1, my school of thought might be inside for the win. That's the better choice.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's only really one way to find out, and that's by getting this race underway. Who's going to get the better launch off the line? We have the pace car that's now going to peel into the pit lane and exit stage right from the circuit. That allows then our leading two pairs of Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprints to set the pace then. When the lights go out, we will be racing for the first time this weekend then here, the Classic Touring Challenge. Make their way across the line, and here we go then. What are they going to start like, heading ourselves down towards the first corner for the very first time? You see John Spears instantly going on the attack then down in towards the first corner for the first time, but Giulia Sprints being well off the line. A couple of minis there as well, trying to break their way through with the 69 of Michael Grosvilliers and that Chevrolet C1, just making sure they get it through that first corner then, but a clean start from all involved as we head away down in towards Lamy.
Yeah, of course, named for Pedro Lamy, the famous Portuguese racer. I'm sure at least one or two of the cars he's raced over the years will be in the paddock this weekend. If not the specific chassis, then certainly we've got Aston DBR9, of course, in the paddock, and that's a car he drove to great success. You see there the Mustang of John Spears getting a bit loose there as they come through the pack, or as the Mustang comes through the pack, already up to third position. Was 6/10 quicker than the next best car in qualifying before receiving the grid demotion. Now up to P4 rather than P3, my apologies, but making up time, and you can see there through the corners, trying not to lose time to the more nimble Alphas surrounding it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where the Alphas are really in their prime now, through the middle part or towards the end as well. There will be greatly appreciated. The cars underneath them very much built handling here. Now in towards Gancho we go then, and you see the Mustangs here. Oh, they're absolutely brilliant to watch make their way hurtling through in towards Gancho. A very, very tight chicane. There's one of the minis there trying to have a look up the inside. That's the 21 of Simon Nobili, who wasn't classified in qualifying, so had to start right from the very back, but is already up to 13th place. So not a bad start at all from Simon Nobili.
No, exactly, and we will see a little bit of shuffling, of course, not just in regard to the grid slots, but also in the second phase of the race when drivers like Nigel Greensall get thrown into the car. That Mustang is going quick right now with John Spears at the wheel. It's going to be even faster once Nigel gets behind the wheel of the car. Up to third place it goes then, going past Francois Rivaz in the number 22 Alpha, so already up to P3. The big Mustang 289, 4.7 litre engine in that car, rather out dragging the Alfa Giulias, but one would expect that.
Yeah, one would expect that, absolutely. Half a second clear this Mustang was from the nearest Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint at the hands of Max and Andrew Banks going into qualifying. So the rest of the field, though, at least 2 seconds slower than that Mustang. So it's clearly got the upper hand here. And as John Spears goes for a move up the inside there, going through turn 5, he might struggle a little bit there, but there you can see the Mustang, that engine underneath it, absolutely powering away as we head towards Parabolica Interior. Through in towards the left-hander we go, the long left-hander, which loops back on yourself here before you head away towards the right-hander of Aurelia. And John Spears trying to get the power down. It took a couple of attempts there, but a couple of attempts well received, because he's now up into second place. Good battle here going on now for third place right now. Matt Holm is currently holding on to third place ahead of Francois Rivaz for fourth. But now the Mustang might get its way slightly up the road. It's going to be a battle now for third place.
And of course, the issue that's being faced here now by Spears is that well, he will know the Banks drivers. He'll know them very well. That 189 Alfa Romeo. I'm sure it's not the first time, possibly not even the third time they've raced together this season. And having seen that car ever so slightly crest the hill and go off into the sunset, he now knows he's got quite a task to chase down Max and Andrew Banks. Of course, again, Nigel Greensall will be there to help out later on in the race, but let's see if Spears can try and close in on this rather pristine car, the lovely 189 machine that was developed and fettled over, I think, something like the last 15 years by the Alphaholics team. And with the combined efforts of Max and Andrew Banks, the car is always extremely fast.
Absolutely, especially in the Banks' hands. And to be only half a second off of the Mustang as well, which is much better in a straight line. It's good going, but that does mean that in theory then and on paper, John Spears might be able to close this gap down bit by bit, lap after lap. Of course, that's the thing about motorsport, it's not normally decided on paper, usually, and for the better, it's decided out on the track. But there is your race leader then in the 189. It is Andrew Banks who leads the way through in towards the Parabolica interior, but John Spears is cutting down that gap now. It's just under 4 seconds. John Spears now trying to see what he can do to scythe down this gap as we head towards the 6th minute of this race. And then we have a battle for third place behind there. Matt Holm in the 214 and then Francois Rivaz in 4th place. Then in 5th place there, it's the 188, and that's Jean Clement in that Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. As you said, more than about half the grid, maybe slightly more than half the grid actually, all Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. So it's a common theme here.
Our commentary colleague, industry colleague David Addison would love this grid. He's a bit of an Alfa Romeo fanatic. Max and Andrew Banks, brothers, of course, and in the case of both of them, came up, did some kart racing and things of that nature, but have really just slid into historic racing and have now been part of the historic racing, touring car racing community specifically for well over 20 years at this point. Fastest lap of the race goes to Spears in the Mustang, so that's something of a statement of intent there. The gap is at 4.5 seconds, but here comes the battle for third. Here comes Francois Rivaz on the brakes into the first corner, and a little bit of a slide from the rear, trying to get the car stopped for turn 1, but it looks like he's got that done into turn 1.
He looks like he has, doesn't he? He's just about got that done. I loved it. The car's on the brakes here, on the anchors, just about trying to keep it all under wraps there, as we see Christian Oldendorf there in the number 70, currently in 9th place there. But Rocchietta, number 3, looks like he just passed on that lap. It was 3/100ths of a second to them. Sorry, it's the other way around. It's Oldendorf who's got ahead then. Vincent in the number 89, also getting ahead of Rocchietta. Now they power their way through, but we're side by side here. That's Sorel who's trying to hold back, I think, as we head our way through in towards the curve of VIP. Round the outside there, Oldendorf goes then to try and find his way through. In fairness to Sorel, he manages to give him the space there, give him the space that he needs through this right-hander here of turn 5. Their way now down towards the Parabolica interior. Great battling, great racing here so far.
And when you've got contrasting cars like these, in the case of Sorel, you have, there's awareness there. He didn't need to squeeze the Alfa out coming out of Curve VIP because, well, he was going to have the advantage. He was going to have a couple of car lengths by the time he got to the next braking zone, given the nature of the Falcon. Now, if we see the Alphas start to get close together, you might see a little bit less friendly driving, and certainly Oldendorf, as you said, so keen on getting by. Has a look here at Ganshow, the Falcon giving a wide berth. Of course, here comes the Mustang, the 89 car of Vincent goes by. So the big V8s are now going to disappear up the road from the yellow Alpha, and I think Oldendorf is going to be more than a little bit disgruntled as he watches them disappear.
I think so. He's not going to let this go, though. He's trying to go down the inside here of Parabolica Ayrton Senna. He's down the inside. He's got that move straight back. And all that battling has allowed Georges Rocchietta to get onto the back of this battle here. But Oldendorf has managed to get his way past. But Vinson here looks to the right-hand side of the track here. Will look to try and go down the inside. But Oldendorf might be able to get ahead here by being later on the brakes. Yes, he can. So Christian Oldendorf then holding on to 8th place, Vinson in 9th, and that's Georges Rocchietta in that Austin Mini Cooper S right behind, rounding off the top 10.
Obviously, these cars are pre-66 spec. Oldendorf also has a 1750 GT-AM car, which is a bit more wide in the wheel arches and generally a bit more aggressively stanced. Some of the later 60s Alpha Julias, we should see a few of them in Heritage Touring Cup race on Sunday. But for now, Oldendorf using this Julia Sprint to great effect in the battle up against the Detroit Muscle. And, well, whether the Detroit Muscle is winning or not depends on what type of road is ahead of you. In the straight lines, absolutely. But now, from this point onwards, the Parabolica interior bend right up until the Parabolica Ayrton Senna itself, advantage firmly with the yellow Alpha.
Well, Oldendorf was really on full attack there through Parabolica interior there, losing the back end slightly, but these Julias, they are able to take that sort of punishment. You are able to just chuck them in like a little bit of a go-kart here, and the car will stay. It's still a quick way to get round here, but Sorel there in that Falcon Sprint, able to just keep ahead there, the sheer horsepower that he's got underneath the bonnet, able to keep himself ahead, and Oldendorf here is having to work overtime, not only to try and get ahead, but he knows here, if he starts battling at the likes of Vinson and Rocchietta are not too far behind to take full advantage. Oldendorf has had to learn that the hard way by Vinson overtaking him a lap ago.
Exactly, rocks and hard places spring to mind, but watching this car really sideways in the hands of Oldendorf is a great example of why people lobby for lightness in performance cars, because you need that feedback, that ability to have intuition of what the car is going to do next, and that is greatly improved. Firstly, when the chassis is well sorted, I have no doubt that Oldendorf's car is. But also when it's light, you know, there's just more feel for what's going on with the car. The wheel tells you more when it's a bit lighter on its feet.
Yeah, and notice down that straight there as Sandro Hubbard gets a little bit of a lock up there into Lamy then. Able to keep it all under wraps, but look at Oldendorf then kicking out the rear end as we make our way through in towards curve at VIP. Again, still on the outside there. Is he able to get power down? No, he's not. Still behind Sorel here. Sorel putting up a good defense here. The thing with Fabien Sorel is he knows exactly where the strength of his Falcon Sprint is. It's in a straight line. If he can get himself far enough away and keep up a decent amount of speed through the corners, by the time we get to the long start-finish straight, he might just be able to power past, even if he does fall behind on that lap. But Sandro Hubbard in the 127, also in a Julia Sprint, felt the need to defend the clean air. Didn't want to give any sort of slipstream to Fabien Sorel right behind. So clearly here, Hubbard is feeling a little bit of pressure from the Falcon Sprint behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he'll be aware of the fact that a good run through Parabolica Ayrton Senna is absolutely vital in the next few moments' time. And he'll also be willing on the little yellow car to try and make life a bit hard for Fabien at the wheel of the Falcon Sprint. We've seen that this Alpha's quick around the Parabolica. I'm sure we're going to see some interesting jousting there. Here's the battle for third position. We rejoin that with Holmes still ahead of Rivaz at the moment. Francois Rivaz trying to find his way back past Matthew Holm, who started behind him on the grid, but Holm just in control for the time being.
Yeah, just right now. But they have been swapping positions over the last couple of laps. Matt Holm has got himself back ahead now. as he looks to try and gallop away here from Francois Rivaz as they make their way through in towards Army then. Head their way through towards Curve at VIP. Plenty of battling to choose from here. A bit of a lock up there from Matt Holm, but no harm, no foul. He will get away with that one. But our leaders have now on our timing screen sharing the same bit of track now. So it's taken John Spears just shy of 15 minutes to catch the back there of the 189 Andrew Banks, and with the fastest lap time as well. No surprise from his Ford Mustang, especially with these long straights there. Oh, bigger lock up that time around from Matt Holm, and you don't really want to dangle a carrot right in front of the car behind. Francois Rivaz will see that here and see if he can close in behind, because Matt Holm is pushing very hard here.
Yeah, absolutely right. But as you said, there's a whiff of inevitability, perhaps, of a move coming soon at the front of the field. The gap 1.2 seconds as they entered into Gancho. Now that will probably go out to 2 seconds in favour of Andrew Banks there or thereabouts by the time they come through the Parabolica bend at the end of the lap. But by the time they get to the braking zone at turn 1, John Spears is going to be right with the Alpha in the battle for the lead. Here they are now. Maybe not quite going to be close enough, but the Mustang bearing down. That must be such a sight in the rear view mirrors. How it probably looked like a Cortina as they came out of the corner, but now it very much looks like a Mustang in the mirrors as they go on to another lap. And this could be a critical lap now for Spears. He's close enough to maybe have a go if he can nail these corners. He might even be able to get close enough at Parabolica interior. But again, Andrew Banks very much knows how to make this car work, knows the car like the back of his hand. It's going to be tricky for Spears to find a way through, but the ominous music is playing, I think it's fair to say, in the Alfa Romeo. The Mustang is galloping forth.
Absolutely, through the right-handed end, slight kink of turn 6 as we head away now in towards Parabolica interior. There is John Spears then looking for a move up the inside. Can he find the move then? Can he get down the inside? No, he can't. Andrew Banks leaves his braking later. It's a little bit of a lock up there, but nothing major. He's able to stay ahead then as we head out of Parabolica interior. And we go then towards Aurelia. We head our way towards the likes of Gancho, but yeah, that is an ominous Mustang right behind him there, the 791 of John Spears, 1965. British driver John Spears looking to try and see if he can find a way past, but we're into that section of track where Giulia is going to be at the advantage here, through and towards Gancho and the S's, those slow and medium speed corners where the Mustang will struggle here. Following the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, the advantage falls firmly straight back into the lap of John Spears.
Interesting to and fro battle then going on. Some interesting battle packs all throughout the field. It's worth noting that Vincent in the 89 Mustang has cleared off away from, rather has been cleared off away from by the dueling Falcon and the number 70 Uldendorf driven Giulia that we were watching earlier on, the yellow car. Vincent has been left behind the tune of about 6 seconds there. Andrew Banks wishes he had a 6-second buffer at the moment, I'm sure. We're less than 18 minutes into this race, and of course no pressure for Max Banks waiting in the wings, because that Mustang is going to be handed over to Nigel Greensall. If you're not familiar with the name Nigel Greensall, he has done just about everything there is to do in sports car racing, in GT racing, in touring car racing. It's suspected that he might have done just about more racing than any other active driver in Europe. He is doing 30, 40 weekends a year on a regular basis, and that's before you factor in the coaching. Now, Max Banks is a former karter, was pretty handy in his junior career before switching to historics, but that's going to be a duel in the second phase of this race, and if they come into the pits at the same time, we could have a very compelling second phase of the race, and a very fast one at that.
Yeah, we could indeed. And Andrew Banks, another lock up there going in towards Parabolica interior. Doesn't seem to be affecting him pace-wise, but those are little lock-ups there that just promote John Spears to sort of say, I can close in here, I can apply the pressure a little bit more. As we head our way now in towards Gancho now, with Andrew Banks still at the helm of the field. John Spears not too far behind. John Spears still has the fastest lap of the race, but where he has been closing down, he hasn't matched his 2 minutes 6.5, which is the fastest lap of the race. As both of our leaders then head their way through the S's in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Here is the 127 here, so that's Sandro Hubar. So he has been passed now by Oldendorf then, who makes his way out of Parabolica Interior. And Oldendorf once again, okay, he's lost touch with those ahead of him, but he's finally at the head of this pack here for 6th place.
For now, at least, yes. Let's see what the gap is. I think he is probably safe, actually, isn't he? For the time being, the Falcon is far removed from the boot lid of the number 70. Getting a look back here at a few of the other cars running. This is one of the larger, wider GT AMs that I was talking to you about, actually. We're slightly older spec Alfa Romeo Giulia. This is an invitational class car in the hands of Mauro and Jean-Franck Ricci, and it is Mauro at the wheel at the moment, but you can see there visually the difference. You know, a couple of years further along the scale, the GT Am, in fact, well, it is a 1965 car as well, but you can see the difference between a GTA and a GT Am, that being it looks a lot wider, a lot more aggressive. Those extended wheel arches really do a lot for the silhouette of the car.
Absolutely. It's a case now, can Ricci sort of close into the back of Gallon then, the 180, as I believe that is, yes, the 133. So that's the shared car of Dominique and Daniel Reinhardt. Get through in towards the final corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, but looking at a good battle developing here for 14th place involving this tree.
So then the pit stop window is coming very soon, as we see some gesticulations going on there in the cockpit of the 180 car, or the 180 car. I think that might be entered as 188 actually on my entry list, Jean Clement, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, no, that's Xavier Gallant's car, of course, the 180. Started well down the order at the very back of the grid, but has made some time up. If he was asking for a driver change there, he's too early, because it's between minutes 25 and 35 of the race that the pit stops take place. They're 2 minutes plus the calculated time that it takes to take the pit lane at pit lane speed. So I think we're looking about 2 minute 40 length pit stops here at Estoril. And yes, if he is asking for a driver change, Xavier Galland, he is going to have to wait at least another 3 minutes and 18 seconds.
If that is the case, he's probably prepping the team to, be as ready as early as possible. We want to pit in as soon as that pit window opens. And here we go then. This is the battle for what is 3rd place. Matt Holm having to go defensive against Francois Rivaz here as they make their way down in towards the first corner then. Both on the brakes as late as you can be on the brakes there, but Matt Holm able to stay ahead of Francois Rivaz. Rivaz here, he has found the move past Holm once before in this race. He knows it's doable. It's just a case of making that move stick then as we head away in towards Lamy Corner, through in towards the 3rd turn. Get back onto the power. Both of them really comfortable at just kicking out that back end. Sometimes these classic cars, that's the way they're supposed to be driven. You get the back end out, and it will, it will all balance out in the end. You don't lose a lot of time in some of these machines by kicking out the back end.
Oh, absolutely. If you're not four-wheel drifting a Mini, you're not going fast enough, for example. And if you're having a completely straight and true corner exit in an Alfa Romeo Giulia, I also fear you're leaving some tenths at the table. You do need to push these cars. They will let you know if you're pushing it too hard. You've just got to hope that it tells you before you end up in the barriers. Meanwhile, Spears and Banks now with the Mustang at the front of the order. Spears has got that lead, and it'll be interesting to see when he hands over to Nigel Greensall. Do they take it down the middle, or do they maybe have a bit of a lopsided driver split in terms of time in the car? There goes the Mustang, just disappears away from Andrew Banks, and already getting into the lap traffic there. One of the little minis, Benjamin Engrand, is about to get put a lap down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, John Spears then knows he's done what he needed to do now, and it's taken him just shy of 24 minutes to get himself back into the lead of this race then, and that is Benjamin Engrand taking the outside line, but already you see the Mini happy to take it around the outside here. But Engrand eventually cedes that position then, as John Spears then powers away out of Curva VIP in the lead of this race then. Andrew Banks now down to second place. Still a battle on our hands for third place. At the moment, Matt Holm is ahead of Francois Rivas, but a little bit held up there for Andrew Banks. He might have lost a little bit of time trying to find a way past Benjamin Engrand here. It made too much of a difference down one of these long straights, because John Spears is able to open up the taps, foot to the floor, and just absolutely build that gap.
Absolutely right. The gap is only growing, but you know, it's interesting. There's always this motorsport proverb about hills becoming flatter on television. And obviously, I mean, Gancho doesn't really suffer that problem. It looks steep on television. However, I have walked up it, and I can assure you it's even steeper in person. But walking around the Estoril circuit, you really do get an impression of just, there are really no flat moments, no moments on the circuit that aren't fully engaging for a driver. It's constantly dipping or rising throughout the lap. A very challenging circuit, and that's why it remains popular in modern racing, as well as, of course, in historics, the former Portuguese Grand Prix venue. But it's turn one that really is the head scratcher in the modern configuration. Of course, back in the days of Senna winning Grand Prix here at Estoril, the first corner was a lot more open, a lot more fast. In this configuration, though, obviously a very tight turn, a great overtaking opportunity. But even speaking to drivers who drive on the circuit in a modern GT3 car, they'll say the braking zone just changes every lap. It depends on the wind, where the wind is going on the circuit, and I can only imagine that effect is 2- or 3-fold in these older cars with the drum brakes or very early disc brakes. But we saw there into the pits was the Galant car. Xavier and Olivier Galant do take the first opportunity to make a pit stop, and given the gesticulating we saw down the main straight, perhaps that isn't a surprise.
No, not too much of a surprise there, as also the number 69, Michel Grosfillier, in the Chevrolet Corvette C1, also into the pits to undertake that mandatory stop. No driver change for Michel, so get back out there having served that minimum pit stop time, and away very shortly indeed. But pit window is well and truly open now. It's not open for a long time, considering the lap times we have here. We're sort of 2:06s for John Spears at the moment. So realistically, you're looking at 4 laps where you can really get yourself in and get your time, get your pit stop, and that's for the likes of the Mustangs and some of the Julias up front.
No, absolutely right. It is, you do have to be very calculating, especially if you're going to try and push the envelope and stay out there as long as you can before handing over. You do have to have your wits about you and your calculator on your person. I've seen many a professional team score an own goal by missing their pit window over the years, and I seem to recall that the penalties for such things were rather draconian here last year. Big penalties if you don't follow the rules. John Spears very much following the rules, making sure he's perfectly within the white lines, and will now hand over for the first time this weekend to arguably one of the busiest drivers in the paddock, Nigel Greensall.
Yes, Nigel Greensall, I'm sure, primed and ready to take over what is now the lead of the race then. So John Spears stops on his marks then. It's quite leisurely. It's the minimum stop time, the minimum pit lane time means that you don't have to be, you know, a well-oiled machine. You don't have to jump in and jump out at all costs. You can take your time with it. It does encourage drivers to take their time with everything, make sure everything's in order before they then head back out onto the pit lane. It's just a case of trying to get as close to the minimum time as you dare without going under. if you go by under by at least a tenth of a second, as you say, the laws and the rules that come back to bite you are very draconian.
Now, Nigel Greensall getting into the car at the moment. I've had a few face-to-face experiences with Nigel over the years in the Fun Cup paddock, in GT paddock. Most recently bumped into him while he was doing some pre-event testing for the Goodwood Revival in a Jaguar E-Type. And if there's one thing I can feed back about Nigel is that he very much appreciates all of this, being, you know, one of the go-to driver coaches and historic racing aces, and still to this day modern racing aces. He absolutely loves that he gets to drive such a wide, you know, expanse of race cars on a regular basis. And I can't help but think he had a wry smile there, because as he got into the Mustang, you may have seen in the garages some of the cars from the endurance racing legends, the 90s and 2000s Le Mans GTs and sports cars. And funny enough, the Mustang crew have ended up right in front of the Corvette he'll share with John Emberson later on this evening. So staring at one V8, and then another V8 comes in for him to drive now.
Absolutely, there is Matt Holm then, who makes his way into the pit lane from what was the lead of the race then. So in he comes to eventually stop on his marks there. In fact, yes, Andrew Banks, sorry, that is, who's coming into the pits there. Matt Holm is the car behind, who I don't believe he's pitted in yet. If he has, he's 20 seconds down the road. So that's Andrew Banks then into the pits. Also into the pits, number 3, that's George Rocchietta, just inside of the top 10 after his first stint. So we'll see how Rocchietta can get on towards the second stint. Also with the door open, the 264, Peter Juice, who is in the Ford Falcon Sprint from 1964. Lovely font on that. I know that's a weird thing to point out, but I do like the font on the side of the number. I quite like it.
You know, it's very stock car racing, isn't it? It feels like it might have been something you'd have seen at Bowman Gray in the 1960s. That is an interesting clash that you often see in historic racing. You know, there are cars here this weekend that never set foot in Europe, never crossed the Atlantic or the Pacific in its contemporary racing career, and you do end up seeing these kind of, you know, interesting and different philosophies, delivery design over the years. You know, not everywhere was as married to the national colours and the lack of sponsors in the middle 1960s. I think while the gold leaf deal for Team Lotus is regarded as the dawn of sponsorship, there were some sponsors beforehand down in South America and things of that nature, and it's really interesting in paddocks like these to kind of get a bit of a microcosm of, you know, how the different regions of the motorsport world grew into the very much sponsor-driven world of today, and how the liveries evolved as well.
Yeah, and then you've got this 791 Mustang, John Spears, which is just completely blue all the way through. No bells and whistles. It is blue, and that's that. And currently now, of course, we still have Nigel Greensall out there as well. Sorry, it is Nigel Greensall who's at the behind the wheel now. Apologies. He's now absolutely... Could you say wringing the neck of that Mustang? Does that make any sense in any way? In any case, Nigel Greensall is now making his way through in towards Gancho here. I'm really keen and eager. This is only his out lap, so it's not going to be the fastest lap time of the race, but I'm interested now. Once Nigel gets up to speed, which doesn't take very long, I'm keeping one eye on the timing screens.
Interesting stuff. We'll keep an eye on that. The Banks car is just now leaving the pit lane, so Greensall is going to have some work to do by the looks of it. I'm going to suggest somewhere in the region of a dozen seconds, maybe 15, that Greensall is going to have to make up now on Max Banks. It says it's going to say something different, of course, on the timing for now as the Banks car leaves pit lane, but we're going to have to get our heads around this, and I feel like Greensall has exited the pits with a bit more work to do.
Slightly so, because there is the 189. So Max Banks now making his way out of Curva VIP as he makes his way towards turn 5 now, through that slight right-hander there, where in some cars you do have to lift, in other cars you can just have that four-wheel drift through there. As you make your way now down towards Parabolica Interior, Francois Rivaz has brought the car in. He's brought that Julia Sprint into the pits. He will hand over now to Alexander Furiani, who will take over until the end of the race. I still think we have, well, in the lead right now is the 188 Jean Clement, but he's yet to make a stop in this race.
I have to do so this time by 1 minute and 5 seconds of the pit window left for the driver of the 188 car. We'll hopefully see that in before too long. There's the car that I believe is the leader once all things shake out, this being the 189 car. And Greensall should, based on the massive lead they had prior to the pit window opening, you'd expect this car would be in second place, but the two cars that were together, and not only together, but with the Mustang ahead before it pitted, lest we forget, it's now a very different looking race. You see there Greensall going shallow out of Gancho there. I think had to catch quite a slide in the second apex of the corner, didn't end up using all of the tarmac there. Of course, we're now going to get a look at Greensall's pace properly. He's already set a 206.195, which is over a second quicker than anything went in qualifying, so he is hustling on. Banks' last time was a 207.331, and the gap, in terms of lap time, 1.8 seconds, a 205.539 last time for Greensall.
Wow. He's mid 205s now, considering that car was lapping in the high 206s, which was still faster than anybody out there. But Nigel Greensall has just taken a chunk of time there out of Max Banks as we make our way through in towards the Lamy corner. Then back on power he will go, and making his way now towards curve at VIP. So we do have now the number 188, that's Jean Clement, into the pits then to serve that mandatory stop. So we have just under 24 minutes left on the clock. A bit of lappery to contend with here. I think Oppendorf is one of those machines then, making their way through in towards turn 5, as Nigel Greensall just has to do a little bit of a mobile chicane to make sure he gets past some lappery.
That was the GTM, the wider car, the Invitational entry, the 841 car. But Greensall now has his target. 19 seconds at split 1 was the gap between Banks and Greensall. So that is going to have to be the gap that Greensall needs to eradicate. We've got information that the 177 car, that unfortunately is the lovely little Engrand-driven Austin Mini Cooper. That car has come to a halt at turn 3. So that's the Lamy bend, and hopefully that car is well out of the way. I think there is usually a recovery vehicle nearby there here at Estoril, so that shouldn't be too bad, but we will have to keep an eye on that.
Yes, we will indeed. It's the 25 here trying to break away here as they make their way through in towards the final corner at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. It's Jordan here who's trying to hold back the charge of Ritchie then. So Mauro Ritchie tries to get into that slipstream, but it punches a bit of a hole in the air now, but the 841, is it close enough to try and move down the inside? They're pretty much maxing out on top speed at this point, but Mauro Ritchie tries to move down the inside. Will he be later on the brakes? You bet he will. Trying to have a move down the inside there in towards the first corner, but a bit of a lock up there from the number 25, and Roland Jordan running a little bit wide there, and that allowed there the 841 of Mauro Ritchie to find his way through.
So the GT-AM car going through, or GT-AM, I believe GT-AM is the better way of saying that, gets by. If you're curious about the GT-AM car, rear suspension has a lot to say in terms of the different cars, the GTA versus GT-AM. The GTA has a more kind of conventional old school rear suspension, whereas the GT-AM is a little bit more advanced on that front. So that means that it's maybe a bit more composed than some of the other Giulias we see out there on the circuit. That's also why it's an invitational class car, slightly different technology, let's say. than the GTA, the junior version of the GTA. But great to see these cars going toe to toe. Very different cars as well. The BMW 1800. Only one of them out there on the circuit, but of course there were a good few in period racing in the European touring car world. I don't think any of them ever came over to the British Championship, British Saloon Cars as it was called at the time. 16.5 seconds is now the gap between Banks and Greensall, so in just over a lap Greensall has shrunk that gap down. He's about to cross the line to complete lap 17 of the race. We're going to see the gap fluctuate yet again. It's down to 15.8, and as the 22 car, now driven by Furiani, does some of the lapping that we've been talking about. This is the third place car just going past the BMW to put a lap on it. But Greensall is putting in a mighty effort. He's got 20 minutes, he's got 15 seconds of gap, and at that rate of closure, I think he's going to get to the rear of the Alfa Romeo. The question is, can he get past it?
Yeah, that is the big question, isn't it? He was already 8/10ths quicker through the first sector, was Nigel Greensall, compared to Max Banks. So, yeah, very much Nigel Greensall has the momentum shifting in his way as Alex Furiani there thought about a move up the inside. That's a big lock up there for the 25 then. Roland Jordan trying to push on and push as hard as he can, but yeah, it's just a slight lock up there going in towards Lamy Corner, and then we head our way through in towards the curve at VIP. Alex Furiani still struggling to put a lap there on the 8.41. So Mario Ricci, there he goes then down the inside this time around for Alex Furiani to get himself ahead of that bit of lappery, a bit of clean air for him, at least for the next couple of minutes.
Yes, even though that GTM that he's just gone past is listed as 65 on the entry list, that doesn't match up, I don't think, with reality. I think that car would be a later 60s model, if not early 70s. The fatter tyres, the wide nature of that car behooves it, but I absolutely love these later Giulias. They just look so special. You know, it was almost like a super saloon out of the factory. If you've ever seen some of the British super saloon cars, the Cortinas with the fat tyres on it and GT40 sourced engines under the bonnet, there's a bit of that energy to the sheer width and breadth of those tyres, and indeed the bodywork on that GTM. You see the little Mini running again. This is this is the Engron car. It looks like it is the 21. 21, no, isn't Engron. That's Nobly's car. We had yellow flags out on the circuit momentarily. We're now back to green flag. But the other white Mini, Nabili there, catching me out. He's up to 11th place now. And I think just ahead of him may well be Olivier Gallant there in the 180. So where are their previous lap times? Nabili was 4 seconds slower, actually. So I think Olivier Gallant in this car, the 180, has gotten past since the pit window started to move up into the overall top 10. 2-minute 10s are good lap times, but I think he's got a bit of work to do. He's some 17 seconds behind Hugh Barr next up in 9th place, who has ended up in a bit of a scrap by the looks of it with the Ford Falcon of Surreal again. So we'll see whether or not there's some more intra-scrapping between the many Alphas and the wonderful Ford Falcon. But Oldendorf now up to 6th place as well. So the number 70 car, the lovely yellow Giulia, has well and truly dispatched the battles he was in earlier, and in fact is fighting for 5th place right now. The 188 car of Clement and Oldendorf in the 70 are currently 3/10 separated, in fact 2/10 separated, fighting it out for 5th place.
Yeah, and Oldendorf on our timing screens has now taken that position away from Jean Clement. So up to the top 5 goes Christian Oldendorf. He's had to do a lot of battling today, hasn't he, to make his way up and through the order. Just under 17 minutes left of the race to run. There, just at the bottom of your picture, was the number 180. So that's Olivier Galland making his way through, trying to get a bigger lead now over Simon Nobili. There is the Ford Falcons then, making their way now down in towards first corner. Just briefly there we saw Max Banks making his way through down the start-finish straight, and there is Nigel Greensill. So the gap's now separated by 9.8 seconds. Nigel Greensill is slowly but surely reeling Max Banks in, and at this pace he will catch him before the end of this race.
And the thing is for Max as well, he'd basically gotten past the Falcon around Parabolica, and then it just disappeared up the road. So even with the lap traffic, you know, the factor of the differing performance of these cars, differing places where they're strong, if you're in a car that doesn't have that much straight line speed relative to some of the big V8s out there, such as Max Banks, you do have that problem, that factor to consider as well. Getting past it doesn't mean it's not going to go straight back past you again. Greensill gets past his fellow Mustang though, gap down to 9 seconds almost exactly at this juncture. Greensill is really hustling that car at the moment. He's got the fastest lap of the race, you'll be unsurprised to hear. And consistently lapping in the low 206s, the fastest lap of the race, 205.3. But some information coming in from race control. 4 cars under investigation for pit window infringement. One of them is the car in 3rd place, Furiani's number 22. Alpha Julia is under investigation. The 133, the 188, and the 277 as well. So Von Oppen in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Clement as well in the 188 car. Those are running 6 and 7. And the 277 car a little bit further down the order. I should say the 133 car a little bit further down the order. That's the Reinhardt family's Alfa Romeo Giulia. But a few infringements of the pit window. I was a little bit concerned that we might have the 189 on that list, given how things change during the pit window, the current race leading Alfa Romeo, but it does seem that that is not the case.
No, not the case right now, as there is Nigel Greensill then making his way through the first corner. Gap is now 6.9 seconds. There's our race leader in Max Banks then. Again, trying to deal with a little bit of lappery there, getting past the number 21, that's Simon Novali, who's just got himself, found himself now in 11th place. Nigel Greensill up the inside there of the number 246, that's Peter Joos, who's in that Ford Falcon Sprint. 12th place right now for Peter, as he's looking to see what he can do to try and catch Simon in these closing stages, but it's not going to be easy, especially when the Mini, just like a go-kart through these lower speed sections, especially towards Gancho and the S's and Parabolica. You can absolutely chuck that Mini in there and it just deals with it. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. Nigel Greensill down, making his way down in towards Parabolica interior, using a bit of curb on the inside there for applying that power, and of course a little bit of a kick at the back end there, a bit of power sliding on the exit as well, to make sure he gets as much speed out of there as possible. Gap is now 6 seconds between himself and Max Banks for the lead.
That's coming down at a rate of knots. I think give it another 2 laps and that Mustang is going to be right there with Max Banks. Greensill having a great stint at the wheel of this car. I would advise him to pace himself. He's driving all manner of cars this weekend. I think 5 potentially. He's meant to be sharing a majority with John Emberson, but also of course here with John Spears at the moment in the Mustang, and certainly has no concerns over making it through the day, does he? Because he's pushing from lap number 1 and of the day, and will probably be pushing as he finally gets out of the car, whichever car it is at the end of the day. In fact, it will be the Endurance Masters Endurance the Endurance Racing Legends on the circuit last, so he'll be in the Corvette towards the end of the day. I suspect he might be a slightly more tired man by the end, but clearly not going to slow down at any point.
I'm sure he'll still have a smile on his face though. He gets to drive these beautiful bits of machinery. 4.5 seconds now is the gap between himself and Max Banks, and that gap is only shrinking, only closing in favour of Nigel Greensill. Bit of a lock-up on the front right there, going in towards Lamy Corner. Away with that one as we make his way through the curve at VIP. They're almost in the same shot through in towards the curve at VIP. briefly see Max Banks? Yes, we will. Heading our way through towards turn 5. So this is the case now. Will we see them in the same shot? Yes, very briefly. And Nigel Greensill closing and closing with 11.5 minutes left to run.
It's going to be a mighty effort from Banks if he can hold on to this one. Once the Mustang gets the rear of him, and let's face it, it's going to happen. He's going to need to try and minimise as best he can the strengths of that Mustang, whether it be some strategic placement of the car coming into long straights or anything like that. But Banks, a very respectful car driver, very respectful of his machinery as well, given the amount of hours the Banks brothers put into running cars like these. He's not going to do anything reckless to prevent the inevitable if the Mustang has a run down the main straight, but I'm sure that Max will get the elbows out as best he can.
I am sure he will. And we'll just have to wait and see, but it's 2.7 seconds now between the two of them at the last timing line. As, well, that is Nigel Greensill power sliding his way through the final corner. The parabolic Ayeta Senna still power sliding his way through at the very end of the corner. And yeah, that's a message there for Max Banks, which translates to Nigel's closing on you.
Yeah, 2.7 is outdated information. It's 1.9 as they cross the line. Yellow flags are out at turn 5 at the moment, so someone may have had an issue there. Might have been the Huber Alpha actually, which was on an outlap. It had come back into the pit lane and is now dropping by the looks of it on the timing screen. So I think the 127 Alpha Juliet might be the responsible party there. Sandra Huber in his 1966 model Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. That's yellow flags at turn 5. There is the car stranded there at the 5th corner of the lap. But here comes Nigel Greensill. The green light board flashes for him, and that says, well, if you really want to, you can have a go at Parabolica Interior. Will he do it? Yes, he does. And actually, I think Banks might have lifted out of the throttle a little bit there. That looked like the Alpha was a little bit lagging in a straight line, and I think Banks might have just decided, you know what, go for it, go past.
And it's full course yellow's been called. Just as Greensill took over the lead, it's now full course yellow. So I'm assuming here at this stage that the officials have decided that they do need to recover the stricken car at turn 5, and they will need to deploy a full course yellow in order to grab it. But that was great timing from Nigel Greensill. He saw the green flag there, got down the inside of Max Banks, off the lead of the race before the full course yellow was called then. So Greensill leads then. It's Max Banks in 2nd place. It's Alex Furiani who's rounding off the top 3. Christian Oldendorf is now into 4th place there, with Jean Clement in 5th place. And then in 6th place, it's the 2.7 Seren, Gabby van Oppenheim, who we haven't mentioned a lot in this race so far, but currently the 2.77 is in 6th place then. Then it is the 7th place. It's the number 64 machine of Fabien Sorel. And then 8th place is the number 180 of Olivier Galland. 9th place is the number 21 of Simon Nobili, who had to start from the back of the grid after not setting a lap time in qualifying. So it's a good job from him to get himself into the top 10. And then rounding off the top 10 is the 2.46 of Peter Joos, who rounds off our top 10. But 7 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. We are currently under full course yellow conditions. Racing is neutralised at this moment in time.
So let's see how long this lasts. The team here at the circuit are very good at extracting these cars at the moment. Yeah, worth talking about Gabby von Oppenheim. She is a great racer. She's been involved with historics for quite a while. Of course, always great to see more female representation in historic motorsport. We see more and more of it in the more contemporary racing, with in projects like the F1 Academy, for example. But yeah, Gabby von Oppenheimer, a very consistent presence in historic racing, and great to see her doing so well in the Alfa Romeo, the 1965 vintage Giulia, which, as you said, we haven't spoken about much, starting in 16th position, but is now in a very nice place in the race towards the end, as we're now out of full course yellow, so Nigel Greensall can go about building the lead that he gained just before the FCY.
Yeah, let's see what lap times he can produce then with clean air in front of him. No one up the road to think about overtaking in the final 6.5 minutes of this race. Yeah, that was very quick work from the marshals and recovery crew to get that stricken car out of harm's way and back under green flag racing in about 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes there. So very, very good work indeed, as Nigel Greensall then makes his way through the Parabolica interior to try and now build on the gap he's now got against Max Banks, who's in second place. Alex Furiani rounds off the top three. It's a bit of a gap before we get back to Christian Oldendorf, but he's got to be careful towards the closing stages of this race. He has to try and make sure Jean Clement doesn't try to close in these closing stages as we head towards the closing stages of what's been a fantastic opening race of the weekend.
Yes, as I recall, this was the first race last year as well for the Esteril Classics, and it really did set the tone fabulously for the rest of the weekend. We've got a huge day of racing here. Of course, we'll be running into the night with the endurance racing legends later on this evening, and that'll be a great sight. But endurance cars, GT machines, sports cars, Formula One, we are doing a little bit of everything here today at the Circuito Estoril for the Estoril Classics event. But look at the man at the front, Nigel Greensall, with 5 minutes left to go, a lead in the region of 1.8 seconds. But it's going to take a lot of effort from Max Banks to try and mount a counter-attack. However, if he's going to do it, this is the section of the circuit, isn't it? Turn 1 through to Curva VIP, turn 4, and then perhaps the run toward Gancho as well. The sections of the circuit that suit the Alfa Romeo Giulia versus the Mustang, but the rate of closure that we saw from Greensall before the overtake means that all the wise money is on Greensall, but we know that the wise money doesn't always win.
Well, the final two sectors there for Max Banks, he was quicker than Nigel Greensall there. So, and he hasn't been able to drop him as Nigel Greensall. Then again, we have been in that sort of mid-corner, mid-speed corner opening section of the track. So we'll see what he can do. Gets the opportunity to open up the taps and launch through. There's Georges Rocchietta, who spent a long time in the pit lane in this race, currently 2 laps down on the race. That's a shame for Georges Rocchietta, because George was running in the top 10 before the pit stops happened, and unfortunately for George, falling down the order, but still absolutely powering on and seeing what he can do in these closing stages of the race as the Mustang there gets all sorts of out of shape there. That's Alain Vincent in the number 89, trying to really power slide and taking that to a new level.
Yeah, Alain did very well to keep that one pointed the right way. It really did snap underneath him on that occasion, but they continue on at pace regardless. There you see the 22 car. That again is the Rivaz and Alexander Furiani car. It is the German Furiani at the wheel of this machine now. Started it, of course, from 3rd position and still there in 3rd place, but we are anticipating a penalty for that car, of course, courtesy of pit stop infringement. A 9-second time penalty will be added at the end of the race for that car. We did say it was under investigation earlier on, but with a 37-second lead to Oldendorf in 4th place, so Oldendorf continues to move up the order. Furiani should be safe to stand on the overall podium, even with the 9-second penalty that will be added at the end of the race.
Oldendorf, number 70, has got a 10-second time penalty for 3rd track limits.
Oh, yes.
7 there. So that's going to sort of, they both cancel each other out, those penalties, except it's 1 second in the favour of Furiani.
However, within 10 seconds of Oldendorf is both Clement and von Oppenheim, so Christian needs to get a move on if he wants to keep that 4th position.
Does indeed. So we watch on here for 2nd place Max Banks in the 189. We have yellow flags out on circuit at the moment. It's at turn 4, so that's at Curva VIP. So we'll keep an eye, see what that's all about. But in the meantime then, Max Banks Still not too far away from Nigel Greensill. All things considered, Greensill has not been able to break away from Max Banks like he did before the full course yellow was deployed earlier on in this race. And as we make our way now through in towards Gancho now, sort of sector times are roughly similar. I mean, Max Banks 2/10 off in the first sector, 3/10 off in the second sector. So it's not like Nigel Greensill was dropping him like he was a few laps ago.
Well, we've seen Nigel get down into the 205s in this race, and a 207.8 was his previous lap. So whether the car is just starting to maybe get through the rear tyres with some driving like that, or whether he is just preserving the car knowing that he's got the win in the bag, it's hard to say. Nigel, an experienced driver, might just be thinking, well, I don't need to wring the neck of the car any further. I've got to the front. I caught up to the extent of 20 seconds. I have no need on this final lap to try and go for another fastest lap of the race.
That's the reason for the yellow flags, which have just been confirmed by race control. It's the 246. It's in the gravel trap at turn 4, so presumably on the outside of curve at VIP. So that's Peter Joos, who has found the gravel trap there, unfortunately. Keep an eye on it, but we're not too far away now. We should have the checkered flag next time around. Nigel Greensill leading. There is the stricken 241 right on the outside there, so should just be covered by yellows until the end of this race. But Greensill leads Max Banks then as we make our way towards turn 5.
Of course, that's the problem with the big heavy cars, is once that rear axle starts to sink into the gravel, good luck. It's going to get stuck, and that's what happened there to Jus on that occasion. The 791 car, though, clock has hit 0, and for Nigel Greensill and John Spears, it looks like it could be yet another successful outing. Banks is still there with him, coming up to a section of the circuit that does suit the Alfa Romeo, so maybe one last challenge could be mounted, but even if it's right there on the bumper of the Ford going through Parabolica, it is the Ford with the ponies heading up into the heading towards the start-finish line, and the main spectator stand. The V8 engine is going to have to do a little bit of work because Max Banks is right there with Nigel Greensill.
He is indeed, and as we make our way out of the S's and through the Parabolica, Ayrton Senna for this final time, then rounding our way we go. Nigel Greensill still power sliding in through that final corner, onwards then towards to try and take the checkered flag. Might have a bit of help from the Falcon sprint up ahead of him, but there is the checkered flag then for Nigel Greensill. He takes the victory there ahead of Max Banks. In the end, just over 1 second separated the pair of them. We would have said that before the full course yellow was deployed, but nice work there from Nigel Greensill and John Spears in the stint before him as well. Max Banks then finishing off in second place, and then third place, we're expecting it to be Alex Furiani in that Alfa Romeo Giulia sprint, who Francois Rivaz took over at the very start of it. The checker flag is held aloft then and waved. Furiani then should make his way across the line to take third place in this race and round off our overall podium. And we'll have to wait and see then for Christian Oldendorf if he's able to banish those penalty demons.
Well, it was a 5-second gap that he had between himself and 6th place. Von Oppenheim. I think that Christian Oldendorf, with that track limit penalty, is going to cost himself 2 positions, because those 2 Alphas behind him have been, well, actually lapping quicker for one thing, and also not losing any time at all. So I get the feeling Oldendorf is going to very quickly go from P4 to P6 here, which is a shame given the effort that he's clearly been putting in at the wheel, particularly early in the race. He's just going through the final sector at this moment, some 4.7 seconds clear of the 188 car, but Oldendorf only 4th on the road, I suspect.
I suspect so as well, but he did put a good bout together, didn't he, Oldendorf, to try and make sure he got some battling under his belt as well. So, yeah, Jean Clement within that 10 seconds at this moment in time. Just wait to see when Jean crosses the line. See then, so Van Heim has moved up to 5th place then. Gallon currently 6th place, but Galon gone up to 5th place now as well. So there's even a bit of sorting out to do after this race. But on our screens then, Oldendorf is 4th, Galon is 5th, Van Oppenheim 6th. Make that Sorel in 6th now, Van Oppenheim in 7th now, with Nobili in 8th place, Reinhardt in 9th, and Vincent rounding off our top 10. Brilliant way to open this fantastic weekend here at Esteril Classics 2024.
Yeah, great to have those battlers at the front, Greensall and Banks, rather. Andrew Banks and John Spears in the early stages giving us some great entertainment. We had lots of exciting wheel-to-wheel action over the course of the race there. And for sure, we will see a lot more of it across the day, of course. As we've said, lots of different cars out there, but when it comes to the touring car grids, if you like variety in terms of strengths and weaknesses, it is this kind of 60s era of touring car racing, isn't it, that just delivers it in spades. The strengths and weaknesses of these cars is so profound, but so often you end up with this lovely balance where one car can make up a second even more through one sector, and then it's completely reversed in the following sector. It's what makes these 60s touring cars so compelling to watch, and we've had a great example of how to really push the limits in one of these early Mustangs from Greensall and Spears.
Yeah, power sliding through most corners was Nigel Greensall and John Spears. John had a great opening stint there. It took him about 14 minutes to get the lead of the race, and from that point onwards, never really looked back at that point. But Nigel Greensall being wheeled into the garages there as the winner of the first race of the day. There he is then popping out of the machine. I'm sure John Spears will be not too far away to give him congratulations. Adam, I think it's fair to say Nigel's happy with that one. Yes,
undoubtedly so.
Well.
Yeah, very happy indeed. I was just rehydrating there briefly, as I'm sure Nigel will have to do quite a lot as the race weekend progresses and his driving commitments continue. And yeah, Nigel Greensall starting off his weekend, his very long weekend, in the best way possible. You'll see a lot of these names cropping up again and again and again. A lot of these drivers bring the whole collection along to play for the Esteril Classics.
Christian Oldendorf then with those penalties towards the end of the race for track limits, but still very happy with that performance. He had some great battling out there, didn't he? Really great to watch, and quite an aggressive style of driving, which you do need to do for these Julias here. We saw them back ends open, back ends swinging out here, there and everywhere, but I think he put on a really good display then, made some good moves in the early stages of this race.
Really exciting to see some of that battling going on. We're going to get a look back at it now.
We are indeed, and at the opening stages here, it was that blue Mustang that tried to take the early advantage. Starting further back, it did start on pole position, but was given penalties there that started in 6th place. At the early stages, though, it was a case of Andrew Banks trying to lead the way. But how about this battle for 3rd place at the very start of this race? Matt Holm battling away with Francois Rivaz, and there is Christian Oldendorf. Talk about David versus Goliath here, trying to find a way past Fabian Sorel, and that was the move up the inside from the 89 there, trying to find a way through there. Good side-by-side action there, and it just shows you that the even the little bit of Lappery wanted to try and find a way back through with the power-to-weight ratios clearly on display there. That was a move from the 841. Ritchie getting a move down the inside there of Jordan after Jordan ran slightly too deep into the corner and followed that up with a big lock-up. But eventually that was the move for the lead of the race after the pit stops then. Nigel Greensall emerging about 15 seconds back. Let him phase him though, as he took the victory, and the first victory of the weekend. So coming up then, we do have a qualifying session to follow that one. It's the Iberian Historic Endurance for their 40-minute qualifying session. I do believe Adam and myself will be joining you for that one and giving us a chance to have a first look at the Iberian Historic Endurances. Their racing action happens tomorrow, but their qualifying session happens in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, one of the most interesting grids out there this weekend, actually, in part because of the kind of wide breadth of racing that it represents. Cars from the early to mid-60s right up to the late 70s racing on one grid together. You see touring cars, sports cars, GTs all on this one grid in the Iberian Historic Endurance Series. Of course, the clue is in the name that you see a lot of the local teams, Portuguese and neighbouring Spanish teams involved in this, but we've got everything from Fiat 128s and Cortinas, Porsche 356s, a healthy contingent of the Alfa Romeo Giulias that we've already seen out there on the circuit, but towards the sharp end of the grid it will be really the domain of the RS Porsches, the 911s with the 3-litre engine. The kind of early mid-70s cars are the ones that mark themselves as the one to beat out there on circuit. We saw it last year, of course. The Aurora Motorsport Porsches were so good to watch at the front of the field, having some very interesting battles together. But also keep an eye on some of the Escorts as well. There are some fabulous Escort RS 2000s that run in this series. The Santos-driven cars and Felipe Nogueira's rather wonderful car, I believe in the Vodafone livery, rather unconventionally. And another good example of perhaps how popular this category is the fact that they had something in the region of a dozen reserves on the entry list for this weekend, which, you know, tells you all you need to know. There was a Ferrari 308 GT4 on that reserve list. It'd be nice if we saw that out there, actually. I'm a big fan of Ferrari 308, but it depends whether everybody's made it out into this qualifying session.
Yeah, I mean, such a wide variety of cars to have a look at as well. You've got Alfa Romeos out there, you've got Porsches, 911s, you've got 356s, a 914/6, and then in there as well, you've got a Datsun 1200. Why not? It's good to see such an eclectic mixture of cars make their way out this qualifying session here, this 40-minute qualifying session. We'll update with fastest lap times as they do come in. Adam, we've got such a great cars here. Fiat 128 as well at the top of the order, at least at the top of our entry list. The Trisport race, Jose Moreira and Paulo Altunes were behind the wheel of that car this weekend. Some teams have elected to go for a full field of 4 drivers. Case in point, 327. 3 drivers, that is, Piero Del Masso, Nuno Nunes and Jose Cavallosa, and Porsche 911 SWB. Some drivers, such as the number 26 Robin Ellis, have elected to do this on their own. It's good to see, you know, elements of strategy going on behind this. What do you do if you're a solo driver? What do you do if you're a team of 3 when it comes to the race tomorrow?
Now, I can't help but notice that the entry list for the Iberian Historics on the website is dated 7th, 9th of October 2022. So I'm a little bit worried that that's an out-of-date entry list. I will have to just quickly check that and see if we've got a 2024 one or whether it is just a typo on the graphics there that we have. But yes, I don't think that page is quite up to date. Some cars that we weren't anticipating, such as Bizzarini's out there on the circuit. There's one of the fabulous Ford GT40s. That will no doubt be right up there as well in terms of the overall standings, but you've got 19 70s cars in the 1976 and 1971 classes. Then you've got a 1965 class as well, and that's where you start to see some of the more old school cars perhaps running with a little bit more tail happy going on. I don't think they'll be allowed to run slicks if they weren't in period, is my understanding. So that's going to be an interesting one to see how it all unfolds, but no shortage of GT40s out there on the circuit. There's a rather gorgeous homage, of course, to the famous Gulf colours.
Yeah, and that's pretty much an image of itself. We've got a Mini Cooper and a GT40 sharing the same bit of track. That's what it's all about. That's what we love to see. A brief yellow flags out on circuit. They have been cleared. Already some drivers are electing to head into the pits then. Very crowded circuit out there. As far as I see on our timing screens, 51 cars have clocked up in this session so far, which is brilliant to see such a wide variety, not only a wide variety, but the quantity as well heading into this qualifying session. If that's the case, if we do have 51 cars out on the circuit, it's going to be even more tricky to find yourself some space out in qualifying. Of course, 20 drivers, it's always a bit of a challenge, but 51, that is going to be a heck of a headache for drivers here to find their own bit of space out on track.
Yeah, and of course it's not a short circuit by any means, the Circuit Estoril, but certainly there are longer tracks out there, and 51 I would say is pretty much capacity, I have to assume. But you get some very interesting names out there, the likes of Oliver Mutjens, who raced in FIA GT and Belcar back in the 2000s. He's out there in a Shelby Cobra Daytona in the 1965 class. So that will be one to keep an eye on. There's one of the competitive little Porsches. That's the 123 car just going through shot. And that'll be one of the cars, I believe, from the Aurora stable. And it will be those 3-litre 911s that, and the 2.8s as well, actually, that really proved to be front runners. But remember last year as well, that little Merlin sports car that's currently second in the hand, or third in the hands of Barbeau. That car was very quick last year. Do you remember it taking the fight to the Porsches at the front of the order? It was very much a David versus Goliath.
That's a blast from the past, and it's really good to see. Will we get a part 2 of that, I wonder? Might be GT40s to contend with if that's the case, but I'm not complaining if you're not. Curler is at the top then in AC Cobra 289, currently at the top there on a 2-minute 3.301. And as we say, there are drivers that have found themselves a space out there, but you still have this cacophony of noise and sights and colours heading away down the start-finish straight, which very much confirms that it's still very difficult to find your own bit of track out there and get yourselves a competitive lap time on the board. You might only get a couple of chances to do that, because if you get down towards turn 1 and find yourself someone's on the apex, or you've come across someone who's also on a flying lap, you're in one of the faster cars and that one's in one of the slower categories, then you have to abandon that lap and do it all over again. So it's about keeping your cool in situations like these. Yes, you'll put your fastest driver in, you've got to keep your cool, and you've got to be ready to restart your lap at a moment's notice.
No, exactly right. It's basically not going to be possible to get a completely clean lap in, if we're being completely honest. You might have it fall in your favour that everyone you meet is just in an acceleration zone and you can simply drive around the car, but more often than not you're going to have some delays even on your best lap of the session. It's interestingly, it's one of the 60s cars that's leading at the moment. Köhler in the AC Cobra 289 leads the way, and that was ambitious from Viggo Holstein in his GT40. I remember that car being competitive last year as well, but an excess of ambition on display going into the bottom end of the circuit there, and thankfully I think avoided the gravel, but that was just a wake-up call that perhaps we're not dealing with 2010s vintage brakes.
Yes, a little bit of a wake-up call, as you say, but maybe just warming up the brakes. I'm sure that's what Viggo Holstein will be saying is what happened there. But one of the GT40s going around the outside, that's the number 5, so Lima trying to find a way around the outside now, get the power down. We're just over half an hour of this session yet to go, and have a change the 29th place, I should say. I thought at first glance it was the top of the order, but my eyes are playing tricks on me. Santos, though, in the Porsche 911 ORS in the historic 1976 class, the 123, has stopped out on circuit. At least that's what it says on our timing screen. So not ideal for Santos. We've got a 2 minute 11.3 on the board, which right now is only good enough for 13th fastest.
Yeah, certainly it's a little bit down on where we'd maybe expect it to be. Some very interesting cars through the order as well. We said they've got a Bizzarini out there on circuit. That is always great to see. I think an ISO Griffo out there as well. The Bizzarini in the pit lane at the moment hasn't set a flying lap, but this is one of the really interesting things, isn't it? When you get down into international level historic racing, there's a lot more of a kind of open and perhaps unsnobby approach to the racing. I mean, if you go to America, you see cars from the 70s sharing the grid with cars built 3 years ago, which is taking it to the extreme. But it's a very wide set of parameters in the Iberian Historic Endurance. A lot of cars, theoretically, can come and play in this series, and obviously that's always great.
That's the whole point, really, isn't it? And yeah, it's great to see such a wide variety of cars sharing the same bit of tarmac together, all trying to extract the fastest time possible out of their individual machines. As that's the 84 getting a little bit of a tail slide on there, heading our way through in towards the closing stages of the lap, heading our way through towards Gancho now. Cautious then as they make their way out of Gancho back onto the power. So it's Brion Sanchez, who's currently 9th fastest in this qualifying session. Way through in towards the final corner now, in towards Parabolica. Ayrton Senna getting a little bit close to gravel there. Definitely got some grass there to stay out of the gravel. They go through the final corner. Brion Sanchez now down to 10th fastest. Makes his way back into the pit lane. So abandons that lap time at the very least, either for a driver change or just a change of setup. We've already got GT40s battling out on track right now. We did tell them it's qualifying, didn't we? I know we had a race beforehand, but this is a qualifying session, I promise you.
Yes, quite right. Hopefully we did fully brief them, but of course these drivers, track time is always coveted with drivers in historic racing in general, really getting time to, work the car as they would like to. And you see there another example of just the breadth of this grid. A Lotus 7, not a Caterham, a Lotus 7, the precursor to the Caterham running out there on the circuit. That, I believe, is Mira Gomez's car out on the circuit, not set a competitive lap time just yet. Among the 51, a few of them have elected to just wait a few moments before getting out there and doing some fast laps.
That's a wise idea, I think. Relatively wise, I would say. Let everybody else squabble over track position right now, and then come in, swoop in, and have a good opportunity to take full advantage of a slightly quieter track. We've got a handful of cars in the pit lane as it stands. I think about 11 we've got in the pits at the moment. So that still leaves, well, if we don't count the one that stopped out on circuit, 39 still out on track, which, I mean, that might be quiet at this stage of the qualifying session. We'll have to wait and see.
So the 44 car, Claudio Vieira, is currently the pace setter, a 2-minute point 5:57 or 3:57, I should say, out on the circuit in his Porsche 911. The number 44 car, the 3-litre 911 RS. We expected these cars to be the pace setters, and it is an interesting top four. We've got a pair of the 911s. Well, actually, it's just changed. We've got the 911 of Vieira that is the overall pace setter. We've got the Cobra of Köhler in the 16, still there in second place. The 289 4.7 litre Cobra. Olivier Muitjens has just gone a lot faster in the Shelby Cobra Daytona, though, to go third fastest on a 2:04.113, but that's some 3.7 seconds off of the current benchmark out on circuit. And then in fourth, it is That little Merlin that we saw so audaciously fighting the bigger capacity cars last year here at the Estoril Classics, that has once again got itself up there. Carlos Barbo, very familiar with his little Merlin Mark IV, knows how to make it work underneath him.
Yeah, absolutely he does, and showing just he's able to consistently put those lap times in year after year. It's we can qualify that now. Currently, though, in the pit lane is Carlos Barbo. As we watch on then with the number 14, so that's Joao Gomez then, trying to set some quick laps in these, I was going to say early parts of the session, but we're actually heading towards the halfway mark here. We've got yellow flags out on circuit. That's down at turn 1. It's a double yellow we've been informed. So that's at the very first corner. There's someone gone maybe a little bit too deep into the corner. Potentially found the gravel trap. See if there are green flags later on, but we watch on here as the 14 rounds the final corner then. A little bit of traffic to deal with, though, in that final corner. So that should be able to get the power down, at least put that lap time on, but it is a red flag. So the session has been halted. So the drivers will have to cease whatever lap times they were on and make their way at a reduced pace, a very reduced pace, back to the pit lane and await further instruction. But at the moment then, it was Vieira in the number 44 who was lead the way. Claudio Vieira in that Aurora Motorsport machine, the Porsche 911, who set the fastest lap time, just shy of breaking the 2-minute barrier by about 0.3 of a second. 2-minute .357. And it's Damien Köhler who's in second place in the AC Cobra 289. Rounding off the top 3 is the number 289. Is going to be Muitens in the Shelby Cobra Daytona. That little Merlin that could, I think we call it, the Barbo, in 4th place.
And it's interesting to look at the different Porsches out there on the circuit. We're not lacking for 911s, but you see there 3 or 4 years separating these two cars, yet they look very different. The RSR style bodywork on the second car in the queue here. The rather more aggressive intake there for the intercooler on the front of the car. That's the 75 machine of Carlos Brazido, and also Joao Pina Cardoso expected to be at the wheel of that car as well. It's entered as a 911 3-litre RS. Almost looks a bit more of a rally car, doesn't it? It's quite high, but you get the feeling it could make its way up a stage just as easy as a circuit.
Oh, absolutely. And with 50-odd cars that started this qualifying session, to have them all in the pit lane is certainly going to be an interesting parking job. I wonder if we are going to see any Austin Powers moments coming out of the pit lane there. It's going to be very crowded down there. Perfect chance, though, for our drivers to sort of hit the system reset. It's a very busy track out there. It's a chance for drivers to take a step back, reassess that qualifying session. There are 24 minutes left on the clock. We will wait to see if any time is taken off. If it remains the same, just await the race director's orders on that one. But at these opening stages, it's looking very close if you're looking for a battle for 3rd place. Olivier Moutiens in that Shelby Cobra at Daytona. Then you've got Carlos Barbo in the Merlin, who's 0.3 further back. And then in the 83 machine, you've got Bruno Duarte, who in a sense is 0.8 back from 3rd place. So interesting to see that battle. I wonder if we're going to get some faster lap times from them if this session does restart later on.
I must admit to you, I have no idea what you're talking about with the Austin Powers thing. I've not seen any of those films, but if it happens, let me know.
Really? Seriously?
I know, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know.
I'll have to send you a video later then. What I mean.
Yes, please. An autistic fixation on motorsport has ruined my understanding of pop culture, unfortunately. The number 41 car there, that is the Moutinho Motorsport entry. Manuel Ferral set to take the wheel of that car. Ex-Team Palmer Lotus Elan. You can see it's not your standard 26R, is it? It's a bit more aggressive. Again, extended wheel arches, some more intakes there at the front as well. Don't know the exact history on that car, but certainly looks a lot more aggressive than your typical Elan.
Mean, I think is the word you could say there. It looked meaner, more angry. There's an angry looking car, one of the GT40s, a beautiful, beautiful car. I mean, when Ford rolled this off the line in the mid-60s and entered it into the pod, it was just something else. And of course, those little teething issues with the GT40 on to begin with, you know, it had a tendency to slightly fail, especially at Le Mans. But once they got it all together, it worked harmoniously, especially against the Ferraris in the mid-60s.
And then, of course, you've got, you know, one of the very rare feats in motor racing, which is the same chassis winning, you know, one of the mainline endurance events 2 years in a row. Chassis P1075, the one of the JWA Ford GT40s, winning Le Mans in 1968 and 1969, and that's just the beginning of its trophy collection. Probably one of the most sought-after race cars in the world. You're unlikely to see that one go panel to panel with a race car in a historic event ever again, unless we get a particularly enthusiastic new owner buying it, I believe from Ford. I believe Ford still retains that chassis. Obviously, a lot of the Ford GT40s we see racing today are either converted from examples that were initially sold as road cars, or in some cases also continuation cars. But yeah, just a very special machine, the GT40. I must admit, I'm soon going to get a chance to actually have a look at one of the proper Golf GT40s from 1968. I'm very much looking forward to getting an up-close and personal look at one of those cars. It's just one of those silhouettes that's always going to stand the hair of people on end, isn't it? It's just, there's something so purposeful about the shape of a GT40.
It is, isn't it? It's built in a time when aerodynamics were just starting to really come to the forefront of motorsport, and making it so that you had as little drag as possible. Such a big stage at that point. Make the car sleek. Look at how the air goes over the car. It was just starting to have engineers who really got the idea of aerodynamics at that mid-60s stage. Before we got the massive amount of front splitters that we had, the aerodynamics was the body of the car, how it helped have the airflow over it, and that's why you get such striking designs as you do in the mid to late 60s, where these manufacturers were trying everything out of the book to try and make sure they created as little drag as possible. They were okay with everything being in a straight line. It was just a case of, well, when it comes to a corner, try and use the power, try and use the speed you have already to help you through. It was more of a case of you did not want to be a sitting duck down the straights. You did not want to cause your car to have more drag than it really should have.
Exactly right. I'm always fascinated by the Mark IV GT40. It feels more akin to a 1930s Screamliner almost, doesn't it? When we're on that raw chase for straight line speed, the 67 spec factory Ford GT40s. Of course, that's one of the things we don't really get in today's endurance racing, is the factor of endurance, of car durability being an issue, of attrition being an issue. People forget, in 1969, the Ford GT40 was not the car anymore. It was by no means the quickest thing at Le Mans in 1969. It was just sheer engineering mastery that kept the car going.
Yeah, and it was really important to make sure, especially in those times, you took care of the car underneath you. These cars could be brittle, they could be nervous at times, but you stick the right driver behind the wheel who had that mechanical sympathy to help the car last, especially the whole 24 hours. You do see more and more cars now make it to the end of the line, but back in the 60s it was it was a huge challenge for drivers to not only extract as much performance out of the car as possible, to make sure the car actually made it to the end of the session and the race itself. Now, we're being advised by race control that the reason for the red flag is due to oil that's on the main straight. So that's going to be treated. Once that's been treated, the officials are happy that there's not going to be a lack of adhesion down the starting straight, especially when we launch 50-odd machines back out onto track. They're not going to have a lack of traction. They're not going to light up the rear tyres down the main straight due to some oil. But lessen the adhesion for these drivers. So once we have that all cleared up, we'll get an idea of how much time we will have left for qualifying. We've already got the slippery surface flags along the start from straight as well in aid of that clear up.
Yeah, they're really working down there. You can see quite a lot of personnel and a few vehicles as well. I think it might be oil plus the car that spilt it down there, actually, given the flatbed that is out on the circuit. We'll take the opportunity then to talk about some of the amazing cars and drivers and stars we're going to see this weekend. I mean, obviously, I'm sure a lot of you will be aware that we're joined this weekend once again, as we were last year, by Zak Brown. However, this year he has brought quite the secret weapon. He had the very fast, very rapid Richard Dean with him last year here at the Esteril Classics. Of course, Richard Dean, the co-founder along with Zak of the United Autosports team. But this year, Zak has shown up with none other than 9-time Le Mans winner, Mr. Le Mans himself, Tom Christensen, as his co-driver. And in the CER2 race, the Classic Endurance Racing 2 category, which runs for late 70s and very early 80s pre-Group C sports cars. Not only does he have the most dominant driver in Le Mans history, but he also has the most dominant car in American endurance racing, arguably. The incredible JLP Porsche 935, which is a car that won both the Sebring and Daytona 24 Hours back in 1982, in the same year, which I don't think is a feat that's been repeated by any other chassis in the history of IMSA competition. So quite the driver lineup there, isn't it? Christensen and Zak Brown. I wouldn't go as far as say as terrifying, but if you want to win an endurance race, you bring in Mr. Le Mans, surely. Yeah, great to have Tom Christensen here. I mean, I remember Tom Christensen growing up, just absolutely dominating the Audis. It was amazing, and yeah, having Mr. Le Mans here this weekend is just absolutely brilliant to see. It'll be great to see him back out on track once again. Yes, obviously he doesn't shy away from the circuit. We often see him at the Revival and other events in historic racing, but it is a much rarer treat than it used to be to see Tom Christensen pushing the limits. Another thing I'm very interested in seeing, maybe a little more niche than Mr. Le Mans, the mighty 935, and indeed the ex-Niki Lauda Ford Cologne Capri that the two are going to be sharing as well in the Heritage Touring Cup tomorrow. Another car I'm really interested in seeing is the Sabre D4, which is a Brazilian-built sports car. That will be running in the Classic Endurance Racing 1 category on Sunday. That car is a 2.5-litre Porsche Flat 6 power and was driven in period by a gentleman by the name of Massimo Pedrazzi, and his son Franco is the driver of the car today. It's been in the family for over 50 years, a car that won the 1972 Interlagos 3-hour race. There was an incredible and very different set of cars that you often saw in South America back in the 1970s. And of course, that's still the case today. If you look at the endurance races like the Mil Milhas 1,000 kilometers, things of that nature in Brazil and similar events in Argentina, they're still building these incredible and completely out there prototypes. And the Sabre D4 is an example of that, and a really interesting car that we'll get to see on the circuit. Never crossed the Atlantic in period, but great to be seeing that car. We've seen it a little bit at the Peter Auto events this year in the CER1 category. We're expecting the session to resume in the next approximately 2 minutes is our understanding. So with any luck, the cars will soon be rolling back out in this Iberian Historic Endurance qualifying session. The benchmark at the moment still there with the number 44 car. That's Claudio Vieira, fastest of all. The 16 is second at the moment. Damien Köhler in his Cobra as the session is back underway. The Cobra 289 being followed on the timing screens in third place by Oliver Moitins in his rather incredible Daytona, which I believe we see there just coming out onto the circuit with everything else. And well, we're back underway, and I just love this sight of seeing them all try and funnel back onto the circuit again. Just the sheer variety of it all. It's almost like one of those scenes from the Cannonball Run where you've got the ambulance, the Lamborghini Countach and the pickup truck all side by side on a piece of California highway.
And all of them being told to go single file out of the pit lane, which will last until the pit lane exit when those try to get past, for example, the Datsun that's just making its way out on circuit as we speak. But no shortage of time, I do believe. So we still have the full 40 minutes of qualifying to contend with. It's just that there was a slight break in the middle, a slightly unscheduled break in the middle. But our drivers will get the full 40 minutes. It's just a case now that they have to do this warm-up sequence again, get some heat into the vitals, the tyres and the brakes, and ensure that you're doing that. The last thing you want to do down towards, for example, turn 1, Parabolica Interior, is forget that the vitals need warming up, especially the brakes in these machines. Just make sure you've got the stopping power. You don't have the stopping power you once did about 10 minutes ago. You've got to make sure you get everything back up to heat, back up to temperature before you really give it full beans once again. But great to see this massive grid we have out there, just following along with that 7, the Guillermo Lasco. It's going to be Joao Mira Gomez, who's right there in the number 14, which is 9th at the moment in qualifying. Everyone on their outlets right now. Again, it's going to be a case of trying to find your little space out on track, which is much easier said than done.
Yeah, certainly not the easiest task, and they'll be happy that they get the full 40 minutes, certainly. It might push back the rest of the timetable a little bit, but of course, we've seen before here at the Esteril Classics, and indeed here at Estoril in general, they know how to get one grid in, one grid out fairly quickly here. And of course, we're already running well into the night, so I'm sure that we can have a little bit of overrun compared to the timetable if required. There's one of the wonderful Giulia GT AMs heading down to the first corner. Let's get a look. It's the number 20 car, which is running down in 23rd place. Severa Pinto at the wheel of this particular Alfa Romeo Giulia. And a lot of cars within that kind of, let's say, 10th down to 28th or so, split by just a few seconds, and wildly contrasting cars as well. GT40s, Mustangs, 911s and Lotus Elans, a couple of the little Alfa Romeo GTMs as well. It's just the sheer variety of this grid always brings a smile to my face, and as you said, the Datsun 1200 as well. Yeah. The 167 car with Neves at the wheel. It's quite a special grid.
It is, and finding your space out there, but also keeping an eye on all those that maybe might be quicker than you, might be slower than you, all in different machinery as well. There's such a wide range. You've got Shelby Mustangs out there. You've got an Austin Mini Cooper, number 22 out there as well. The Dorset Racing, Ellie Birchenhoff is out there right now. The Mini Cooper S, but then you also have a Lotus Elan, beautiful car, the Lotus Elan, a little bit of a lock-up there from the number 20, Rafael Severa Pinto. Gets to grips with Gancho and makes its way now towards the S's, which have had lap times coming in now. Number 288 has now just gone second fastest. And that's going to be Jacob Vigo Holstein, who now goes second fastest. Third fastest now going the way of the number 84. That's Federico Brion Sanchez. That's S Motorsport Porsche 911. Expecting now, once drivers have got really back up and back into their groove again, and do in terms of lap times, you see drivers actually going and slightly veering right down towards the first corner. There was a warning from race control right before the session restarted that it might be a bit slippery down at the first corner, so it's almost like it's a case of use caution, exercise caution down towards turn one. I suppose it's just trying to find where the grip isn't, so you know where not to pick up.
Indeed, I'm sure that the next grid that's going out there racing, which of course is the Gentleman Challenge, a lot of late 50s sports cars in that race. I'm anticipating that they're going to be going, please run over the oil, clean it up a little bit for us before we go racing. But that will not be the case. Again, contrasting 911s on the circuit there, one of the early cars being taken around the outside there by, I believe that would be a G-body, that vintage of RS. And a very, very wide Corvette out there as well, a C3 Corvette, and that thing will have the ponies in a straight line, I'm sure.
Very much so. There's one of the beautiful green Porsches there. It's the number 23. That's Vincent Tournier. Out on the circuit. Here's the challenge now, to try and find the 23 on the timing screens. With 51 cars up there, it's easier said than done. 44th at the moment for Tournier, Porsche 911 SWB.
Yes, and of course we do have a few interlopers, even though it is the Iberian Historic Endurance for this weekend at the Esteril Classics. Given it's quite a special part of the calendar, you do see some interesting names from elsewhere arriving to race. The British duo of Ellie Birchnoff and Nick Topless are out there running in their Dorset Racing. That means they're quite local to me. Austin Mini Cooper. And the short wheelbase 911 of Tournier there that we see out on the circuit. That, of course, he's a French driver. And we've got drivers from Sweden, we've got drivers from the Netherlands. It's quite an international lineup for this weekend in the Iberian Historic Endurance.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about, really, isn't it? We love to see how different cars. We saw in the previous race as well, in our Classic Touring Challenge, how you've got pros and weaknesses in two different cars. You know, you've got a Mustang and a Giulia battling out on track. The Mustang much better in a straight line, but the Giulia quicker through the corners. We're going to get that, but tenfold. The amount of machinery we've got here, that, you know, they're their own machinery. They have their own quirks about them, where some of them will love the straights here, that very long straight down towards the first corner. Others, like Mini Cooper S, are going to love places like Gancho and the S's, where drivers can really chuck the car in, and the car will stick. The car will take that punishment. Because Mini Cooper S made their foray as well into rallying as well, and performed exceptionally well at places like the Monaco Rally. Because of those narrow streets, it was pretty much like a go-kart.
Yeah, of course, Paddy Hopkirk in 1964 winning the Monte Carlo in a Mini, but there was a lot more crossover in general in the kind of middle 20th century between rally and circuit racing. You'd see, even into the early 80s, you'd see people running BMW M1s in rallying on tarmac rallies under the Group B regulations, and you'd often see, of course, 911s were a very popular rally car in the 1970s. Granted, it does still happen sometimes. A few 997 Cups have been converted for rally use in Belgium and elsewhere as well. But there was a lot more crossover during that era between circuit racing and rallying, and certainly a lot more between circuit racing and hill climbing as well on the European continent. But still, you do see that spirit lower down the chain in national racing these days. Again, particularly more so in Europe. I think the UK scene is quite unique for the kind of split between hill climbing and circuit being pretty much, definitive. Drivers like Antonio Nogueira, who raced in Portugal for many years, did hill climbing and circuit racing in the same Porsche 993 GT2 for a while. It does still cross over, but the days of factory Porsches showing up to Swiss hill climbs are sadly long gone.
Sadly longer. Bring them back, eh? Bring them back. Watching on then, Francois Guerin in that BMW 1600, number 545, the motorsport machine. We briefly saw as well that Merlin that Adam and I have been talking about, Carlos Barbeau in the Borguete Racing 227 Merlin Mark IV. Francois Guerin just working his way out of Gancho now. Tackle our way through in towards the S's, then around the final corner. We have a new fastest lap time. Christian Oldendorf in a Ford GT40, 1 minute 58.0, has absolutely obliterated the 2-minute barrier.
Well, there you go. He knows where the track limits are after getting that penalty earlier on in the previous race.
I wouldn't tell him that, Adam. That might be still a sore spot.
But Oldendorf, the only driver then to go sub 2 minutes in the 168 car, the Ford GT40. And again, you see so much of that at these events. You see drivers running, upwards of a half dozen cars in some instances in the same weekend. And great to see Oldendorf back out there on the circuit. We'll see if anybody else can elevate then to that kind of speed. A 158.014 is the benchmark. Also interesting to see that rather muscular looking Corvette we were talking about a little bit earlier on, the number 73 car. Interestingly, it is an Aurora Motorsport entry. Aurora typically responsible for the Porsche contingent here, but the L88 C3 Chevy Corvette of Pinto Nogueira and Pedro Bethencourt is all the way up in 4th position now. So that's a good showing from the Chevy.
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, the Chevy Corvette doing a great job there to get onto the second row of the grid. There's the 225. Don't mistake that for the 223, which I absolutely will do at some point tomorrow. I can guarantee you it. But that there is Davide Marquez in that Datsun 1200. In good Arantes Competizione machine there. And, 8 minutes 40 to go here. Still Christian Oldendorf at the top of our timing screens then on a 1 minute 58.014. It's essentially a 1 minute 58 flat at this point. Still then it's the number 44 of Claudio Vieira in second place. Third place then goes the way of the 288, which is Jakob Vigo Holstein in that GT40. Watching on then the 545 Tackle Ganso. That's Francois Guerin. BMW 1600 Ti, the Martini liveried BMW 1600.
Really nice homage there. It's up there, isn't it? Martini Golf among the regular homage liveries. We see there the Golf Porsche 356. I can assure you that didn't happen in period, but it's still very interesting to see those colours on that silhouette. One of the GT40s pulling into pit lane, feeling as if they've done enough for the time being. Look at that, the Escorts, the Mustangs, the 911s of various different shapes, and then the little Mini in the back of shot as well. Another RSR-esque car here, the Martini liveried machine number 55 car. That is the JWA racing car of Paul Daniels, who we know very well in European historic racing circles. He was racing here last year as well. Brought out Porsche 997 GT3R among other cars in the previous edition of the Esteril Classics, and good to see him out in this wonderful looking 911. That is a 2.8 RSR. And knowing Paul, I might well have some very interesting racing history, that car, because he typically doesn't do half measures when it comes to the cars he picks. So I'll have to do some digging on that car.
It's yellow flags at turn 7. That's at Aurelia. But they were single yellows. They're now gone to green flags. So perhaps someone having a little bit of an off-track excursion there. Find the rallycross part of Estoril, but using that part today. New fastest lap time. Just at the top of the order now is the number 5. That's the RP Motorsport. Paulo Lima has now gone to the top of the timings. 1 minute 57.3 from Paulo Lima. Now a new provisional pole time with 6 minutes on the clock. He says, beat that, Christian Oldendorf.
Yeah, a bit of a trumping moment there, isn't it? Laying the cards down. I honestly didn't think anyone else was going to get that far into the 1 minute 50s, but yeah, 57.301. The number 5 car there. That's a very, very good lap time indeed from Paulo Lima. And of course, for the likes of Paulo and also for the Merlin of Carlos Barbo, one of the key things to remember when we go into the race tomorrow is that they're solo drivers, and that means that their speed will be consistent over the course of the race, and that's a big factor, isn't it? Just being able to settle into the car, go the distance, know exactly what's happening underneath you in and out of the pit lane versus drivers who are maybe having to adapt, you know, to the car however it might be an hour plus into the race. It's a different skill set there.
It is, but you know, running as a solo driver has its benefits, as you say. The benefit of being that it's the same driver in the car throughout, so you're more likely to get more consistent lap times in this race. You're more likely to have them get them to where they expect the car to be as well. On the flip side, though, the bad side of that, I don't suppose it's bad side, but the negative of that is you're open to that driver and fatigue, and that sounds like a silly thing when it's a shorter endurance race, but in all honesty, when you're driving these cars at absolute full whack, I mean, there's a Mini that's having the rear wheel in the air, such as the way to drive them. Eli Birchinoff showing us how it's done there. But drivers can be more open to fatigue, and fatigue in endurance racing is very much an element you want to avoid. It's fatigue that can cause mistakes. It's fatigue that can cause drivers to make decisions they wouldn't make if they were fully fresh. So that's just something you have to guard against if you're running as a solo driver, no matter the length of time of the race.
Of course, the Minis variously back in period as we look at the number 22 car, the Dorset Racing entry, as you just said. I like the fact that I'm guessing the car is called Pixie. They came in various guises, the 1275s, the 998 engines as well. I tell you what, I came across one just last night at a car meet. Electric conversion, Tesla EV conversion with 300 horsepower going to the front wheels. I'm sure that's sacrilegious in a great many circles, but still a very interesting car. Unfortunately, we have red flags out on the circuit yet again with 3.5 minutes left to go, though.
Yep, and race control have confirmed the session will not be restarted, so that is qualifying done and dusted then for the Iberian Historic Endurance, and that really good lap time, 1 minute 57.3 from Paulo Lima, is enough then to take pole position ahead of Christian Oldendorf. It's a GT40 front row. Third place then is Claudio Vieira in that Porsche 911 3.0 RS, and rounding off fourth place on the second row is the number 288 Jakob Vigo Holstein, also in a Ford GT40. 3 out of the top 4 cars there after this qualifying session being GT40s. It's a great day if you've got one of those behind you. That Merlin that Adam and I were keeping our eye on, the hands of Barbeau, finishing 9th place in qualifying. But if it's anything like we saw last year, watch out for that Merlin during the race, because it's going to be one to reckon with.
Yeah, quite possibly so. But perhaps Paulo Lima, we shouldn't be surprised that he is the fastest out there. Has been a race winner already this year at Jarama and Jerez in the Iberian Historics. So we know that he and the car are very, very fast indeed. The Lima, Oldendorf and Vieira, your top 3 in the session. Vieira the first of the Porsche 911s, and also the first of the 1976 class cars. Vigo Holstein in 4th, Brion Sanchez 5th in another of the 911s, the Bethencourt-driven Corvette that we saw 6th fastest. Oliver Moitjens in the first of the 1965 class cars. That's, of course, the Cobra Daytona, 7th fastest, just clear by about 1 3/4 tenths of the Daniel Köhler-driven AC Cobra 289. So that means that I think we're in for a bit of a treat there among the Cobras in their battle. 9th position, the Merlin Mark IV that we alluded to, and Mierles in the 2.8, the slightly smaller capacity Porsche 911, rounding out our overall top 10 of a huge grid. And so interesting to see some of the cars that have done a little bit of giant killing. For example, we saw the number 14 Lotus 7 out there quite a lot on the feed during the broadcast, and that car came 12th fastest in the session ultimately, so that is potentially a car to be reckoned with later on.
Oh, absolutely. Good qualifying session, an early opener to our Iberian Historic Endurance. They have their race tomorrow, estimate about 16:20 local time. So they'll have their 50-minute race tomorrow. It'll be the penultimate race of the weekend. So we'll have to wait patiently for those 50 car strong grids to take their way back out there again. But it will be very much worth it to see the wide variety of machinery get pitted against each other. Next up, though, we are back to racing action. We've got 4 races left of today, one of them being a 2-hour race, but we'll have the 45-minute race for the Gentleman Challenge once we've had our clear up and sort out of the track, making sure it's as good as possible to get back to racing action. And if you're one of the drivers in the Gentleman Challenge, you would have seen 2 red flags in that previous session. And Adam, as you sort of alluding to earlier on, please, they say the Gentleman Challenge, please just scrub some of that oil off on the previous time. Probably did that, those drivers in the previous session, but with this next red flag, we'll have to see if there's any more fluid down on the circuit, and we'll bring you sort of qualifying how everything looks very shortly. But we'll just have to pause cars out on the circuit, making sure everything on the track is good to go, ready to go back racing.
Yeah, so the Gentleman Challenge class is predominantly 50s and 60s cars, late 50s into the early 1960s. So you're looking at some cars like Austin Healey's, Porsche 356s, once again, even some of the 904s out there as well, and quite a few of the kind of open top 50s sports cars, Lister Nobblies and things of that nature on this grid as well. You see the tyres. Some of the categories get to run slicks this weekend if they ran them in period, but a lot of the cars are running what they would have had bolted to them at the time, and that would be, as you saw there, in some cases not even radial tyres, I don't think, but good old cross plies and plenty of tread on them as well. But at the very least, that means that if any clouds want to threaten us today, hopefully we shouldn't have any issues there.
Yeah, absolutely. We see our drivers then make their way out then for the Gentleman's Challenge. And for Esteril Classics, our second race of the weekend, 33 cars due to take this start. So it's a big grid. And it's Luc-Pierre Verquin in that Lister Nobly Chevrolet from 1958. 2-minute 1.5 was the fastest lap time of the session, and it was good enough for pole position. Alongside is going to be the number 99 of Serge Kirchhoff. Third place then is the 316 of Dr. Ashton Fatemi. Alongside him is the number 250 of David Richards. Fifth place then is the 149, Hipólito Perez and Tiago Raposo de Malagash. And alongside is the number 88 of John Spears. On their way out onto the track here, and the 888 of Otto Reeds-Thott and Jakob Viggo Holstein for 7th place. But we'll be back shortly with the rest of the grid after this.
allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Welcome back then to the Esteril Classics then, and we're moments away from getting our Gentleman Challenge up and running here for our second race of the weekend. We go green flag racing here, and onwards we go then, and it's a good start there from Litre Verkin, who started on pole position there, gets a clean run down towards the inside then. Behind them is the 316, so that's Dr. Ashchin Fatemi, who moves up into second place then. Further behind, we're going 3, maybe even 4 wide down in towards the first corner. As we see our cars just make their way through in towards that first corner, but a good start then from Luc-Pierre Verkin, and that Lister Nobly Chevrolet gets ahead at the field then. It was Dr. Ashchin Fatemi who was in second place, who got a good start there, but it looks like John Spears has had a bit of a moment there, and a bit of lock-up further back as well, as drivers tackle at the first couple of corners for the first time, but everyone looks like they've made it through.
That was Benjamin Engrand, who we've already seen today in a Mini in his 1965 MGB, having a bit of a lock-up there. Some beautiful cars out there on the circuit. We just saw the Alfa Romeo Giulietta SZ of Roberto Turiziani further back. He's sharing that car with Maurizio Bianco. And the 356 is there towards the midfield as well. But it is, as you said, the Lister Nobly at the front of the order that leads it at the moment. Verkin at the wheel of that car. And then in second place, the 88 John Spires, driving solo in this one in his Lister Costin. At least that's what the entry list suggests. And we'll see how he can do. Currently sitting in second place as the rest of the field makes their way up the hill through Ganchil.
Yeah, David Richards as well in third place then, and top three have slightly broken away from the rest of the field then, and then it's the 316 of Ashchin Fatemi and the Tojero EE, who's off the top 4 right now, but he's under a bit of pressure here through and towards the final corner. The Parabolica Ayrton Senna watching the 88 go through. Sorry, the 888. Yes, it is the 888 there of a Lotus 15. As it screams its way across. Otto Reed's Thought gets the joy of behind the wheel of that certain machine, but at the moment then Verkin leads the way, battling through then there between the 316. So that's Fatemi having to defend from Wakeman there down in towards the first corner. I think Fatemi just about kept himself ahead there.
Just about by the looks of it, and really cool to see this variety of cars. This one, again, a different mixed bag than the previous mixed bags we've had out there on the circuit. In this case, just as many open top as closed cockpit cars out on the circuit there, and that makes for an interesting picture for sure. Some of the Lotus 11s, Lotus I think 15s out there on circuit as well, and of course the Coopers as well. a lot of the Coventry Climax small British sports cars of the late 50s populating this grid.
Otto Reed stopped then in the Triple Eight, having a look down the inside, having a think about a move down the inside of Frederick Wakeman in that Cooper T38, and get a second chance here out of Parabolica Interior, but Wakeman moves himself across to take the racing line here. He's had a bit of a lock-up from Fatemi up ahead. That might allow the 11 of Wakeman to really close up behind. It's a great four-car battle right now for what is fourth place. They make their way now in towards Ganshow for the second time worth of asking. One running a little bit wide. That was Serge Kirchhoff, who started this race on the front row. He's found himself down to 7th place.
Yeah, and a really interesting car leading this queue, that being Afshin Fatemi in the Tejero EE in 1965. Vintage machine under some pressure from a far elder car, it must be said. Wakeman in his machine, and it looks like the out drag is going to work. Yes, indeed, Wakeman in the Cooper T38 from 1955 surges past the car a decade younger than his. The Cooper doing its job there, the number 11 up to 4th position. There you see the 316 of Fatemi then settling into 5th place. Then it's the 888 car, the Riet Thot driven Lotus 15, and then Kirchhoff in the second of the Lotus 11s in the order sits in 7th place. Of course, as you said, David Richards, the Lotus 11, 3rd overall, and the first of those Lotus 11s on the circuit. There comes the Kirchhoff driven car, though, getting past Fatemi, whose Tejero isn't quite matching up to the others in this battle for 4th. Goes from 4th to 7th in about half a lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the shark on the outside there of Kirchhoff's machine as he tries to make his way through and hunt down the rest of the field. Meanwhile, then it's Wakeman versus Otto Reed Stott. Reed Stott looks for a move down the inside here, going in towards Parabolica Interior. Can he get it slowed down? He runs a little bit wide. That will allow now Frederick Wakeman to try and see if he can get the car back up the inside, which he does, but being on the inside there, it's a tighter line out of Parabolica Interior, and there, number 888 gets its way through. So Otto Reed Stott now moves himself up into 4th place. Some really good opening battles here. The trio here are trying to now start to break away from Ashif Fatemi then, as they make their way through in towards Ganshow now. What can Serge Kirchhoff do against Frederick Wakeman as they make their way out of Ganshow? He tried to get up close and personal, but wasn't quite close enough to see if he could make a move happen.
So 2.5 litre engine in that Tejero. It is a Coventry Climax engine, but a much larger capacity than the one you'd see in the Lotus 11 or the Lotus 15. The 15s and 11s typically carry, I think, 1.5 litre versions of the Coventry Climax FPF engine. Of course, the Lister Nobly Chevrolet, a much bigger capacity, and using that well at the front of the pack. But the 88 then demoting the 11 of Frederick Wakeman, the Cooper TA38. Of course, Patrick Blakely-Edwards sharing that car with him. But a really interesting, again, game of strengths and weaknesses here. But I think the Cooper and the Lotus is a little more closely matched than the touring cars we saw earlier in the day.
Yeah, well, Wakeman and Kirchhoff, they're battling away, and that's allowing Fatemi to keep on the back of this battle as well. So he's able to keep a close eye on this battle. Serge Kirchhoff trying to find a way past Frederick Wakeman. In doing that as well, they're slightly letting Otto Reed Stott get away here in the 888. So they make their way through turn 5. And look at this, Fatemi's brought himself right back into this battle now. He might not have a look down the inside. He has to brake earlier than those in front of him as well. That more mass on the machine means it takes a lot longer to slow the car down. And that is going to be a weakness here, but that's Otto Reed Stott running a little bit wide out of Parabolica Interior. And we have, I believe, that's going to be, yes, the number 55 is under investigation for a jump start. So the 55 is going to be Christian Oldendorf in that Alfa Romeo Giulia. And in fact, as I say that, sorry, Adam, as I say that, Oldendorf has got himself a 2-minute time penalty for overtaking before the line, so that will be added to the end of his race.
He and that Julia have been through it all. It's a different Julia, but he and the Alphas aren't really working together well, are they, today? The Ford GT40 looked like it was working well underneath him, but the Oldendorf Alphas, not so much.
Not so much, not right now. So he's got to really move some mountains if he wants to overturn that 2-minute penalty. Meanwhile, then there's Frederick Wakeman, who gets himself to the right-hand side of the track. Then meanwhile as well, Fatemi also gets himself up into what is 6th place there, down in towards the first corner. Frederick Wakeman here just has to be careful of late of Otto Reedstock right behind him, but a good move down the inside there as well from at number 316 there of Afchin Fatemi. So he makes his way back through. So Fatemi here, sort of 5 minutes ago, he was losing this battle, but they've started squabbling with each other, and he's taken full advantage by getting a move done on Serge Kirchhoff.
If you're curious about that Cooper T38, what's under the hood there? It is a 3.4 litre Jaguar motor that powers the T38. This specific chassis for much of the 50s and I think even into the early 60s was running in the UK with various owners in all sorts of different competitions at Snetterton and Goodwood, and even with the Aston Martin Owners Club interloping there at one time with the likes of David Shale at the wheel. So a car with bona fide history stretching back to, well, almost 70 years of racing at this point. I believe its 70th birthday is next year, that chassis. So it's always so interesting to take a look at some of these cars. You can't possibly get to pin down every driver and find out exactly what's happened with their car in years gone by. Of course, sometimes the internet is inconsistent as to whether it's correct or not, but some fabulous machines out there and some great history on the circuit. There's another of the Lister Noblies, Wolfsweifler in his car, and running a little bit further back, interloping in amongst the Brit pack at the moment, the Jags, the TVRs, the MGBs.
Ooh, a bit of a lock-up there from that 53 Guy Grant in that TVR Grand Tourer. There is the 33 powering through. That's Georges Rocchietta, who in the opening race of the day in Cooper S. Now he's behind the wheel of an MGB from 1965. To try and progress his way up the order. Back on the power then goes Guy Grant as he makes his way onwards then towards Ganshow. Looking to see if he can keep behind a very keen and eager to pass him, number 73. Which is Laurent Jaspers in that Jaguar XK150 Coupe. Now, in that case, the move has been made already by the 53 of Guy Grant, but it's a case of can 73 of Jaspers find a way back through, or try and look at Rocchietta behind, who's looking keen and eager to try and find a way through.
I think the latter is my vote at the moment. There's the gorgeous Morgan, the 54 car there, which we will see a few different Morgans out across the day as well. The delightful SLR Morgans, which are kind of slipstream versions of those cars out on the circuit. But that's Christoph Prim in his Plus 4 Supersports from 1962, who started 23rd that we were looking at a moment ago, but that's the XK150, of course, of Laurent Jaspers, still on the back of the TVR. I wrote it off. I didn't think the TVR would have a challenge again from the Jaguar, but here comes the XK150, just trying to find a way past the Grand Tourer.
Yeah, up towards Curva VIP they go, and we'll see what order they're in. Yeah, it is still the 53 ahead of 73 at this point, so Guy Grant keeping that Grand Tourer ahead as they make their way out of Curva VIP. Onwards towards turn 5 they will go. Pit window is opening in less than 5 minutes time. We'll allow our drivers here to make driver changes if they so wish to, but everyone has to stop in this race regardless if they're a solo driver or not. There's the 33 then of George Rocchietta. There's the number 92 coming into shot there going to be Wolf Zweifler, that Mr. Nobby Chevrolet from 1960. This train of cars battling their way through. That was down towards the back end of the circuit there, I do believe. So great to see him. Verkeen at the moment, we haven't seen a lot of our race leader in Luc-Pierre Verkeen, but that's normally a reason why. It's normally because they've been doing a pretty good job at having the lead. 3.2 seconds separates himself and John Spears in the 88.
There certainly is such thing as bad publicity in racing. If the camera's trained on you too often, that could be because you're a magnet for trouble, or at least a good battle. Verkeen, though, leading the way, was 3.2 seconds, but I get the feeling that Spears has closed that up through this particular sector of the circuit. We've got Lister versus Lister then at the front of the field, and Verkeen in the Nobly versus the Costin behind. Again, I feel like this is one of those battles that might well endure across the race distance, and in both of these drivers' cases, they are at least scheduled to drive solo, so that could really go the distance, that fight.
Really could. We've got yellow flags at turn 7 now, so that's at Aurelia, just before the Gancho section there. It is single yellows, and it's now back to green flags, so perhaps someone just having a little bit of an explore of the grass and or gravel. It's probably going to be the grass if they manage to recover that quickly. But your race leader then in Luc-Pierre Verkeen leads the way now. The gap is now 3.4 seconds between our race leaders. John Spears in second place in that number 88 Lister Costin from 1959. David Richards rounds off our top 3 in that Lotus 11. And it's Frederick Wakeman who has still not shaken off the 316, and just seems like Afshin Fatemi has really just unlocked another performance level in this. Started off losing out on battles, but has really grown into this race.
Certainly, and of course we allude to the Chevrolet part of that name, the Lister Nobly Chevrolet, and Lister, I think, most commonly associated, of course, with Jaguars. But yeah, it is a 4.6 litre Corvette engine in the Lister Nobly, so it's a bit of a precursor to the AC Cobra, isn't it? It's a distinctly European, distinctly British body shape, but very much American once you peel away the bonnet. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. The clues, unfortunately, in the Chevrolet name of it, but there we go. But it's doing wonders right now. That American part of it has got a 4.2 second lead right now, as they're getting slightly sideways, was the number 65. That's that MGB there. Number 65 at the hands right now of Antoine Pay. So MGB just looking like just trying to step out of the way, but in doing so, almost kicked the back end out in sympathy.
Exactly, a little bit of sideways here and there then. The number 17 powers onto another lap. We're not far away from that pit window opening. It's between minute 17 and a half of the race, so 17 minutes and 30 seconds into the race is when the pit window opens, and then they've got 10 minutes from there to serve their mandatory pit stop. So again, a 10-minute window, and given the size of the grid, we're expecting in excess of 30 cars to take the start. Does mean that pit lane could get a little bit busy.
It can indeed. 31 managed to take the start in the end. We had 2 non-starters in Perez and Grosvilliers. A spinner there for the 316. Yeah, that's Afshin Fatemi, who's around at turn 1 and has got the rear wheels on the gravel there. Now, you've got to be careful, Afshin. Try and get that out. Don't spin the wheels up, otherwise you'll just dig yourself into that gravel.
Yeah, that's a shame, actually, because he'd got back up to 4th position. He'd got back past Wakeman and the Lotuses in that battle pack for 4th position, as we'd saw. I was just going to comment that he'd done such a great job of getting back to 4th place, and, well, never mind. Unfortunately, a spin there for the Tejero EE, which I believe is an ex-Ecurie Cos chassis from 1960. I have it down as 1962, but the entry list tells me 1965. So Afshin Fatemi Unfortunately facing the wrong way there, but hopefully can fire that car back off. We haven't had any yellow flags yet, which gives me some optimism that he's moved it away from where we last saw it.
I'm
Never mind.
afraid not.
Full course yellow.
Yes, full course yellow. Yeah, those double yellow flags were waving at turn 1. I just saw from race control there for quite some time. And normally, if they're there for longer than 30 seconds, it normally starts to be a case of, I think that car might have just found the gravel. That's so unfortunate because it's quite literally only the rear tyres on that. In fact, that was the quickest full course yellow I've ever seen, because we're now back to green flag racing. So maybe it was just a case there of Afshin managing to just about gently get that car back onto track and back going again, just as the full course yellow was called, to try and help him and recover it.
Let's try and talk about the history of these cars as best we can, and I do want to just spotlight that Lister Costin in second place, the John Spears car. That was actually the last Lister Costin that was ever built, actually. 14 of them from memory that they built in total. And again, when you read this, you know, there are recreations and homages in historic racing, but when you realise, okay, no, this thing has legitimately been racing for the majority of the last 65 years, you know, it's quite an incredible thought, isn't it? And John Spears, one of those people that I really respect in historic racing, has an incredible collection of cars and intends to use every single one of them for the exact purpose they were built for.
Yeah, and definitely fits that mindset of, well, it was designed to go racing. It shouldn't be locked up in a garage. It shouldn't be looked at in a museum. It should be looked at out on the track. And yeah, I love that mentality. I love that sentiment of just saying, well, it was born on the track and it'll be on the track for as long as it can.
Yeah, absolutely. Weirdly, it didn't seem to do much racing in period, but it's one of those things where it's had most of its racing life in historics, and with John Spears at the wheel in more recent times, has been through a few different hands. But Spears seems to have really got that car worked out and is doing a good job of chasing down Luc-Pierre Verquin in his knobbly Chevrolet. I think that might be one of the Lister-built continuation cars, the 1958 continuations that they did a few years ago, the Luc-Pierre Verquin car. But that's one of the things that's been really exciting about Lister in its current iteration, is the spotlight on the history of the brand, as well as its current endeavours in modifying Jaguars and things of that nature.
Race controls confirmed that the number 87, which is Mark Ashworth, has got a 10-second time penalty for a third occurrence of track limits at turn 1. That's a 10-second time penalty that'll be added to the end of the race there. Where is the 87? Currently 10th. That's at TVR Grand Tura. Currently, yeah, it's within 3 seconds. Rolling is in 11th place, within, trying to work out the quick maths here in my head, it's within 2 seconds, there or thereabouts. Further back, it's Benjamin Engrand in the 84 that is just on the cusp there. So at the moment, it's only one loss of position for Mark Ashworth, but the thing is now he's got to keep it within the white lines for the remaining 23 minutes of this race.
No, exactly right, and that can be a bit of a challenge. 23 minutes of the race left on the clock then, and of course you do see the various different classes there listed as E and F on our timing screens, and it is Oldendorf that leads the way in Class F at the moment. We've just seen Richards and Kirchhoff in their Lotus 11s come into pit lane from the top 5, so we're starting to see some of the front runners into pit lane, aren't we? Holstein has also been in his fabulous Lotus 15.
Yes, he has indeed, and the gap lead as well has gone back up to 4.7 seconds. It did come down to less than 3 seconds, but now seems like Luc-Pierre Verquin has managed to open up that gap again. There is the number 11 of Frederick Wakeman, who's currently in 3rd place and has managed to break himself away from the rest of the field then. He was being pressured by Afshin Fatemi before Afshin had that bit of spin down at turn 1. Just trying see where he is out on the circuit. He's currently 4th in class, 9th overall. So he did manage
He
to
was
get
just
that
in the
car
pit lane.
back. Oh, he was. Yes, you're right.
Yes.
So, yeah, so he's still up and about there. It's still in it with a chance of at least grabbing a class podium at this point.
Yeah, no, managed to rejoin the race in the top 10, did Fatemi, so still up for a decent result. That battle for 4th place has now only got one car left that hasn't pitted, and that is Wakeman in the fabulous Cooper T38. So that will be good news for him to get some clear track. And of course, that is the argument, isn't it, in favour of maybe going slightly different with your pit strategy, is that you can have some clear space. You know, for the next couple of laps, he's not going to have any cars trying to drag past him into the first corner or, you know, trying to outbrake him through the circuit. He can just focus on some good lap times. And who knows, that might lead to 2 or 3 seconds of gain if things work in favour. But there you see one of his primary rivals, Holstein, in the Lotus 15, also in clear track. So both parties currently getting to really focus on their lap time.
Absolutely. And there is that 888 then. So that's a change over now. So Jakob Vigo Holstein's now behind the wheel of that Lotus 15 as he makes his way now towards Gancho. Really putting that Lotus through its paces there. See, it's great about the open cockpits because you can really see how hard the driver has to work to make sure this thing, you know, goes in the place, hits the apex that you need it to as well. It's not a case of you turn in and the car will do what you want. It's a case of you have to coax the car into doing what you want, and it will do it there or thereabouts with a little bit of feedback from it. It might have a couple of arguments with you, and that way you've got to counter steer those arguments. But a couple of cars in the pit, they won them at the background of the picture. Looks like the 84 there, so that's Benjamin Engrand in that MGB 1965. It is quite busy right now, as I see on the telemetry. 14 cars into the pits. That 13 is one has just left.
Yeah, they're coming in thick and fast. There's the TVR Grand Tourer, which is now on its outlap. That's the number 87 car, as you can see on your screens. Mark Ashworth driving solo. Very similar livery to the other Grand Tourer out there on circuit. Guy Grant and Mark Ashworth both flying the TVR flag. Out comes the fabulous Morgan as well, the Super Sports Morgan, making its way out onto the circuit and being very quickly followed out as well by the XK150 that, of course, they were having a battle earlier on, so I suspect that Jaspers is looking to get right back involved in that XK150, who must be said that car is exhibiting more than a little bit of body roll, I've noticed. I don't think it's quite as race prepared as some of the cars around it. Certainly more a converted road car than some of the pure sports car chassis that we've got on the grid, and quite the spectacle to watch it rolling through the final sector.
Oh, absolutely. It's a good bit of fun to see. John Spears and Frederick Wakeman both into the pits now. For the number 11 of Frederick Wakeman, that will be handed over now to Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who will take that Cooper T38 to the end of the race. However, for the number 88 of John Spears, that's listed as a solo driver, so we expect him to take over the car again until the end of the race. In fact, he's now on his outlap, exiting the pit lane now, and it still is John Spears. So he's going to take that Lister Costin to the end of the race. Very much so. He's going to have Luc-Pierre Verkeen in his mirrors right until the very end. We'll see once the timing screen has sorted itself out after all the pit stops have occurred. There is number 17. It's Luc-Pierre Verkeen in that Lister Nobly Chevrolet. His way now out of the S's, into the S's now, and now on towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna to make his way round. So got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch John Spears.
Certainly, yes. I think it's going to be a bit of a graft from here. Of course, I'm sure the teams will be keeping an eye on the information to be sure that maybe there isn't a reason that car has leaped upwards through the order, but I'm sure that Spears and team have got that pit window just right. Number 17 car slowing down. I think there's something so interesting about just the Again, the very British body shape of that car, and then the huge exhaust, the side exhaust that really don't fit the silhouette of the car in the slightest, but they are a necessity. A fabulous rumble out of this Nobly.
Do indeed, and we'll have to wait and see what Luc Pierre-Verkin can do in this scenario, because right now he's currently 5th place as it stands, so he's lost a bit of time in the pit lane, so he's got it all to do now out on track. As we see, I was having a look at the Class Fs as well, and I see Dr. Afshin Fatemi make his way back out onto track, which is such a shame because that 2 minute 4.1 was the fastest in class, but still in the pit lane, unfortunately. So I wonder if that spin may have contributed to something more sinister with the car. Hopefully, we do get to see Fatemi back out onto track because he was having a good race up until.
Yeah, with the way the rear axle locked on him there going into the first corner, it could well be that something a bit more sinister is at play with that car, but definitely a shame if that is indeed the case. Francois Fillon, Andre Raulin in the Austin Healey that's been lapped, the 3000 Mark 1. I couldn't confirm whether or not that was the same Francois Fillon who was president of France at one point. I did try and figure that out in preparation for this event, but very well sorted and well presented Austin Healey there. The 1962 vintage car. But at the moment, all eyes on this Litre Nobly, the number 17 of Luc Pierre-Verkin, purely because, of course, well, he's got some catching up to do, and he is trying his best to do it, but only 3/10 shaved off of John Spears in the lead on the previous lap. So that's not enough, really, is it?
Well, speaking of drivers on a charge right now, we have to turn our attentions to the 888 Lotus 15 at the hands of Jakob Viggo Holstein, because Holstein is lapping in a 2 minute 1.
Wow.
He is absolutely flying out there right now. He's lapped about 3 seconds quicker on that last lap than anybody else. So yeah, he's absolutely flying in these latter stages.
And that's a very, very good time. I mean, over half a second quicker than anybody else through the first sector alone, and just really shaving time off. Left, right and centre. There though, just coming through shot, the beautiful Alfa, the Giulietta. Very special car there in the hands of Bianco. That was number 10 entry, some of the 356s. There's the 88, our race leader though. John Spears at the bottom of shot there. Crossing the line to begin lap 15 of the race with a comfortable question mark 9.1 seconds worth of lead. The last lap, Kirchhoff in second place managed to shave off 7/10 of a second. Of course, it's Kirchhoff in the Lotus 11 that's now the closest competition to Spears in the lead rather than Verkin. I got that a little bit muddled up a moment ago. But fastest lap of the race again from Holstein in 4th place. You're quite right here, Kieran. It is Holstein and the Lotus 15 that could well be the problem here. Maybe not for the leader, maybe too far back, but certainly for a podium, if not second place.
Do you want to see if we can find that car out on track? Because it's currently showing on the telemetry it's in the pit. So I hope that isn't the case for Jakob Holstein. Well, we'll see. If that is the case, we're looking out for that 888 Lotus 15. We'll have to wait and see on that one. It's going to take about another, couple of seconds before Verkin makes his way across the line. But there is your race leader right now. John Spears is making his way through. No, Holstein is in the pits. Definitely, because Verkin has just passed him. So Holstein having that absolutely electric bit of pace. Unfortunately, it didn't last long at all.
No, it didn't. That's quite peculiar to say the least. But yeah, Holstein was absolutely on it. There's no penalties, no drive-throughs or stop-goes that I can see attributed to the 888 car. There have been some warnings for track limits. Clearly, he's been pushing. but nothing to the effect of a visit to the pit lane. So unfortunately, the charging car charges no more.
A shame there for Jakob Vigo Holstein because, as you say, he was absolutely closing in. Nothing else. There's Serge Kirchhoff. That's second place in the number 99, making the way down in towards the first corner, and that Lotus 11. His way through in towards the first corner, powering his way. This driver looking to see if he can close in on Spears up ahead. He did find a second through that second sector in John Spears alone. So the gap is 8.4 seconds, but with 11.5 minutes on the clock, if he's closing in by a second per lap, at this pace, it's not enough to catch him.
Let's see if any miracles can happen. We've been seeing some good pace out of Will Stevens in the Porsche 356 from 1965. That's the 49 car with the kind of bluish silver and the red nose on that car. Not the Will Stevens that once raced in Formula One. It's spelt differently. Bill and Will Stevens. And Will, I believe, is the junior of the two. And that car has been surging as well. Currently sitting 7th, and of course closing in, I think potentially, no actually not closing in, on the Uldendorf driven Alfa Romeo. So second in class might be all that car can accomplish, but it's been running well in this race.
It's worse for Mark Ashworth and the number 87, who's currently on chance here to get a third place in class, 8th place overall, because now Mark has got a 20-second penalty for fourth track limits. It's occurred at turn 13. So that's the S's I'm trying to think here. Or is it? No, that's the final corner, isn't it? That's on the exit of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, where you see that green AstroTurf here.
Yeah.
He's deemed to have run too wide there. That's got himself now a 20-second penalty. So that's going to be added to the end of his race. That puts in serious jeopardy of his place in a Class F podium. That opens the door for the number 60, Peter Vergela, in that Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. The door might have just been put ajar. So I believe he's 27 seconds back on Ashworth at the moment. Although I could be wrong on that one, because that gap might be to the leader. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that gaps and see how it all fluctuates in the final 10 minutes of this race.
So Holstein is back out on the circuit now. Listed as doing an outlap in that Lotus 15. Unfortunately, well down the order now in terms of the overall standings. But Jakob Viggo Holstein is back out there. The Danish pairing, of course, with Otto Riesthot also in the driver lineup in a Lotus 15. Of course, we're looking at the number 99, its predecessor, the Lotus 11, with Serge Kirchhoff at the wheel. As you said, very cool pattern on that car, isn't it? With the kind of almost 40s fighter vibe of the shark decals on the side. It could well be paint, actually, and reminds me rather of the famous Silver Spitfire that performed the longest flight around the world, 4-month world tour, 44,000 kilometers or so that a Spitfire performed a few years ago, and the pilot of that car is racing. The pilot of that Spitfire is racing here this weekend. We'll talk a bit more about that when he's out on the circuit. But for now, the 99 running second, and more importantly, homing in on target. 5.6 seconds back now from Spears in the 88 car. There is the 88. There's one bit of lap traffic between them, but that gap is coming down, and it's difficult to call whether or not that little Lotus is going to get there in time, but certainly it's homing in quickly.
It really is. As you say, 4.6 seconds now is the gap between Spears and Kirchhoff towards the end of this race then. It's one of those things where you just have to see, in 7.5 minutes to go, how quickly can that gap go down in the favour of Kirchhoff, or has John Spears done enough to keep himself ahead? There is the 250. That's Daffyd Richards. We haven't spoken a lot about Daffyd Richards. So in his Lotus 11, he's currently in third place, and it's fair to say it's quite a comfortable third place right now. He's 40 seconds clear of Luc-Pierre Verquin, who's in fourth place. And Luc-Pierre Verquin started on pole position. Kirchhoff, who started second, remember, he fell all the way down to seventh place in the early stages. Serge Kirchhoff is now back up into second place.
Yeah, interesting to see the fluctuations, and oh yeah, Holstein back in the pits. So we've lost a few cars. It's amazing to me actually how well maintained a lot of these cars are in general. Though yes, we do see some end up in the pits or pull up trackside during the race, but in general, the level of preparation that goes into historic racing now. Some of the teams that run these historic cars are really, you know, very well-oiled machines indeed. Between the development that they do, you know, obviously there's finite amounts of development they can do on these cars, but just the engineering to make sure that in some cases they're more durable than they were in period, always very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. It shows a lot of love and care goes into these machines to make sure they run absolutely to a T, as close to how they would have run as possible. I'm afraid it's gets worse still for Mark Ashworth. It's now a 45-second penalty for him for a fifth occurrence of track limits, this time at turn 1. And I'm pretty sure those aren't sort of it's added up to 45 seconds. That's a 45-second plus a 20-second penalty plus a 10-second penalty. So that's 75 seconds worth of penalties he's now got to his lap.
That is, yeah, that's no small feat, is it, to get that much penalties? Maybe trying to get an added lap onto his race by a weird method. The 258 car there, Daffyd Richards, or the 250 car, I should say, of Sandy Watson. Getting myself mixed up. In fact, no, it is Daffyd Richards, isn't it? It was changed from the entry list. Initially, yes, Daffyd Richards at the wheel of the 250 car. A distant third place at this point, but ever less distant is Kirchhoff from the back of Spears. The gap is 2.9 seconds now. There they go through the shot almost together, and Spears are going to be watching through the rearview mirrors. He's going to see more and more of that little silver car, and I'm sure they're putting the sign out as well to tell him, yeah, no, that little Lotus 11 is the car you have to worry about. And 4 minutes 20 seconds again. This is going to go right down to the wire. This is going to be a final lap fight.
Really is, isn't it? As both our leaders now make their way out of Gancho and head their way towards the S's with 4 minutes 11 on the clock. Way through the S's now in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Serge Kirchhoff has really closed in now on John Spears as they now make their way through in towards that final corner. John Spears will be punching a lovely hole in the air for Serge Kirchhoff to take full advantage of. They make their way across the line. It'll be 2 laps to go once we start lap number 19. Across the line they go to start what will be the penultimate lap of this race then. But it looks like John Spears has the upper hand in a straight line. So this proposes a question we saw in the first race of the weekend. Is how does Serge Kirchhoff use the ability he's got through the corners, the advantage he has through the corners, and make it work against John Spears? I mean, there's only one way to find out. We've got 2 laps to sort this out.
Yeah, it's possibly even gonna happen this lap, isn't it? With the way Kirchhoff is closing in. Just ahead of them is, I believe that's Erdendorf in his Giulia TZ2, running quite well, actually looking to be about on pace with the leaders. Maybe if things had gone a little bit differently for Christian Erdendorf, he could have been a factor. Fabulous looking car, isn't it, that TZ2? Alfa Romeo Giulia. They've also got the Giulietta SZ out there on the circuit, which is a rather more production car. Some fabulous Alphas if you're that way inclined. Here comes Kirchhoff, though, in the traffic as well. Oh, I think we're on D-Day here.
We might be on D-Day here for Kirchhoff as he looks to try and find his way through then. Trying to also negotiate a little bit of lappery here is Kirchhoff, but he's making his way now through out of Aurelia. Now towards Cancho they will go. Is there a move here for Serge up the inside? He's certainly going to look for it. He certainly thinks about it, but has to back out of it here. John Spears sees that one coming. So they make their way out of Gancho this time around. But back onto the power we go then. John Spears still ahead of Kriknoff as they make their way through in towards the S's. Now towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and Kriknoff looking for a move around the outside now. As we head our way through the final corner, can he get the power down? Can he get that momentum on his side as we're about to start the final lap of this race?
Well, here comes the part where the Litre Costin is a little bit better, almost 4 litres of engine capacity versus, I think, 1,500 in the Lotus 11. So a bit of a disparity on that front. The 1.5 litre Coventry Climax FPF engine does a good job, but it's never quite going to outmatch the Spears machine on pure straight line grunt. This is going to be the final lap of the race, as you've alluded to. Spears, they're going a bit wide at turn 2. That could be the opportunity that the 99 needs. This is the section that suits the Lotus 15 to a T, and really working away at the wheel is Serge Kirchhoff to try and make this work in the final lap. The Swiss racer, we had a spinning car there. I think that might have been the lovely Alfa Romeo we were talking about just before, throwing up a little bit of a hazard there for them on the final lap. There's another opportunity though for the Lister to stretch its legs. It's really between here and Parabolica Ayrton Senna that the Lotus can challenge. Spears went wide there at the Parabolica interior though, Kieran. This could be the opportunity for the 99.
Yeah, I did think there for John Spears. He ran a little bit too deep in towards the Parabolica interior then. As we head our way through, it's Aurelia now. A little bit of Lappery to contend with us now. Serge Kriknoff looks, sees right on the tail of him now. The shark fin, the shark on the side. He looks for a move around the outside here at Gancho. He'll try to cut back once again. Still on the outside of the second part of Gancho, getting the power down. And that is where the Lister Costin has the upper hand as we make our way through now in towards the S's. Again, Serge Kriknoff trying to find any sort of space out there. He might have found it now, but he's found himself on the outside of Parabolica Ayrton Senna. He's tried this before and it hasn't worked here. And then all of a sudden, that Lister Costin, the power underneath it, will take full effect here. It's still going to be a run to the line here, but it's going to be the 88 of John Spears who takes the checkered flag ahead of Serge Kriknoff at the line there. Less than 0.8 of a second separated them there. Fine battling, gentlemen. Well done indeed. And at the top of the order, then John Spears takes top honours there ahead of Serge Kriknoff. Then we'll just await here as well to see our third place driver in David Richards as he'll make his way across the line to take third place. But what a fantastic race that was, Adam.
Of course, lest we forget, that's win number 2 of the day for Jonathan Spears, this time without Nigel Greensall's assistance. The Lister Costin doing its job there. Fabulous machine. And a great battle between 2 very different open-top sports cars there. Of course, both front engine, but very different capacities, very different philosophies in general. The slipstreaming factor, obviously, you can see that in both cars, designed to cut through the air as efficiently as possible. And both parties, I think, will give each other a pat on the back and a bit of a hug after that one, because it was getting very interesting. If we'd had 1 or 2 more laps at the end there, I'm not sure quite which way that would have gone.
Yeah, and it would be interesting to see what happened to Serge Kriknoff at the start of the race there, because he lost ground there. He started on the front row and ended up 7th place at the early stages. It might be a race of what could have been for Serge Kriknoff, but nevertheless, he gave us a fantastic bout to keep us wanting more against John Spears. That's what they always say, isn't it? The checkered flag always leave them wanting more. At the line then, it looks like Will Stevens has taken the win in Class F. It's Bergler in 2nd place, and 3rd place goes the way of the 31 of Paul Anselin in that Austin Healey 3000. Those are your provisional results then for both of the top 3s in Class E and Class F. But, I mean, these 2 need to take the plaudits, really, don't they? John Spears and Serge Kriknoff, great battle between them towards the end then. And for Serge Kriknoff, he had to work for this one because he fell back in the early stages.
Yeah, so Uldendorf received a 2-minute time penalty during the race for overtaking before the line at the start of the race. I missed that one at the time, but that's why Uldendorf's Alfa Romeo has fallen through the order, eventually classified by the looks of it in 12th place, but that's what's handed the Class F win to Bill and Will Stevens in the Porsche 356. So a bit of a change there by way of post-race penalty.
I actually do remember that penalty being awarded 40 minutes ago, and yet somehow I still forgot about it. But there we go. Now, such is the way of what happened in this race. We got distracted by some good racing. That's our excuses. That's always the way it should be. So we'll see then John Spears and Serge Kriknoff make their way towards the pit lane then. I'm sure we'll get their reactions as they jump out of their cars. Stafford Richards, it won't be too far behind them, but there is John Spears in the 88 then. Great performance from him, and as Adam rightly pointed out, it's 2 from 2. It's 100% record so far this weekend for John Spears. So, very happy with that one, I'm sure. I'm sure that Serge Kriknoff would have loved a couple more laps onto the end of that race to decide that one, but a couple of laps he did not get, and we'll shortly see Dafford Richards as well pull up in the order here. He had a relatively quiet race, but take nothing away, in that Lotus 11 he did a fine job.
Unfortunately for John Spears, he's not going to be in our next race. The 100% record can't continue into what's coming up next. That, of course, being the Classic GP for the pre-86 F1 machines, a real tour through the DFV 70s into 80s era of Formula One. We've had a great variety already today. There you see the embraces going on. Spears is happy with that, as we expected. And Kirchhoff also very happy with his drive there. Was very rapid indeed. I suspect the thing is with that little Lotus 15, obviously not a straight line car. I just wonder if he got swallowed up a little bit by the field off the start. It does sound like in that top 10 a few drivers went a bit early as well, so maybe just got caught behind some traffic in the early stages. But that's all it took for this man John Spears to take a fairly strong victory there. And hydration required, sir? I suspect so. He's been quite busy at the wheel so far today.
Rightly so, yeah. Get that water in you, John. You've earned that one at the very least. But yeah, great to see there. I'd love to see that battle happen a little bit more. But there's some great news about them, because the Gentleman Challenge race tomorrow as well. So if that wasn't enough to whet your appetite, then we'll come back for more tomorrow. But we had the race start underway, and it looked like Luc-Pierre Verquin was at the front of the order. As well as that, Dr. Afshin Fatemi was putting up a great battle at the early stages. We saw a dive down the inside from Otto Reed's Thot at the very start of this race, but it looked like things were starting to just piece together towards the end of the race there for Serge Kriknoff, as he had to make some moves out on track. Struggled off the start then, and had to find a way past John Spears. And we've already found out today that John Spears is not an easy man to overtake out on track. Kriknoff gave it everything he could, especially out of Gancho and trying around the outside of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, but it wasn't enough, and John Spears takes race 2 victory here today for the Gentleman Challenge. Yeah, clouds are starting to gather.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to point out. Unfortunately, it does look like the weather is closing in on us a little bit here today. Just a few kilometres down the road from Lisbon. We are very near the coast here as well, at Estoril, the coast of Cascais. And of course, we've seen some of the promotional video showing that fabulous highlights. And in fact, yes, let's detox from this horrible cloud. Let's take a look at some sunshine for a little while and hope the cloud goes away. Thought our director told us to throw something, but it doesn't look like we are. So, yes, next up is the classic GP cars. And, of course, some of the most famous Portuguese Grand Prix happen here in the rain. But I would suspect the drivers heading there out onto the circuit at the moment wouldn't want that rain in an ideal world.
Not particularly, no. When you've got mostly naturally aspirated cars on the field, it's not going to be too bad. But yeah, if you put some turbochargers in there, then yeah, that might be the case. We'll try this again though. Let's have a look at that beautiful sunshine we'll be back after this.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Welcome back then to the Circuito Estoril, where we're getting ready here for our third race of the weekend. It's the Classic GP, the pre-1986 F1 cars to take to the field for their race, their first of two races for the weekend. And I'm delighted to say that our top two were separated by 9/1000ths of a second. There is your pole sitter. It's Mark Harrison in that Shadow DN9B from 1979. Alongside him will be Sahil Ayari in that Ligier JS21. Yeah, 9/1000ths of a second, Adam. That's mightily close.
Yeah, no, nothing in it at all at the front. I'm interested to see how this race goes. Of course, Sahil Ayari, we know that name. He is a driver with a lot of experience in GTs, in sports cars. But it's 1983, that car, the Ligier JS21, that Ayari is lining up in second place there. Now, that car is post-ground effect. In 1983, the rules changed and ground effect was outlawed, whereas Mark Harrison's car is a ground effect car, so that might be something to do with it. At least one factor, but one driver I'm very impressed with, in fact two drivers I'm very impressed with, on the second row of the grid, because the early 70s cars, two of the oldest cars on the grid, this car, Katsu Kubota in the ex-Ronnie Peterson Lotus 72, and then alongside him, Jamie Constable, in the Lola Embassy T370. Those two cars are, well, 1974 and 1973 vintage respectively. The Lola MC T370, not a particularly successful car in period, of course. Jamie Constable doing a great job with that thing to put it up to third place.
Saw briefly there as well, that Tyrrell P34, Jonathan Holtzman gets the real honour of driving the Jody Scheckter on the side of that one. The six-wheeler is here, the car that started well, a couple of teams dabbled in running six-wheel car variations, and that was the start, that Tyrrell, of there being in the regulations, at least in Formula One, that a maximum of 4 wheels were to be on the car. Never said that in the regulations before until the P34 showed up.
Something tells me that if you tried to BOP a six-wheel GT3 car, Stefan Rattel would have something to say in the current era. Jonathan Holtzman it is at the wheel of that Tyrrell P34. That car is actually a continuation that was made with the blessing of the Tyrrell family themselves. Jonathan Holtzman wanted one of these P34s. Couldn't find one that was willing to be sold and went, well, okay then, we'll build one. And he and CGA Race Engineering meticulously have made this car an exact interpretation of the wonderful Tyrrell P34. As you said, Jody Scheckter, one of the drivers that took the wheel of that car in period. We've got someone trying to flag down the camera there on the far right of screen as well momentarily. Another of the JPS Lotuses, though, the slightly more recent car, the Lotus 78 from 1977. Mark Devis at the wheel of that car, hugely experienced, of course, in historic racing. The first ground effect car in Formula One.
Yes, of course, in 77 there, and started to try and make its mark in 78. Eventually, the Lotus 79 would take over and give Mario Andretti the success he had in the 1978 championship, winning the championship there. But I believe that the fuel tanks in that 78 were configured in a way that they could be controlled from the cockpit, and in a sense it's 3 separate cells, one behind the driver, one in each midsection of each side pod, and then the tanks in the side pods could then be controlled from the cockpit itself. It could be used to fuel the engine separately or together, either way, to improve the power on it. So yeah, that Colin Chapman knew what he was doing, wasn't he? Really, let's face it.
Absolutely. That car was driven by Gunnar Nilsson in period, first racing at the 1977 German Grand Prix. It did, however, move on to Hector Rabach. It was the privateer Lotus in 1978, in the good old days where you could hitch up to an F1 team at the end of the year and go, got anything going? And often the answer was yes, and you got to see these cars kind of in a new livery, in a fresh coat of paint, and maybe getting a fresh lease of life as well. Of course, I have to imagine that was quite in some cases, quite a dangerous business model for the likes of Chapman, because those moves toward new cars weren't always successful. Remember, there were a couple of concerted efforts at replacing the Lotus 49 and the Lotus 72 before they settled on the successors. And, you know, if it's already been sold into privateer hands, I imagine you have to pay a premium to get the old car back if you suddenly need it.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw there the striking blue and yellow there, the Surtees colours there of Christopher Perkins. Now, that was designed by John Surtees. It was driven in period there by John Watson. But that chassis, in its second ever race, finished 4th place at the hands of Jose Carlos Pache, but could never reach those heights again in the 2 years after it was competing there. It only made one appearance in the 2 years after its full-time season there. But yeah, 4th place at the very second race of its chassis, and it just could never reach those heights again.
Yeah, the TS16 didn't lack for driving talent. You mentioned John Watson and Jose Carlos Pache. Also, Jochen Mass and Derek Bell variously drove TS16s. They just never quite hit the heights that maybe some would have hoped. Of course, a lot of these cars on this grid are powered by the Cosworth DFV motor, but that's not exclusively the case. You'll hear one singing V12, and that comes from Richard Hope's Alfa Romeo 182, which finished on the podium at the 1982 Monaco Grand Prix, even with the car running out of fuel on the final lap. And that is a very special car. James Hagan in his Hesketh 308, the Mirage Engineering team preparing that car for him. That is the very first Hesketh that James Hunt debuted back in 1974 at the non-championship Brands Hatch Race of Champions event, and he's been racing that car for several years now, and a real special thing to see on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that chassis, James Hunt managed to get 3 podiums with it. And in essence, it was a case of it had all or nothing. Yeah, 5 finishes across the time it was used as a chassis there, 3 of them on the podium, but the rest of them DNF. So yeah, it's in much better condition right now at the very least. And looking forward to seeing it back out on track there as we get the looks like we get the go-ahead signals there from everybody to fire up those engines. We'll see, or at least we'll hear, mostly Cosworth engines, but yeah, listen out for Richard Hope's V12 engine fire into life. One of the differences out there, Joe Macari, I believe in the Tyrrell 012 from 1984, which was right at the end of the naturally aspirated period of Formula One. And in response, so Ford Cosworth tried to bring in the DFY because the DFV was so dominant as a naturally aspirated period. They tried to then compete with the turbocharger with a naturally aspirated response, but it didn't quite come to fruition at that point. And yeah, didn't quite have the legs on it, unfortunately, to keep up with the turbocharged variants. But we make our way now onwards for our formation lap, our sighter lap then, and I think we have someone who has stalled on the grid, unfortunately, further back. We'll have to wait and see who that is just in the distance there.
One of the Tyrrell 012s, not sure whether that would be Joe Macari or Ian Simmons. Just looking, there is one of the Tyrrell 012s there. Just going to see if I can grab the number. No, so one of the Tyrrells has come to a halt. In fact, I can only see one Tyrrell on the grid, actually, in retrospect. So one of them may well be missing.
We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, so the 012s there was sort of cut short because that was the tumultuous season, fortunately for Tyrrell, in 1985, where they were disqualified from the entire championship. They were allowed to race,
Yes.
much like McLaren in 2007. They were excluded from the championship constructor-wise. They were still allowed to race, but it was due to the water. There was no refueling in those days. They found composites in the water, supposedly to aid the car and how the engine really worked. But they were accused of refueling during the race, which in 1985 was the first season it was banned until it was the ban was lifted, I believe, in 1994. And someone will have to correct me on that.
Well, you get to see the broad spectrum of shapes. You got the big airbox on the Surtees there, the kind of evolution of species in Formula One. We do have one of the Tyrrell 012s running, and I think that's Joe Macari's car. That's the Wolf Manufacturing entered car that Joe Macari is running. The 84 livery, of course, in the blue rather than the Benetton colours that they ran in 83. So I think it was Ian Simmons, unfortunately, who didn't get off the line. Hopefully he'll be able to take the start. That's chassis number 1, the Ian Simmons Tyrrell. So Michele Alboreto raced that car in period, and I think it may have also appeared in Formula 3000 in 1985, in that weird period of time where people were just experimenting with entering DFV F1 cars into early F3000.
Because why not? That's the simple question. That's the answer to the question. So Ayari in the Ligia JS21 takes his mark on the grid slot, but we start to see those make their way towards the grid now. It's Mark Harrison on pole position, Sahel Ayari in second place, Jamie Constable in third, Kato Kubota in fourth, Lauren Four in fifth place, with Marco Fumagalli in sixth, Marco Bianchini in seventh place. But everyone there, we've got someone waving their hand. It is our second place driver, Sahel Ayari, who seems to be in a little bit of trouble there. Has it stalled on the grid? He is still waving his arm. No, it's not Sahel. It's the car behind him that's waving in the air. I I think it
It
is
might be
actually.
Kubota.
It is Kubota. Yeah.
Ah,
So
no, it's the
start.
Theodore. I think maybe one driver is stalled and others have been signalling. I think that's what's going on there. But we may well have another formation lap here.
Yeah, we got the
Let's see if we
aborted
can.
start, didn't we? So yeah, who is it that's getting pushed? It is Ayari. It is Ayari that gets pushed. So and
Is
they're
it?
having trouble
Okay.
starting it. Yeah. So yeah, second place driver looks to be in a little bit of trouble here. So one thing we do know is the start has been aborted. We saw the yellow lights on the start line gantry indicating the start has been delayed. So we will have to wait and see when we get underway and how many cars we get to start with as well, because this is a 20-minute race. So it very much is our sprint race for the weekend. We do get to see these cars back out there, but because the start has been delayed, the team personnel can come back out onto the track and rework on the cars, because these cars, you can't just start them in the cockpit. You can't just turn a button. You just can't press a button and the car bursts into life. You do need these cars almost like they're on life support. You do need warm fluids running through them. You need them to start from team personnel behind the car, working on the gearbox as well. So yeah, that's the reason why the start's been delayed. So everyone can at least switch off the engines for now. You don't want these cars to be overheating.
Of course, that was, that old parlance of them being on life support. Maybe a bit less true in the 70s than the 2000s onwards. But I think there's a very good reason that for over 25 years now, in terms of proper historic racing, 1986 has been the cap, hasn't it? As long as you and I
Yes.
have been cognizant of historic motorsport, it has been 80s Formula One cars as the cap. Of course, there's Euroboss and then Boss GP that ran the newer machines, but in order to run those newer machines with any efficiency, you need a lot of force, a lot of personnel in your favour, and comparatively speaking, we see it's a little bit easier to run these wonderful DFV era cars. I think there's also a jolly good reason that you don't see many of the late 80s turbo cars out there as well, vis-a-vis reliability versus performance. One thing we did see there that was good news is that the Williams that we were missing from qualifying today is out on the pit apron at the moment. That should be the FW07B of Mark Hazel, the 1980 car, of course, that helped Williams towards its first ever constructors title. But actually, I grant you, we are on a long, long, long shot, but that looks like it could be Mark's other car. He has two. He has an FW07, but he also has an FW08C, which is the 1983 post-ground effect car. And maybe my eyes are deceiving me, but from this very, very far vantage point, it looks like it could actually be the FW08. It's rolling down now, so I'm going to see if I can suss it. Is that... Oh, I simply can't work it out from there. But...
well, on the entry, it is down as an FW08, so your eyes may not be deceiving you there. So
right, well, on
be,
my entry list, it was an FW07B, so I've been hoodwinked.
I'm just looking at the qualifying results, and it is down as an FW08.
Yes,
so,
it is.
Hey, look, we've got conflicts here. We'll be okay, don't we? Start delayed, as you can see there. The timer has now gone down to 18 minutes, so it'll be a slightly shortened race. But as the red lights come on, indicating how long we've got until we formation lap underway. So, as you said, Mark Hazel has been released from the pit lane, so he will be able to join at the back of the queue. So hopefully, enter the fray. But still, these cars, obviously, these are decades before Anti-Stall was ever even a thing, was ever even thought of. So it's a case of if you stall one of these things, that is it. Your race is pretty much over. So if you, at least the stall happened on the grid right before we were about to go racing, so that the start can be delayed, at which at that point team personnel can come and help you and get the car back restarted. The only problem with that is we've got less racing action, but as long as all cars make the start, you can make that race however long you like.
Yeah, hopefully we do get to see it. There is Joe Macari in the fabulous Litre 012 chassis. Of course, Macari is also running this weekend in a couple of other cars, including his fabulous Maserati MC12, the 2005 JMB liveried car. And while we've got F1 cars on the grid and we're waiting for anything to happen with them, we should probably note that it's Newey to Ferrari this weekend. Adrian Newey is running the Ferrari 430 GT2 that he actually raced at Le Mans back in 2008. And yeah, that's an interesting reunion of driver and car there. Adrian Newey, who shared it with Joe Macari back at that time, is back in the fray. In fact, it was 2007, wasn't it, the year that Adrian Newey raced Le Mans? But one of the great designers in Formula One, who will have no doubt been watching these cars as a boy and soaking in all of the innovations that came in, and then using them in his own work much later on. He's here this weekend, which is very, very exciting to see. Ayari getting a push start then as the 2-minute boards are shown. Let's hope that Sohail gets to start this race.
Let's hope indeed. And they get that, hopefully they do get that car kicked back into life so he can take his spot on the second grid spot. The team personnel had to vacate the track, so they got the car started in. The 30-second board goes up, so try once again for a formation lap then. It's very important, especially these cars with slicks as well, get the heat into the tyres and the brakes. The green flag waves then, so we go for our formation lap. A second attempt here at a formation lap. The line, yes, they have this time, so one's got clutch biting points absolutely spot on. None of the cars have decided to stall on the grid this time. So try once again, Adam, for a formation lap.
Yeah, the Tyrrell P34 is in the pits as well, so hopefully the six-wheeler gets out there. It's not the only six-wheeler out here this weekend in Estoril, because part of the F1 demo sessions, we've got Pierluigi Martini in one of the actual chassis from the time period, from the initial run of the P34 out on the circuit in the demos. I believe the demo will be part of tomorrow's broadcast, so hopefully you'll get a look at that car on the stream. But we'd love to see that P34 racing in the hands of its custodian Jonathan Holtzman in this one. But yes, take two on the formation lap, then getting temperature into the tyres, and let's hope for a clean start on this occasion. I'm very curious to see whether Ayari can convert that front row inside line to a lead in the early going. Of course, Ayari's resume in racing is incredibly strong. I'm equally intrigued to see the battle between Kubota and Constable there. I think they could have a very interesting scrap and potentially even get involved in the fight a little bit further forward and challenge the newer cars. Incidentally, I'm almost certain that Mark Hazel is now out in his FW08C. Doesn't have any side pods on the side of the car, so that would be the later vintage FW08C by my reckoning.
So drivers then making their way through the S's and then making their way around the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Second attempt at a race start. Just to remind you of the grid as we head into the first of the two races this weekend for pre-1986 F1 Classics GP. Mark Harrison in his Shadow DN9B will start on pole position. Sohail Ayari in second place in his Ligia JS21. Third place is Jamie Constable in a Lola Embassy T370. Fourth place is number 2, Katsu Kubota in a Lotus 72. Fifth place is Lauren Four in the Ensign. Sixth place is Marco Fumagalli in a Theodore TR1. Seventh place is Marco Bianchini in a Shadow DN8. Eighth place is Mark DeVries in a number 6 Lotus 78. We have Martin Bullock in a Williams FW06 in ninth place. Joe Macari rounding off the top 10 in the Tyrrell 012. Just waiting now for the cars to make their way onto their grid spots then. On the right of your picture, Mark Harrison on the left, Suhail Ayari, that is your front row then, and officials being pointing out for grid slots to just slightly further up, maybe slightly further across, but we've got the green flag waved at the back then. We are ready to go then. Here we go. 5 red lights are on. They go out very quickly. Here we go then. What are the starts like? It is a great start from Katsu Kubota, who moves his way into second place. Suhail Ayari gets slightly bogged down at the start, but there goes Marco Fumagalli up the inside in the 32 to, I think, take third place in this race then. So Fumagalli had a brilliant start in the Theodore TR1.
Yeah, very good start indeed, up to third place, but here comes Ayari. I didn't think it was going to take long somehow. He's got himself to the front of the order. Harrison is going to try and fight back in the 1979 spec Shadow DN9B, of course, the Ligier 4 years younger, the last of the DFV-powered Ligier machines before they went to Renault Turbo Motors. But Ayari, after that, let's call it a wobble on the initial attempt at a race start, is at the front of the order.
Absolutely, as we watch there, that's the 99, so that's the Lola Embassy. Jamie Constable has dropped a couple of positions there. I think he's down to 6th place there, and he might lose another one here as we head away down in towards Aurelia. But our leaders now making their way through in towards Gansho, and wow, Suhail Ayari is not hanging around, is he? He's absolutely going for this in these early stages right now. As we see the field file their way through, someone going slightly wide there in towards the first part of Gansho. Fumagalli, what a start from Marco, moving himself up into third place in that Theodore TR1. Absolutely got the start right then, down the inside and jumping himself up into third from 6th place on the grid.
So Fumagalli in third position is the leading of the pre-79 cars, but not for much longer, because here comes Katsu Kubota looking to the inside. Can't get it done on that occasion. Also involved with that battle is the Laurent Fort machine. That's the number 14 car, now splitting the two slightly older cars. Laurent Fort in his M-Sign MN181B. Fort finished runner-up in this race or in one of these races in 2022 in the Classic GP category. But it is the 14 car currently on the back of Fumagalli, and the Theodore Racing driver, or Theodore Racing owner driver, under some pressure here from two very decorated historic racers. The 14 gets through, and Kubota, no, not quite. The nose firmly cut off the Lotus 72 there.
Yeah, just slightly there, but both are battling again. But there is Kubota again, trying to look down the inside, goes back to the racing line as he realises that there's no way through there right now. Right behind them, Jamie Constable as well is looking to try and find his way through there. Lola Embassy as we make our way through in towards Gansho here. So Katsu Kubota has to be careful here, because yes, he's going for an attack on Fumagalli at this point, but he's got to be very careful with the likes of Jamie Constable and Mark DeVries behind.
Yeah, definitely DeVries, of course, in his Lotus 78 closing in. There is the Williams, the number 34. I thought I saw on the side of that, but it should, yes, it is Hazel's number 34 entry making its way forward as well. The Theodore might be getting dispatched here. Yes, Kubota's gotten through, and here comes the Embassy as well. Now this is the battle I expected to have happen between Kubota and Constable. Both drivers had, shall we say, differing starts. Kubota got a very good start. Constable got swallowed up a little bit, but now these two cars leading Class A for the pre-79 cars. Class B is the newer machinery, and that battle, I suspect, is going to ramp up and continue on all the way to the flag.
Absolutely so. Let's start to break away now for those two. Kubota and Constable now can try and break away from Fumagalli, and maybe there's a chance of them trying to close down on Laurent Fort in the end sign there. at this stage, but we have 13 and a half minutes just over left of this race to run. There is that Lotus 78 of Mark de Vries. Then he's looking, he has to go for a move around the outside, going in towards Aurelia if he wants that move to stick, but no way through. Then Mark Hazel defends that inside line and makes it difficult right now, heading our way through in towards Aurelia. Head our way in towards Gancho. There's Katsu Kubota, who's trying to see if he can goes down on Lauren Fort in these opening stages. Jeremy Constable not too far behind. At the same breath, though, Mark Hazel is up into 7th place, having started, I believe, from the pack of the field. Of course, he missed the first start, got to join on to the second one, and has made good time with it as well in 7th place.
Yeah, you see him there pulling out of the slipstream, trying to forge his own path down to the first corner. I think the Theodore just ahead of him slightly struggling a little bit for straight line relative to some of the cars around it. And sure enough, Hazel gets through and up into 6th position. It is indeed the 83 spec FW08C that he is driving. And great to see him out there and running in the same car he raced indeed in 2023 here at the Esteril Classics. But here is the 379 battle, the Class A battle, Kubota versus Constable. And as you said, I feel like Laurent Fort, whether he wants to be involved in the battle or not, he might well end up being a third party in that class leading scrap.
I think you're right here. Kubota closing on Fort in these stages now with less than 12 minutes left to run. Jamie Constable keeping close company as well as we head away now towards Aurelia. Moves happening behind them as well, as that is Fumagalli having to defend from Mark de Vries at this point. Is looking to try and find a way through in his Lotus 78, then through in towards Gancho we go then. There is Katsu Kubota. How he will go. Is there a way past Lauren Fort? Well, he has to worry about Jamie Constable for the time being through the S's here. As Jamie Constable in his Lola Embassy through in towards that final corner at Parabolica Ayrton Senna might be able to pick up a little bit of a tow here from Katsu Kubota, a little bit of slipstream to benefit from as we make our way down the start finish straight. Is this a chance then for Jamie Constable to try and make our way through? I think Katsu Kubota just has the straight line speed advantage at this point, but here's the Lotus 78 of Mark de Vries looking to move down the inside of Fumagalli, and Fumagalli, for his great start there, unfortunately is starting to fall down the field in his Theodore TR1.
Yeah, I love Fumagalli, great personality. Is a serial collector of Vespers in addition to a couple of Formula One cars. He also owns a 1994 Jordan, but of course this car is a really interesting machine that was crashed in testing by Keke Rosberg. Rosberg drove another of the TR1s to victory in the horrible rain at Silverstone in the non-championship international trophy. But it is a very interesting piece of kit, and great to see it being run by someone as enthusiastic about all things motorised as Fumagalli. But yeah, he has fallen back through the order. Joe Macari is just behind him in that wonderful Tyrrell 012.
Yeah, that should be a good battle as well, as Joe Macari will try and find a way through. Not too far behind them either is Martin Bullock and that Williams FW06. As powering out of the way out of Gancho and make way through the S's towards Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Well, we haven't seen a lot of him since the opening lap, but Ayari leads the way. But there is that beautiful Tyrrell P34. Jonathan Holtzman gets the absolute pleasure of driving that one then. Six-wheeler its way through in towards Gancho. Back on the power we go. And well, when it was first launched, I was reading up, everyone thought it was a publicity stunt. All the journalists, all the photographers that turned up to the unveiling, it had a shroud over it that made it look like it had 4 wheels, and it was unveiled. Later, the 2 extra wheels were unveiled to the crowd, and everyone thought it was a joke, some sort of publicity stunt. Took to the track for the first time, people realised, no, this is the car. It has 6 wheels.
Very interesting concept, isn't it? The P34, and it would have been very like Ken Tyrrell, I suspect, to launch the car on April Fool's Day, just to really throw the cat among the pigeons. But that sadly wouldn't have been possible with the calendar. Ayari, almost a dozen seconds clear already at the front of the order. We know how fast this man is, but qualifying, as you said, it looks super close. But in the race, Sahel has just really turned the wick up on this car, and he's gone flying.
There's yellow flags at turn 1, we're just being advised there. I believe it's a single yellow for the time being, but Sahel Ayari makes his way across the line. Just over 8 minutes of the race left to run, and as you say, 12 seconds clear now. He is of Mark Harrison in that Shadow DNB DN9. Makes his way through that. That is a spinner there. I just saw the top of that.
Yeah, that's Brightmeyer in the McLaren M26, unfortunately, that has had a moment. He was running at the back of the order anyway, but unfortunately having a spin has been a little bit off the pace. Hopefully he can get the car restarted, but we are now under safety car conditions with 7.5 minutes left to go. The safety car is out, so Ayari's hard work is going to be consigned to nothing. And, well, question is now, will we get this race underway? I suspect we will. The question is, how much of it will we have left? This is going to be very interesting, and especially if you're a Kubota or a Constable driver with, you know, such huge historic racing experience, this could be your opportunity to really do some upward movement in the last lap or two, however many we get.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately there is Olivier Breitmeyer's McLaren M26 that's left stranded there at turn 1. Olivier has since got out of the car. A bit empty, so it's just a case of needing to recover the car. And it's right at turn 1, it's right in the firing line. So understandable that the safety car needs to be deployed so that the car can be recovered. I can't imagine we're going to have many laps left after this. Once the field has been caught up once they've been picked up by the safety car, we're going to have a long left in this race, perhaps 2 minutes, which might be about 2 laps, but we'll have to wait and see. The first order of business is to pick up our race leader in Ayari in the Ligier JS21.
Yeah, let's see how this all stacks up then. Of course, the race control will be doing everything possible to make sure that this race resumes. Ayari driving the car that Raoul Bussel drove in 1983, that particular Ligier JS21, which was actually built from a JS19 chassis, the predecessor. Best finish of 7th in the World Championship at the famed Long Beach Street Circuit, but also finished 5th at Brands Hatch in the Race of Champions. It's fair to say, though, that it's gained some more trophies and some more valour in its historic career with Ayari at the wheel. Of course, Sahel's business is in restoration. He's looked after a couple of customers. Ligier F1 cars in particular seems to be something of a specialist segment for the 26 driver, Sahel Ayari. And yeah, I mean, I would trust someone of his caliber with an F1 car if I was in such a privileged position. But Harrison in second place. Can he challenge in the shadow? A few of those shadows from that era of Formula One ended up running in Can-Am and Interserie with the crazy added bodywork to make it technically a sports car. And while of course it makes perfect sense that so many of those cars have been reverted to original spec, part of me does wish that we still had some of that craziness around in the modern day. Unfortunately, a lot of evidence of those days of buying a car from the back of a Formula One team, turning it into something else for the purposes of a sports car championship like Can-Am or Interserie. Any non-photographic evidence of that era is long gone.
Absolutely. And safety car just makes its way around the final corner. And we'll have to see how much time we will have left to play with and how long Ayari will have to hold on to his lead. And just more on that Ligier JS21, he has a bit more history about the car in general, really, which was in 1983. That was the first season for Ligier in Formula One where they failed to score a single point. And it was that, from that point onwards, Guy Ligier secured the use of the Renault V6 turbo engines from 1984. So it's not necessarily the final straw, but for Ligier, it was a low point. But as you say, with Ayari behind the wheel, Sahil Ayari behind the wheel, it's definitely had a renaissance period.
Definitely the case, and it's so interesting. You know, I know obviously historic racing, the cars are very much the stars, but I think it's always so interesting the different approaches people take, you know, on their way into something like a historic Formula One car. You've got guys like Stuart Hall, who of course had the fabulous performances at the Monaco Historic this year and in years previous as well. An Aston Martin factory driver. Then you've got the guys like Padmore and Jamie Constable, who've really excelled in historic racing specifically. Everyone seems to come at it at a slightly different angle. Now Ayari has dropped away from the safety car. I thought the lights might still be on. I couldn't quite tell, but hopefully they go out. They are still on at the moment. 2 minutes and 5 to go. We want those lights out as soon as possible to have any shot here of getting one last racing lap in.
Yeah, race control has said the safety car will be in this lap, so it's just a case of the lights will go off eventually, at least hopefully they will, and it will be a case of Sahil Ayari will take over the pace, become the de facto safety car. At a certain point on the track there that bunching up a little bit, going through in towards Gancho then, and hopefully they will sort themselves out before we go racing then. But they'll make their way now through in towards the S's, and look at Ayari backing up the pack. It's got to be a consistent and predictable pace, but he makes his way through in towards the S's now, and he'll make his way through in towards Parabolica Ayrton Senna. It's safe to say he's gone for it now, and that's a massive gap he's left behind him there. As drivers now make their way through, across the line we go, and with 65 seconds on the clock, we've got one more lap worth of racing.
But critically, a lot of overtaking has happened there before the line. Harrison has dropped down to 5th position from 2nd. I'm not sure that's going to be looked upon terribly fondly. But Harrison is down to 5th place. Hazel, meanwhile, is up to P3 in his Williams. So from the rear of the grid to a podium potentially here for the driver of the FW8.
I think there's going to be a magnifying glass on this race, that's for sure. We'll see as they make their way through into the P, as Sahil Ayari tries to power away from the rest of the field then on what is and what should be the final lap of this race then, as he makes his way now down in towards Gancho here. He had a plus 12 second lead as we made our way through. Sorry, this is the Parabolic Interior. Much later in that. But there we go. Now heading our way towards Aurelia, where he had a 12-second lead, 12-second plus lead over the rest of the field before the safety car was deployed. It wasn't a fact of if, it was a fact of when he crossed the line, but he's still pushing it, getting sideways there on the entrance in towards turn 8 there. Through towards Gancho we go. He'll get back onto the power now. The naturally aspirated engine underneath him that powers him through then, that Cosworth V8 making its way through in towards the final corner of Parabolica Ayrton Senna. He'll make his way now towards the line with the checkered flag raised and at the ready. It is the checkered flag then for Sahil Ayari, who takes the victory in the Ligier JS21, who will finish second behind him in a race that will probably be looked at afterwards. It's going to be Laurent Fort in that ensign. Third place across the line is going to be Katsu Kubota, who also takes the victory in the Class A ranking of the earlier age of cars. But a hectic end to that race, Adam. No doubt there's going to be a couple more magnifying glasses on that safety car restart. But for now, it's Sahil Ayari who takes the victory.
Yeah, I don't think that's in question, but I just wonder if Harrison maybe had something like a gear selection issue, that he was so far off the rear of Ayari as we restarted, and then perhaps everyone else kind of made their way around him thinking he was done for the race. But nonetheless, I'm sure the bones will get picked apart on that front. Ayari, though, will be heading to the top step of the podium, will be heading to park underneath the podium. And he's taken his glove off to wave. Oh, he has got his glove still on. It's just almost skin-coloured in the palm. But yes, he's waving to the fans, and once again finding himself having a great weekend here at the Circuito Estoril. The Ligier JS21 racking up accolades with Ayari at the wheel. It's not an Ayari-owned car. He drives it on behalf of the car owner, who has several of the Ligier Formula One machines, but Ayari and his crew make this happen, make this car function, and they really do, start issues notwithstanding, they do really seem to have had a really transformative effect on the car. I think they've developed it very well indeed over its time with Ayari, but you know, a driver of his resume, a driver of his caliber, is always going to be tough to beat, especially when he's got one of the newest cars on the grid.
That too as well, yeah, 12-second plus lead he had before the safety car was deployed for that spin that Breitmeyer had at turn 1. Doesn't let that phase him. He takes the victory here for the first race of 2 of the weekend of the pre-1986 Classic F1 Classic GP Racing Series. Fair to say he's happy with that one then. Well, I'm pretty sure I said this last year. While the JS21 didn't have any much success in period, modern day, its renaissance continues at the hands of Sahil Ayari. Katsu Kubota then there in third place, just behind that Lotus 72. Hugs all round then for Ayari.
Great GT racer going back just over 10 years ago, and had a very strong career prior to dipping into the world of historics and race car preparation, as well as race car driving, and he has been very impressive. Here at Estoril in particular, it does seem to be a happy hunting ground. Even when things have gone wrong, and they did go wrong in the pre-race today, he still finds a way to make it work.
He does indeed. And yeah, Laurent Fort in second place, Katsu Kubota rounding off the top 3. And we don't really have a lot of time for waiting there, because the 60s Endurance machines are already making their way out onto the circuit as we speak. So yeah, it should be a good one there. I believe we've got 40 cars that have clocked up now, which is brilliant to see for this 2-hour race. So plenty to get stuck into as we head into this one. Lots of Shelby Cobras, lots of Jaguar E-types, quite a few Lotus Elans.
So well, you last year 1 year, and you enjoyed so much that you repeated it this year.
Yeah, I love this event, and I love this track. It's a true old track like Formula One was. This kind of Formula One was running on this track, and I'm so happy to put back this Formula One on the same track. And I have so much pleasure on the to driving on the track, and here is good. Now in France is 5 degrees, so I'm happy to be here.
Okay, great. And but in the start you had not a very good start. You lost some positions, but then you recovered.
I have a very bad start, you want to say? Yeah, I missed the start, but then I overtake, and the car was fast, and so I did the job. That's it.
And what were your feelings when the safety car came into the track and all the pack was together again?
The thing is, we have not a very powerful engine, and we are very slow on the straight, so we lose more than 20 kil, 25 kil. So safety car I don't like so much, because if the other are behind me with 25 km more, they overtake me 2, 3, 5, 4 car on the straight. So because we have a good chassis, it was possible to stay in front. But with the safety car, I have to make a very good start, and I did it. So it was good.
And for tomorrow, do you think you can repeat this success?
I hope. You never know. And tomorrow is raining, so I'm sure it's going to be a hard and big tough.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations go to the podium. Celebrate.
So Sahil Ayari then taking the victory, the first victory of the weekend then in this pre-1986 F1 Classic GP. He struggled off the start, but boy, did he make up for it with a move down in towards the third turn then. And made his way through then. We got some great battle as well from Marco Fumagalli, who made his way up into third place and managed to hold his own out there. But unfortunately for him, his race started to unravel as more and more cars managed to find their way through. One of them, of course, being the number 34 of Mark Hazel, who down the inside there. But Sahil Ayari, even with the safety car, was able to pull away from the rest of the field. It was a day to remember for Sahil Ayari, who takes the first win out of 2 the Classic GP.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
So cars are lined up on the grid then for our 60s Endurance. The 2-hour race awaits us as drivers have made their way to the grid, surrounded by team personnel. And it's a Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe that's on pole position. Erwin France with a 1 minute 57.588. Jonathan Mitchell in second place in the Jaguar E-Type. And then around the second row of the grid, Benjamin Monet in a Shelby Cobra 289. Alongside him is the 369 Erzbeck and Patrick Simon in the Shelby Cobra 289. Good day if you're driving a Shelby, because fifth place though is the 21 machine, the Lotus 15, Michael Birch and Luke Stevens, with Olivier Gallon in the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe in 7th place. Maxime Guénon and Ivan May share the Shelby Cobra 289 in 8th place. 7th place goes the way of Armand Mila and Yves Stimama, also in Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. 9th place, Matthew Holm and Andrew Jordan share the Chevrolet Corvette C2. And rounding off the top 10, Olivier and Emile Breitmeyer in a Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. Lots of Shelbys, a wealth of Jaguars, a TVR, a Lotus, and a Shelby Mustang, and an Austin Healey thrown in for good measure as well. Adam, we've got a great mixture of cars out here. It's a great 2-hour endurance that awaits us.
Yeah, they'll be running toward the dusk here today in the 60s Endurance category. So many big names there as you went through that grid. Drivers like Patrick Simon, of course, Andrew Jordan, former British Touring Car champion. There are some serious hot shoes down the grid. Ryan Hooker, former British GT driver as well. Nigel Greensall is back with John Emberson this time. For his second race of the day, Nigel Greensall. They are, however, in a Morgan SLR, which is one of the cars in the GT3 class of this field. Not GT3, of course, in the modern sense. It's just how they've named the various different classes and engine capacity groups. But that will be a front runner, at least within class. It won't, however, despite Nigel's prowess at the wheel, be a factor in the overall contendership, because it is the big muscular cars that are going to be fighting it out for the overall honours. With that said, though, Michael Birch and Luke Stevens, of course, in that little Lotus 15 is going to give the Cobras some grief around the twisties.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, coming into qualifying, I mean, at the bottom of the grid, there are quite a few cars that had lap times deleted due to track limits. One of them had the 116, which was Damon Curler and Maverick, had all their lap times deleted due to track limits, and car number 90 had all of their lap time, or best lap time deleted, I should say, for causing a collision. So that's Carlos Cruz there, who starts in 24th place. So best time deleted for Carlos Cruz for causing a collision. Now, we have Shelby Cobra on pole, Shelby Cobra's on the second row, a Jaguar E-Type on the second place grid slot, and plenty of classes to get absolutely stuck into. 40 cars expected to take this start then. That's just behind the pace car right now, but headlights already on for some of the drivers, eager to get underway. But also, as you rightly said, Adam, dusk is upon us and will be upon us at some point in this race. Battle with the low sunlight, although with the cloud cover, perhaps that might not be such an issue this evening.
Possibly not. I've just been fighting a dead leg in the commentary box over the last 60 seconds or so. I don't know how the drivers doing 4 races a day quite manage it.
Did you win by any chance?
But some fabulous shapes here. Of course, you've mentioned that it's Cobra's knee types, isn't it? The 2 orders of the day down the field. But great to see some variety there. That Corvette in the hands of Holm and Jordan, I think that's going to be a very interesting car to watch. Of course, that's one of the cars that Jordan Racing Team themselves, Mike, Andrew and the crew, have refettled. I suspect that car's going to be well up there in the top 10 towards the end of the race, starting from 9th on the grid, of course. Be curious to see whether the Bizzarinis and any of the other Jags can make their way through the order, of course, but it's upholding Jaguar honour on the front row of the grid. It is Jonathan Mitchell, isn't it, in his 1965 3.8 E-Type straight 6 motor versus 4.7 litre 289 cubic inch V8 down to the first corner, and it is going to be a wall of thunder as they roll towards the start of this 2-hour race. It's going to get pretty complicated at junctures, I'm sure, with the pit windows doing their thing, but this is going to be quite the ride.
Yes, it is indeed. Pace car pulls off exit stage right out of the pit lane, and it leaves Francis Mitchell to lead the pack then onwards towards the start finish line with the array of headlights heading our way down the start-finish straight. Then we will be underway then. Green flag waves. We are underway now, and almost instantly Birch in the 21 tries to move to the inside, but look at our two leaders of France and Mitchell. France has the inside line heading away in towards the first corner here. As well for the number 21 then of Birch trying to get a move up the inside. That's Michael Birch in the Lotus 15. It was up into third place the last time we saw them there going in towards the first corner. It's dropped down to fourth now, but look at this battle for the lead there as the 571 of Jonathan Mitchell up the inside to take over the lead, at least for now, from Erwin France.
Okay, so it is the E-Type that has reigned supreme up against the, numerous Detroit muscle at the front of the order. An interesting start to this race then, and Mitchell, who is racing all sorts of stuff on a historic basis in motorsport, of course, even GT3 cars, is under a lot of pressure from Erwin France in the early going in that very imposing Daytona. Another one of the Daytonas there having a bit of a moment. That was the number 6 car of Olivier Galland. He needs to try and settle his head. He's set to drive solo, so he's going to do this entire race on his own. He doesn't want to give himself any damage or any undue grief in the first lap of the race.
Not ideally, no, but Armand Miller, I think that is in the number 3, getting some moves done as well as we head away in towards Gancho here. And that good start that Michael Birch had starting to unwind a little bit as some of that muscle manages to get itself known to the race, as our top 3 have started to break away. Monet then in number 31. That's Benjamin Monet in that Shelby Cobra, has managed to stick with the leading 2 now as they make their way around the Parabolica Ayrton Senna on towards the start-finish straight then. As we make our way towards the line, once again, these top 2 are just going to be squabbling away. At the moment, it's advantage Erwin France after the first lap worth of racing. But look at this then. Here goes the 571 of Jonathan Mitchell, having a look up the inside, perhaps just filling the mirrors for now in that battle for the lead.
Great racing between France and Mitchell, 1-2 at the front of the order. And as you said, it does rather give off the impression that this race is going to be tit for tat for a long time. There is just one pit window in this race, but it's a very long one. The middle half hour of the race, effectively, with 45 minutes of the race completed. The window will open for half an hour, and long pit stops here as well. 5 minutes. Plus the pit lane in-out time. So 5 minutes stationary effectively for everybody during this race. So that pit window is going to be a real shuffle of the deck. But for now, Mitchell, of course, is running in the GT4 class per the parlance of the Sixties Endurance category. He doesn't have the power that the Shelby Cobra has, but the Agile E-Type and, of course, its very slippery shape, it's more than a good enough package to take the fight to the Daytonas here at Circuit Estoril.
What we have to remember here for Jonathan Mitchell is he's not in the same class as Erwin France, but as soon as you tell that to a driver, they'll conveniently not hear you. It's a battle for the overall lead. Of course, Jonathan Mitchell is going to throw everything at it to try and get in front. He is still leading his class, by the way, so it's just something to keep in the back of his mind, I'm sure, as we make our way through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and he closes right up to the back then of Erwin France as we make our way through the final corner for the second time worth of asking. Is he able to draw alongside, or is that going to be Erwin France who could unleash the horses then down the start of the straight, start to pull away from the Jaguar E-Type, then making a way down towards the first corner? It is exactly that, Erwin France able to hold on to that position. Meanwhile, I think behind them, that's Maxime Guénon, who's looking for a move to try and find a way past Armand Miller in that Shelby Cobra down towards turn 1. It was about less than 2/10 back at the start-finish line, but it has stayed Miller ahead of Guénon, so looks like it stayed put as it is. But watching on then for the battle for the overall lead, once again, it is a case of Jonathan Mitchell trying to find moves around the outside, but he just cannot find a way past Erwin France.
Yeah, great battling at the moment. The big car with the 16 on the back, it is entered as the number 70, hence it's got some hasty tape covering the number at this juncture. But really interesting to see these two cars going head-to-head again, rather differing in their philosophy. But the Daytona-shaped cars, the coupe versions of the Cobras, I think just some of the most beautiful cars of the 1960s, and always great to see them running so sharply. Of course, the original cars, very few of them, but quite a few manufacturers such as the Jelsko company creating FIA-approved recreations of the cars, and a lot of the E-types as well, of course, are cars that have been built up from road chassis in subsequent years. Some incredibly well-sorted cars in the 60s GT scene in historic racing. Let's see if that little AC Cobra can't join the battle as well. Monet looking fast as the top two are right with each other down the main straight.
Indeed, and Jonathan Mitchell trying to find a way past France at this point as we make our way down in towards the first corner, as France there braking later of the two and making his way through in towards the first corner. Does that minimize his exit a little bit? It might do. Jonathan Mitchell still right on the back as we head our way through in towards turn 2, and a little bit of a power slide there as well, just for good measure for Erwin France as we make our way through in towards Lamy then. How are we going? Once again, the Jaguar so good at sort of getting through its paces, getting through the revs here at these medium to slow speed corners. Again, back on the power we go, able to close up slightly to the Shelby Cobra of Erwin France. But then as we start to really get through the revs, you see that Erwin France able to really open up that gap as we make our way now down towards the Parabolica interior.
Yeah, Mitchell really got dropped there through that section. It feels like more of a role reversal of what you'd expect on paper, isn't it? Because the slippery Jag does seem to be just as quick, if not slightly quicker, at least in the toe of the Cobra down the main straight. It's interesting. I wasn't necessarily expecting the E-Type to be quite on that level, but it's running well here. Third place, Benjamin Monet, still within 4 seconds of the race lead as well. Some yellow flags are deployed down at turn 6. That is the Parabolica interior, but they have now been retracted by the looks of it, so there may have been a momentary issue for somebody. Still running in 4th place is the Lotus 15 of Birch, the number 21 car. Now that's quite a special car, actually, the Michael Birch entry. Luke Stevens as well. An ex-Graham Hill machine, the third of the Lotus 15s that were built by the factory, and in 1958 Graham Hill was tasked with driving it on several occasions, and great history also including David Piper for that specific chassis. So a very interesting car running P4 at the moment.
Yeah, and at the hands of Michael Birch, who had that great start, momentarily got himself up into 3rd place with that start, but started to struggle a little bit as the opening lap started to unfold. There is Michael Birch, as he's being closed in at the moment by the number 51, Maxime Guénon, as we make our way out of Pedro Lamy corner. Shelby Cobra 289 from 1963. There again is our overall lead battle. Both of these two are class leaders. Erwin France leads GT5, Jonathan Mitchell leads GT4. We've got GT2, which is led at the moment by 17th overall number 50, which is, I think that's Steven Jobstel behind the wheel. Is it? No, it's not. It's Willis who's behind the wheel of the machine right now. Andy Willis currently leads GT2. GT3 is led by, well, you couldn't have guessed it, could you, Adam? Number 57 leads GT3. Who's behind 57? Oh, it's John Emberson.
Emberson in his first race of the day, but of course he is the teammate to Nigel Greensall, and therefore we expect him to be right up there, and we'll see him a couple of more times, well, one more time tonight as well in his Corvette. There is the beautiful Lotus 15. running well in the top positions. Just to say, of course, you said the GT2 leader, the Lotus Elan of Andy Willis. Hardly a surprise with him at the wheel that the car is so far up, but 17th overall ahead of E-Types and Cobras, and also some 20 seconds clear already of anyone else in that GT2 class. So Willis is really pushing on in his little Elan a little bit further back in the field.
Yes, he is. Yellow flags. In fact, it's a dull yellow at turn 6, parabolic interior. So he's had maybe a little bit of a moment down there. That one. But at the moment, though, France does still lead the way. He was 4 tenths clear over the line ahead of Jonathan Mitchell. It's a windscreen wiper fluttering in the air for the number 46, and that's Bizzarini, the 5 GT from 1965. And it's Hischer who's behind the wheel of the Bizzarini, so that's Volker Hischer. Finds his way through there. There's our battle once again for the overall lead, and it is Jonathan Mitchell who has the fastest lap of the race, but look at fastest laps up and down the field. It's not by much. Erwin France lapped a tenth of a lap slower on that last occasion. It's Michael Birch who has lapped within 1/100th of a second of Jonathan Mitchell. So it's very close up the top of the order.
Yeah, that little Lotus could certainly be a contender for overall honours here. The only car running in the SP3 classification for lightweight sports prototypes. Again, we've got a yellow flag this time at turn 3, which is the Lamy bend, so hopefully that is retracted before too long. Here comes Mitchell again, closing in on the back of Erwin France. A couple of laps ago it looked like maybe the Jaguar was just starting to fade a little bit, but this time it's hot on the heels of the leading Cobra.
Yes, indeed, as we make our way down the start-finish straight, we've seen this before, a flash of the... Oh no, the lights have been turned on now for Jonathan Mitchell, perhaps filling the mirrors of Erwin France in with those yellowy tinted headlights then down in towards the first corner. But Erwin France to keep himself ahead at this moment in time, and it's coming up to the yellow flag zone as we speak then. So this is in towards Lamy. Now if this is the case, they won't be it yet. So Erwin France spotted that, and we've gone full course yellow now. So we have neutralised the race, so all the drivers have to stick to a certain speed, and that's the reason why. That's Carlos Cruz, who's found himself off into the gravel in the Jaguar E-Type.
Yeah, so a pause in the race then, and full course yellow conditions. That will take a moment, but again, there is a good recovery crew down there, usually at turn 3, because they rather expect that gravel to be utilised on a couple of occasions here at Estoril, and we should be back underway before long. It's going to be very interesting when the race does resume now. Because, of course, France has the Elan and the MGB there just ahead of him. That's going to be a bit of an obstacle for the race leader, and it could be an opportunity for Mitchell to capitalise, and even Monet as well.
Absolutely. It's a case of these drivers are now going to be having their eyes firmly fixed on those flags, on those digital lights as well, the digital flags to tell them when they can go racing again, because with full course yellow, we will go straight to green flag and we'll be straight back into racing action. So the drivers won't be picked up by a safety car here. They'll have to keep to a pace, keep to a speed rather. Once we see green flags again, then they can go racing, then they can go overtaking. And only at that point can Erwin France attempt to find his way through the field, with Jonathan Mitchell right on his heels though. So it should be a pretty interesting restart when it all comes to it. And just behind them as well is that 31 machine of Benjamin Monet in the Shelby Cobra. So they've got good company with them on this restart when it does happen.
Yeah, well, strictly speaking, to my understanding, under full course yellow, they shouldn't quite be bunching up like this. We're going to have to see how this one plays out. So an hour and 45 minutes left to go. Will we go to safety car, or will we just resume off an FCY? We'll have to wait and see. But certainly, Monet, who was some 5 seconds off the lead, is now a lot closer. And in fact, the top 5 are basically running together. So I feel like Erwin France might have something to say about that.
He might do indeed, but there's nothing he can do about it as long as he keeps to his own speed. There's nothing more he can do. Down the start for the straight we go to start lap number 8. This 2-hour endurance. The little bit of lappery you see is pulled to the right-hand side of the track, just in case we go green flag racing, and then they're already pulled to one side for the leaders to make their way through. So heading down towards the first corner then, doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but we start to see the headlights turn on. So dusk will be upon us very shortly, but also for these drivers as well, it's a case of using the lights to indicate to the bits of lappery as well where you are out on circuit. When it comes to endurance races like this, it's the responsibility of the faster cars to get past the bit of lappery safely. So you're told in these sorts of endurance briefings, if you are in a lower category and there is going to be faster cars making their way through, be predictable. That's all you can do. Stay to your racing line and let the faster cars pass you.
Yeah, no, exactly right. It's not so much. It's a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? It's always keep your line, but what that really means is don't make any sudden movements. If you're offline already, don't swerve back into the traditional racing line just to do it. Some people get a bit confused in those traffic situations, but it's so hard to manage, isn't it? Because I feel like everybody has their own philosophy to an extent, and certain drivers in the heat of the moment have expectations of a back marker that perhaps aren't that realistic. Get out of my way, I'm in a fight, but that's not quite how it works. In actuality, of course, everyone here racing, and indeed we are racing, and as expected, Erwin France has been caught up a little bit there by the Lotus Elan, not so much so that it's going to give Mitchell an immediate chance to challenge, but he's right on the bumper, and look at that, top 5 now split by what? Maybe 1.5 to 2 seconds as they come through towards the Gaucho corner. This is suddenly going to be an absolute dogfight, lest we forget that Birch in the Little Lotus 15 was matching leader's pace prior to the full course yellow, so expect that Little Lotus 15, particularly through the twisties, to start making an impact.
Yeah, and as well as that, you said Benjamin Monet has really caught up to the lead battle here as we make our way through in towards the final corner at Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Shout for Michael Birch as well. We've already alluded to how he is on pace with our leaders right now. As we make our way onwards then to the start-finish line, Michael Birch pulls out to the right-hand side, but he hasn't quite got the speed he wanted there to try and make a move stick. Jonathan Mitchell closing on Erwin France, that is, we make our way down towards the first corner. Well, I said he didn't have the straight line speed, but he does have the stopping power, and Michael Birch dives down the inside of Benjamin Monet to take third place.
Great move. Here we go then. The racing is really on at the front of the order. 4 different types of car. 2 of them, of course, are Cobras. One of them wearing the Daytona aero on the car. The Mitchell machine, though, the Jaguar E-Type, has been making life so difficult for Erwin France all day long so far. I rather suspect, though, he's going to have a taste of his own medicine coming right up, because here comes Michael Birch in the Little Lotus 15, looking to be a bit of a spoiler. And look at it in a straight line. That car's not bad at all. And under braking, it's magnificent. Birch up to second position. Oh, but he drifts a bit too wide there at Parabolica Interior. That might even lose him places now. Bit too good to be true, that late braking from Birch. He may well just about retain third. Yes, he does, but momentarily had a sniff of second place.
Yeah, he did, and we saw the little bit of a lock-up there going in towards the braking zone of Parabolica Interior. He just left his braking slightly too late, but he knew he had to release the brakes there in order not to completely destroy the tyres and leave us flat spotting. These tyres aren't durable. They can't take multiple lockups again and again and again. So he's got to be careful on that front. So he had to release the brakes slightly there to stop the locking, but also to try and help slow the car down. Because if the brake's locked, you're not actually slowing down whatsoever. Much less than if you actually let the brake do its work and not locked up. Yeah, it cost him a little bit of time there, a little bit of momentum. And just for a minute there, you had Benjamin Monet on the back of him. Also, as well, you had Maxime Guénon on the back as well, who's battle for third place. Guénon looking for a move around the outside in towards the first corner. Nothing doing there, but mistake from Michael Birch has cost him at least 2 seconds there.
Loving the Ferrari F1 helmet on Birch as well. Good stuff from him. And yeah, that battle for third place looking interesting now. The top two have broken away just slightly. And I tell you what, Jonathan Mitchell is insatiable, isn't he, at this stage of the race? He's just really hassling Owen France, who has been seesawing at that wheel, trying to make it work this entire race so far. And both cars clearly very well suited to this Estoril circuit. In qualifying, they were split by just over 1/10 of a second. And again, we're seeing it, how evenly matched these two cars are in race trim as well.
We are indeed. And I love it when the qualifying gives you the preview to say, look, these cars, these drivers are close together. They're going to be close together on track. And great to see Owen France and Jonathan Mitchell do battle out on track in these early stages. We're 24 minutes away from the pit window opening. Still Owen France who leads the way ahead of Jonathan Mitchell. Jonathan Mitchell himself is leading Class GT4. Third place is Michael Birch. Fourth place is the 31 machine of Benjamin Monet. Fifth place is the number 51 machine of Maxime Guénon. Sixth place overall is the number 3 of Armand Miller. Seventh place is the number 6th place machine. That's Olivier Galland in the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. As we watch on once again as the Jaguar E-Type of Jonathan Mitchell tries to find a way past the Shelby Cobra Daytona of Erwin France. The Daytona has the straight line speed just about. Brakes then, and through the corners, the Jaguar looks like it's the better shape, but we've seen this before. We've seen this twice before this weekend already. The car that has the better straight line speed, but not necessarily the cornering ability of the car behind, is able to stay ahead purely because of how much time you spend on full throttle here.
Absolutely right. As you said, the pit window is closing in. It'll be intriguing to see what the solo drivers, and of course both of the drivers scrapping here are soloists. Owen France, Jonathan Mitchell both doing this race alone. When will they choose to make that pit stop? 5 minutes after this battle, after this adrenaline that they'll have been experiencing so far in the race, and indeed, I suspect right up until the pit window. I mean, it's going to be agony, hasn't it? Waiting for 5 minutes in the pit stop in the middle of this 2-hour race. They're both going to be chomping on the bit.
They absolutely are. And I mentioned earlier in today's podcast about fatigue, and I spoke about it about a 50-minute race. When you're looking at a 2-hour race as a solo driver, as we have yellows at turn 4, that's curve of VIP. When you have 2 hours of this as a solo driver, fatigue will start to become a factor. These cars that you need to work hard to keep these cars not only facing the right way, but also making sure they are consistently quick. It takes a lot of work to do that in these machines. So that's the case as well. The case in point, you have to be fit as a driver to make sure these cars, that you drive these cars consistently over the 2 hours and consistently quickly as well. As you say, Adam, with the adrenaline coursing through you, that's going to be a bit of a boost to you. You won't know how tired you are until you stop for your first window. Then you have to go back out there again whilst the adrenaline's worn off after 5 minutes and rebuild on that adrenaline to get you through it. But yeah, battling there, it can wear you out quicker, but I'm sure with that adrenaline coursing through you, you won't even know it until it's over.
I mean, let's face it as well, we've got a long straight here at Estoril, but in cars like these, there is no real respite. Even if you're not seesawing at the wheel to try and get to that apex of the corner, you've got to be so careful not to over-rev, not to overstrain the car when shifting through the gears. They're very sensitive machines if we're being above board, and the drivers have to manage that appropriately. That little Lotus 15 is still lurking as well, isn't it? Through the lap traffic, it's still there or thereabouts. They're just lapping there one of the Morgan SLRs as well, the rather unconventional looking Morgans. That was John Emberson going a lap down. That car was actually raced in period by Chris Lawrence, who was a famed preparer of Morgan's for racing competition, former GP driver as well later in life, was Chris Lawrence. Effectively, the car is a Morgan +4 underneath, but if you ever get a look at the SLRs up close and personal, only 4 of them built. They're a very different car. You wouldn't clock them as a Morgan. Initially, the SLR body was adorned to a Triumph rather than a Morgan, but happily they also fit onto the +4 shell quite well. And a very interesting Morgan. Probably the most unique-looking Morgan until the Aero 8 showed up.
Yeah, that'd be an understatement, wouldn't it? France makes his way through the bits of lappery here. Michael Birch is also really closed onto the back of Jonathan Mitchell, and we know here Michael Birch is so much more confident on the brakes. Here he goes then, trying to go down the inside here of Jonathan Mitchell, down in towards the first corner, gets the power down, gets the move done, but for how long? Because Jonathan Mitchell is drawn alongside going in towards the second corner. He did draw alongside, but Michael Birch is able to grab the inside line with a bit of lappery up ahead and take over second place. So Jonathan Mitchell has gone from battling for the lead of this race to now having to scrap in amongst some lappery for second place.
What's amazing me is the straight line speed of the little Lotus. I mean, you know, Lotus 15, it's a small capacity sports car, and yet it can really hustle down those straights. I dare suggest it's a very well-worked engine that they've got under the bonnet of that thing, because it doesn't lose time to the Cobra or the E-Type in a straight line, really.
And as well as that, its brakes as well. The fact that the car weighs less than those around it means he's able to brake later, is Michael Birch. And we've already seen how much more confident he is on those brakes as well, to slow the car down into these corners, and that confidence has got him a move up into second place. I mean, if you're Erwin France at this point, you're absolutely delighted that Michael Birch has just made that move, because now the focus for Jonathan Mitchell is on Michael Birch to try and get back second place, and with those two squabbling, it's going to allow Erwin France to try and make his way further up the road.
So almost a quarter distance into the race then. Pit window is a little over 17 minutes away from opening. Will anybody be tempted to pit early from this lead pack? I think they'll all be too locked in on the battles at hand. Here comes Mitchell, closing in just slightly on the straight, but Birch under braking gets it stopped nicely. Birch or Barrichello? Choice is yours.
Birchicello. Why not have a clever portmanteau of the two? No? Okay, we'll move on. Michael Birch then trying to keep his second place intact then, as we make our way through in towards Lamy then. Jonathan Mitchell, you can see he wants that position back. He's gone from battling for the lead now to battling for second place. Looking at the sector times then, Michael Birch lost 3/10 to Erwin France through that first sector. We'll see what he's like through the second sector, because that gap came down on the last lap. 2.7 seconds was the gap last time around when they headed across the start-finish line. We make our way now onwards towards the Parabolica interior. Once again, the gap is coming down, 2.6 seconds now. So Michael Birch is absolutely on a mission right now to try and close in on Erwin France. In doing so as well, he'll try and build a gap to Jonathan Mitchell. That's easier said than done though, because those yellow tinted headlights are going to be in his mirror and his mirrors for quite some time, I think.
Definitely the case as Birch steers up the hill once again. This is already, as we approach half distance in the race, this is already lap 14 that we're about to complete, and of course we've had some full course yellow in amongst that time as well. The laps ticking away quickly. Of course, one car we've seen a little bit of is another of the Daytona-shaped cars of Armand Mille, who we have spoken about a couple of times. That car is in effectively British Racing green. It looks almost like more of an homage to the AC Cobra kind of Daytona rival. There was an AC Cobra with a Daytona-esque body that was also ran in the middle 60s. There it is, just coming through shot now. Of course, Richard Mille's son, that is, at the wheel, Armand Mille, and a very handy historic racing driver. We've seen a lot of him over the years in all sorts of different cars. There is a car that I expect to go quick later on in the race, of course. That is the Corvette, already running very well indeed in the hands of its owner. That, of course, being Matthew Holm, but Andrew Jordan waits in the wings to take that car over in the second phase of the race. For now, though, the second phase is at the absolute back of mind for Matthew Holm, mostly because he's under pressure from the driver of the 369, that's Urs Beck, and it is Patrick Simon who will take that car over as well. So both of these cars will surge through the order later on. Patrick Simon, absolute master of driving heritage cars in particular in the current day, and had a very good career as well, of course, in quote-unquote modern motorsport in previous decades. And Andrew Jordan, a former touring car champion. Their co-drivers are currently going at it, but I expect both cars to surge maybe even towards the top 5 or a podium by the end of the race.
And that might be the case. Matt Holm then looking to try and move through the lappery to try and, well, get some cars in between himself there and the 369 of Urs Beck and that Shelby Cobra. That might be the case as well, because Urs Beck is really trying to make his way through that bits of lappery as well, as we head our way through in towards Gancho for another time's worth of asking. Back on the power goes the 169. So we make our way through. Matt Holm still under pressure from Urs Beck then. This is for 8th place overall, 6th place in GT3 class, as we make our way through in towards the final corner. We go then. Urs Beck a chance here to get away through and past Holm then, as we make our way on towards the start-finish straight. Towards that start-finish line now. No, Urs Beck tucks back in as we make our way down towards turn 1, so it's not quite close enough at this time around. Definitely filling the mirrors though, definitely thinking about braking later than Matt Holm, but Matt Holm gets a little bit sideways there, under braking going in towards the first corner, but does manage to hold on to 8th overall right now.
Great battling a little bit further back. Of course, these cars all in the top class, the GT5 category, as it is known, and Birch leading the SP3 class. It's a class of 1 for him, leading the GT4 class by a country mile, maybe 2, is Jonathan Mitchell in his E-Type running 3rd overall. I have to go a little bit further back, of course, to see the leader in GT2, that still being Andy Willis in the Elan, and the GT3 category still being led by John Emberson in his Morgan SLR. But look at the battle for 2nd overall. Different classes, yes. 2nd position overall, both something they want. Also, yes, great scrapping between the two of them. The fastest lap of the race so far belongs to Mitchell in this car, 158.575. But how impressive is it? 158.575 is the best time from the Jag, 58.647 from the Lotus, 58.672 from the Cobra in the lead. 3 incredibly different cars from each other, and yet it all works out in such a way that they are evenly matched and in the midst of a scrap here at the Esteril Classics.
Yeah, absolutely they are, and it's really great to watch on. As you said, all 3 of the top 3 are leading their own separate classes, but they're not happy with that. They want overall podiums, they want overall victories, and Birch knows he can close in on the leader, but if he has Jonathan Mitchell to battle away, he will lose more and more time because of that. You start battling, you start taking different lines, you don't take the optimal lines, you lose time, and all of that is good news if you're Erwin France, because it means you're gaining time, because you get to pick whichever lines you like. But heading our way now down towards the Parabolica interior, there's like a little bit of a gap there between Michael Birch and Jonathan Mitchell, but a bit of lappery to contend with as well.
Yes, indeed. The back markers ever present around this circuit, of course, with, as we said, 40 due to take the start, and just saw there Birch trying to find a way by, of course, his superior brakes, possibly an advantage. But you do have to take some risks in back markers to really capitalise. If you've got a braking advantage, that means you have to kind of rely on people noticing you coming from far back, and that's not a comfortable position to be in necessarily. The superior torque of the Jaguar there helping Mitchell close in slightly up the hill towards the final sector of the circuit, and I think I see the first spits of rain on that camera lens at Parabolica. That could be a factor too.
Could be. We've got a yellow flag at turn 6 at the Parabolica interior. There is our battle for second place. Michael Birch ahead of Jonathan Mitchell. And you see there, that's the encouragement there from the team, or at least the report, to say it's Michael Birch ahead of you. That gives you timings and positions. I mean, it's coded messages. Oh, that was late on the brakes then from Jonathan Mitchell there as we made our way through in towards the first turn. You saw the nose dart down even further because I thought he left that a little bit too late there, but away with it. Still a battle for second place on our hands then as we make our way through in towards Lamy. Back on the power we go then as we head our way through, and it's a gravel. 46 is in the gravel, we've been reported by race control at turn 6. So that is Volker Hischer, if that is the case, who is in the gravel there. Now we've got a yellow flag at turn 1.
Oh dear. Well, that's the beautiful Bizzarini, of course, then, that's in the gravel here at Parabolica interior. We haven't seen it yet, but the only Bizzarini out on the circuit might be out of the race. Yes, he said yellow flag at turn 1 too. The powers that be have said, okay, yeah, that's enough. Full course yellow, and justifiably so. So for the second time we're under full course yellow. The pit window will open in 8 minutes time as well, and all three of these drivers at the sharp end have given us great entertainment. Only 2 of them, of course, are staying in for the duration. No pressure for Luke Stevens, is there? Watching Michael Birch perform this giant-killing antics. Luke Stevens will be taking the car over. It'll be very compelling to see how he matches that pace.
Will be interesting indeed. What will we see this time around, I wonder? Will we see that bunching up, which, as you said, Adam, it shouldn't happen, but if you've got cars in different classes, some of them take longer to get up to 60 kilometers per hour out of certain corners. So in essence, it's designed there to make sure it's neutralized as far as possible. You've got multi-class racing, different cars that take a little bit longer to get up to that minimum speed, or sorry, I should say the maximum speed. We don't have minimum speeds in full course yellow. Maximum speed would be more appropriate. If it takes a little bit longer to get up to that speed, then you do start to lose time to those around you. We're not far away either from the pit window opening, just under 7 minutes before that pit window opens. And I assume the full course yellow will not last 7 minutes, so no one can take full advantage of losing a little less time in the pit lane.
Of course, Luke Stevens, we mentioned him. He is a former Caterham champion back in the 2000s, and has plenty of historic racing experience. So one would expect him to be right up there in terms of pace as well. So I feel like Michael Birch has a safe pair of hands waiting in the paddock there. But of course, there is always that factor of how has the car change, how's the car feeling after the first hour of the race. For Stevens, for anybody taking a car over in the second half, the car may not be a known commodity compared to what they drove earlier or on Friday. We'll wait and see though how it affects everyone. We're back to green flag conditions. Just to quickly mention one last thing about Luke Stevens' CV. He started off in cadet karting like any good aspiring racing driver, and had some very interesting combatants. One of the more senior drivers in Formula One, let's say, were close rivals of Luke Stevens back in the day.
Great to see as well, and we'll see Luke Stevens out there later on this race when he takes over. But we have 80 minutes left on the clock then, and still we have not decided this battle for the lead, because Michael Birch has closed in on Erwin France, but look at this as well. Guenot has closed into the back as well as we make our way through. So Guenot seems to close in under these full course yellows. He's right onto the back now of Jonathan Mitchell as we make our way through in towards the final corner, and not too far now, 5 minutes away from the pit window opening. There is the 51 there, making its way through. Maxime Guenot has joined onto the back of this pack again, so it's a 4-car battle for the lead.
Yeah, once again, the field has closed in slightly then at the sharp end of the order. It has been falling in favour, hasn't it, of fourth place. Monet made up a good amount of time the previous FCY, and this time it was Guenat who had a little bit of an advantageous run through the full course yellow. By the way, I was being coy earlier on. I'll drop the names on Luke's behalf. Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Button among his cadet karting rivals, and here you see the car he'll be taking over, the little diminutive Lotus 15. I tell you what though, I do feel like there is what looks to be rain in the area. You can see the mountains and the hills around the circuit aren't clear as day to see. They're being slightly swallowed up by some low covering cloud and hopefully no precipitation, because the last thing you want is to throw that into the mix as it goes dark here. Yellow flag at turn 8. We're just approaching there now, so let's have a look and see if we can decipher why.
So just onto the entrance really of that Gancho section, and that's why one of the E-types has pulled to the right-hand side of the track there. We might be able to see if one car starts falling down the order particularly. Could it be the 22, Jean-Luc Blanchimont? Because that would be a Jaguar E-type.
It is Blanchimont by the looks of it. He had a slow run through the lap prior to that. Huge shame for Blanchimont, a veteran of the Le Mans 24-hour race as well, so driver with a good history, but looks like the E-type hasn't quite made it to the pit lane with the problem, that whatever problem he was having. The top 4 come across the line once again. You saw some of the fans rising to their feet. They know what's up. They know the battle they're seeing here. In 2.5 minutes, though, the battle, the face of the scrap, could change completely because that pit window is coming in hot.
It is indeed. Well, Erwin France doesn't have to worry about a driver change in that pit window, but Michael Birch will hand over, as we've already mentioned, to Luke Stevens. Jonathan Mitchell is due to stay in the car as a solo driver, and then in the 51 machine, Maxime Guenot will hand over to Guillaume May, Shelby Cobra. So top 4, half of them have to make some driver changes here, but look at this, they're all line of stern as they make their way out of Curva VIP. And I love that use of the indicators as well for some of the bits of lappery to indicate I'm planning to stay right. Yes,
indeed. Useful way of doing it there. Good heads-up driving from some of the back markers, and of course it's beneficial for their fights within their classes that they keep themselves clean and tidy and don't get in the way of any of these drivers. Another of the Morgan, in fact no, sorry, that's a Lotus Elite, isn't it, there, the 61 car, and that is oh, it is a Morgan SLR. I was right the first time. I should trust myself more. Running 28th overall at the moment. It's a Morgan SLR 1-2 actually in that class. Arebi Gan in that car, the number 61. John Emberson, of course, in the lead car. So the Morgans doing a good job down in the GT3 class, where you've also got a few Austin Healey's, or just 3 cars in the class actually. So it is the 2 SLRs and an Austin Healey. And it is the Morgans outnumbering and outpacing at the moment.
Saw Maxime Guenot get the move done on Jonathan Mitchell, but down the start-finish straight, is there a move back through for Jonathan Mitchell as we make our way down towards turn 1? He's certainly alongside. Try and brake later in towards the first corner. Guenot gets the anchors on later, though, in towards turn 1. To hold on to the position. So Jonathan Mitchell losing out on another position here, out of turn 1. As we make away towards turn 2 now. It's the case now. Jonathan Mitchell knows he can't afford to lose much more time. Michael Birch is not too far up the road, at least for now, but Guenot is going to put up a bit of a defensive battle here. Jonathan Mitchell getting a bit of a power slide as well, going out of Lamy, out towards the curve at VIP. Again, both cars get back onto the power here. Maxime Guenot in that Shelby Cobra currently runs 3rd overall, 2nd in GT5 class. Jonathan Mitchell running 4th overall, which sounds like it's not gone to plan, but he is, remember, leading GT4 class. His next car that's close to him in GT4, 2nd place, is the number 73, Laurent Jaspers, the Jaguar E-Type. And Jaspers is 10th place overall, a good 50 seconds back from this battle.
Yeah, I mean, he's lapping other E-Types, isn't he, as we speak. So, yeah, Mitchell losing out a little bit there, but we'll see whether he can surge forward. There's another one of the E-Types going through shot there. That's the number 27 car, I believe that was. That is the Raban family at the wheel of that car. As just for a second there, the Mitchell might have a go, actually. I was going to say Gunnar might get past Birch, but actually Mitchell is closing in on Gunnar instead. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th all together. They're behind the Raban family E-Type. That car driven by Arnold Raban as well as Didier, and Arnold Raban is the current WEC racer in the Acodis Lexus team. We see the 109 stopped. We see the battle continuing on here. The 21 to the inside. Birch trying to hold on to that 2nd place. The big Cobra around the outside. The E-Types into it as well. The pit stops are starting, but the battle is ongoing on the circuit. Oh, they're still all together. Where's the little Lotus? The little Lotus is slowing down. Birch is slowing down in the back of shot. What's happened to the number 21 car?
It looks like there might be a bit of smoke coming out of the back of the car then. It's either smoke or it's steam. Either way, it's not looking good though. This did start to happen just on the entrance in towards Gancho then. So I wonder if that's been a problem that's just been worsening over the course of the past 5 minutes or so. Yeah, unfortunately, Michael Birch looks like he's in trouble there. The yellow flags are out. It's a double yellow at turn 7, which is Aurelia. So, well, stands to reason that Michael Birch may not have made it, although it's now back to green flags. But yeah, so unfortunate for Michael Birch. He was punchy. He was giving us a great battle up there. Unfortunately, yeah, there it is. The car has said no more. And unfortunately for Michael Birch, he's had to pull that car off into retirement.
Yeah, that's hugely unfortunate. That little car was really giant killing in the first phase of the race. I was interested to see how it would go in the hands of Luke Stevens, but the ex-Graham Hill Lotus 15 has unfortunately ended up taking an early bath on this occasion. The pit window has opened. We've seen cars coming in already. Now, will any of our front runners make the choice to pit early doors? I suspect we might see the likes of Andrew Jordan getting installed into their respective cars. Patrick Simon as well. One would expect they'll get thrown the keys relatively early. Of course, Simon had a great race last year in the Cobra. Also in the BMW CSL. I think we'll see him in that tomorrow as well. But the number 70 continues to lead the way. The E-Type that was his primary competition now down to 3rd place. Jonathan Mitchell has fallen behind the number 51 car of Gunnar. And that maybe just for the first time in the race alleviates a little bit of pressure from Owen France's shoulders.
I think so, but he still has to be careful of Maxime Guenot behind him. Jonathan Mitchell too, who can really pull the punches when they need to. With just over 70 minutes left on the clock, we have very, very brief yellow flag. So brief, I didn't see where it was on race control, but we're back to green flag racing. Plenty of pit stops happening as we speak then. Watch on there. There is Maxime Guenot in the number 51 Shelby Cobra 289. Best to try and close in on our race leader. And this bit of lappery is so important as one of the leaders not to trip up on bits of lappery, not to do anything you wouldn't normally do. sometimes you feel to try and get ahead, to try and get a car in between you and the car behind. Well, it's just like that. You have a moment's hesitation, and Maxime Grenot really closed up now to the back of Erwin France. France just cannot find a way past the Lappery. While then Maxime Grenot finds the inside, which then becomes the outside, heading through the S's now, but he has taken over the lead. He's taken the better line through the Lappery, and Maxime Grenot takes the lead as we make our way through in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Said that though, that's Jonathan. Is that Jonathan Mitchell challenging as well? I think he managed to sneak his way through as well. But it's all going on here. Grenot leads the way as they head their way across the line. Erwin France now in second. Between them, though, is the 57. But down the inside goes Erwin France to take back the lead of the race. So Grenot was in the lead for about 4 corners. What a bizarre, what a mad 4 corners it was.
Very much so, yes. Mitchell watching on from a couple of car lengths back as the Cobras intertwined with everything else there. And, well, they're all together again now. So much for that alleviated pressure nonsense I was talking about. The Shelby Daytona now has its cousin, the 63 spec Shelby Cobra, and the Jaguar E-Type for company as we get a look back at this.
Yeah, so it all started here where our leader, Erwin France, just struggled a little bit, but that was just Maxime Grenot taking a better line, made the better choice, which sometimes when it comes to Lappery, that's the difference sometimes. You pick the better line, and sometimes it just absolutely pays off. You know, it may not be necessarily be the better racing line, but it was the line needed to get through the bits of Lappery the quickest, and sometimes that's just quick thinking. Other times you do have a Lady Luck has a hand in that one.
It absolutely does. Sometimes the cards fall in your favour, sometimes not so much, but the top 3 split by 1.5 seconds in this battle in the 60s Endurance. The other classes further down the order are all fairly spread apart, but the battle for the GT5 lead, the top class lead, as well as the fight for first, second and third places, is hugely compelling viewing. And Mitchell again getting a good run through the final section of the circuit, and rather impressively that E-Type loses nothing to the Jaguars, to the Cobras in a straight line. There is the Patrick Simont Cobra. He's going to be taking that over then after that 5-minute pit stop. That could be very compelling to see how far that car goes up now as Uzbek hands over.
Yep, Jonathan Mitchell trying to find a way past Maxime Grenot then as we make our way through in towards turn 2 now, towards Lamy then, down in towards Pedro Lamy corner, through turn 3. And again, this is a case where Jonathan Mitchell can get the power down earlier, but he can't do anything with it on the climb up towards curve at VIP. 67 minutes left of this race to run then. We do still have Erwin France leading the way from Maxime Grenot in third place, but leading GT4 is Jonathan Mitchell. Leading GT2 at this moment in time is the number 50, Andy Willis is behind the wheel of the Lotus Elan. Leading GT3 is the number 57 machine, that's John Emberston, who's currently behind the wheel of the Morgan SLR.
So we're almost at half distance in the race then. Just over 53 minutes completed so far. The 177 makes its way into pit lane. That is one of the Lotus Elans that is in the GT2 class. Amoros will be handing that car over.
Car stopped there, sorry, on Jab Show. There was a car stopped on the outside there on the tarmac. That's not an ideal place for a car to be stopped, that's for sure. There's a bit of a fuel top up then. Fueling is allowed, and it's the 169, we're told by race control, that spun at turn 9 and stopped. So that, the 169, is Matt Holm.
That's the Corvette then. So Andrew Jordan isn't going to be best pleased with that, and we'll see whether the car can be refired, but that could be a top contender then for the end of this race. having problems. Looked like the Cobra struggled to get the power down there out of turn 1, but we are now under full course yellow.
I indeed believe this is full course yellow number 3 now of this 60s endurance. We have 65 minutes left of the race to run. See what happens there. We've still got 20 minutes of the pit window left.
Sounded like a bit of a cut out there from Kieran. Hopefully that's not just on my end, but as he was saying, full course yellow numero tres of the day. We've been through it a little bit in regard to that already, and a few incidents going on around the circuit at various points. A few drivers have pitted. Didier Robin is in to hand over to the other Raban in that Jaguar E-Type, that of course being Arnold Raban, as we alluded to a little bit earlier on, racing with a Codis Lexus in the World Endurance Championship this season. Has been doing a good job there with the LMGT3 class, which is new for 2024, but the 60s Endurance cars, a very different beast indeed. I'm sure a very rewarding drive from the cockpit as well. The full course yellow then, once again, meaning that Owen France has maybe just a moment to not be watching the mirrors at every possible opportunity. I wonder if anyone is going to take this full course yellow, though, as an opportunity to head pit lane, because a lot of the drivers have, 7th through 11th place, have all pitted this time by, and I wonder if the leaders might go the same way. It's a logical thing to do, I suppose, under full course yellow conditions, because your adversaries will only be doing so much mileage in the time that you are stopped, the 5 minutes that you are stopped. It looked to me like the leading car was coming in. I think on this very long shot that I saw Owen France coming in, but it won't be that much of a benefit because the green flag has come back out. In fact, no, Owen France is still there in the race lead, but he has still got the company right on his heels.
It does indeed. So Owen France decides not to pit. Maxime Guenard also decides not to pit, as Jonathan Mitchell also decides not to pit. There's a theme here establishing at the moment. Quite a few behind them have decided to jump into the pit, including our GT2 leader. So Andy Willis is going to hand over that number 50 machine to Stephen Jobstel, and Stefan will take that wheel of the Lotus 15 to the end of the race then. But it's a slightly busy pit lane right now. That would be the safe assumption to say, as we just saw there, Jasper's currently second place in GT4 just leave the pit lane now to rejoin onto the circuit.
We're rapidly approaching that half distance already then in this 60s endurance race. It's been great to see the fans staying on as well in the grandstand for this race. Of course, it reached peak capacity during the Classic GP race, as one may expect, but the individuals on the grandstand wanting to stay on, not just for this, but for the endurance racing legends that will run in the dark after this race. That's going to be a very interesting sight. Of course, last year it was the 60s endurance guys that went on last. They did most of their race in the dark, and maybe a few of the drivers will be rather relieved that they're not spending quite so much time in the darkness in this year's race. So then the drivers in the top 3 go past again. We will cross over half distance on this lap, so the question remains, when are they going to pull the trigger? When will they do it? Perhaps with the number of cars that came in during the full course yellow, they'll be waiting for that 5 minutes to elapse, the 5 minutes that they have to be stopped in the pit lane. They'll be waiting for that to elapse so they arrive to a pit stall that's not quite as busy. I'm guessing that would be the rationale.
Yeah, I think that would be a smart rationale to have at this point. pit in when it's just absolutely heaving in the pit lane. There's the number 27, so that's Didier and Arnold Robin, who are currently serving their mandatory pit stop. But yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? We've got 35 or so cars, as that's the number 6, getting all sorts of sideways through in towards the curve of VIP. That was Olivier Galland. Makes his way through there, but still all eyes on the top 3 as they make their way now down in towards Parabolica Interior. So yeah, nothing really has been able to separate this 3, and it's a shame it's only 3 because it would have been 4 but for the retirement of Michael Birch, who was really punching his weight out there.
Interesting little scrap going on then here further back. Charles de Villalcourt is just ahead of one of the TVRs there. I think that might be Tony Seiler's car, the number 23, but the 12 clears way for the leaders as the Cobra Daytona spits a bit of flame there. Spectacular car indeed. Some great names up and down the field. I mean, Tony Seiler's done just about everything there is to do in sports car racing. We haven't mentioned him all day, but he'll be a fixture tomorrow as well with some of the classic endurance categories. Another lap goes by then without this top 3 making a pit stop, and look at this, the top 3 is being joined by a charging Olivier Galland. Remember his first lap, he had that wide moment at the Parabolica Interior, and lost himself several positions, but he's been rapid. He's closing in on the top 3.
He is indeed, and yeah, whilst he was power sliding his way through the curve of VIP, he's actually been closing in, as you rightly said, on the pack. But meanwhile, Maxime Guenot looks for a move on a bit of lappery there. He knows he's got Jonathan Mitchell right behind him, and he knows he has to get this lappery done and dusted. Jonathan Mitchell looking to sense the opportunity, try and find a way through. There is Erwin France. There's our battle for second place. Maxime Guenot able to keep ahead this time around of Jonathan Mitchell. All these top 3, in fact, all the way down to 7th place, still need to make their mandatory stop in this race. So it's just a case maybe of the top 3 of who blinks first. And maybe if you're Jonathan Mitchell, maybe you blink first and see if you can get some clear air to take full advantage next time around.
Yeah, no, that would be my instinct, I think, at this stage of the race. Of course, there's no guarantee of clear air, so to speak, with the factor of the driver changes and everything. Who knows who you might get caught behind or come out just in front of. The number 59 car is in. They lift the boot, not to look for anyone's luggage, but to refuel the car. And I'm sure the Elan a little bit more frugal than some of the other cars in this race. Of course, the 59 car was running pretty high up the order, and in the GT2 class, we'll see where it comes back out. Etienne Melek and Paul Beinsterman, who move through the order really by virtue of leaving their pit stop for a little bit longer. It should still be the Stephen Yerbstil, Andy Willis car in control as we continue to watch the battle. Though at the sharp end, Gunnar and Mitchell, 2nd and 3rd place. The relative suspension travel on these two cars is interesting, isn't it? I feel like the Cobra lunges a bit more under braking than the E-Type.
Just slightly, isn't it? It's just that weight transfer as well of the car. When you apply the brakes, all that body has to shift forward in an attempt to slow the car down. It's a case of, yeah, Guenot has a little bit more mass to move about in the car just to make sure it does slow down. But E-Type, his tail though, as we make our way through out of turn 5 down towards the Parabolica Interior. The window will close in 11 minutes. There's also 135. Now, I've noticed a couple of track limit penalties going to the 135. That's Erwin Creed. It's now up to a 90-second time penalty for a 6th track limits violation, this time at turn 1. So we work backwards then. So it's probably going to be 60 seconds was the 5th track limits violation. Add 90, add 45, add 30. Yeah, there's a lot of seconds that's added up there to Erwin's race time.
Okay, well that's a potential risk then, isn't it? Well, it's not a potential risk, it's going to be a big problem for him. And again, these track limits penalties, they're harsh. They should be effective, but they're just harsh. The drivers don't seem to take that much heed, and it does end up with a string of penalties sometimes by the end of these longer races.
Indeed, it does, yeah. So it starts at 10 seconds, then goes to 20, then 30, then 45, then 60, and now it's up to 90. I fear a 7th track limit violation, because you might start to go to stop and go penalties at that point, but we'll see what race control will make of it. They were sort of rather hoping that it wouldn't get to sort of 7th or 8th violations of track limits, but as you say, they are draconian, but they are draconian for a reason. It's to prevent you from exceeding track limits and gaining an advantage, and any small advantage you would have got would have been absolutely blown away by the time second penalties you get towards the end. But yeah, it seems like for Erwin there, it's not quite going to plan.
Yeah, Owen Creed is a driver with a lot of experience. He should be aware of what to do. We have a car off, though, in the back of shot. Now, is that the Mitchell E-Type? I think the Mitchell E-Type is stopped there, coming up towards Curve VIP. It's missing from the battle for the lead.
Yeah, you might be right, Mr. Weller, yes. We'll get to... Yeah, it's dropping down the order. Well spotted there, Adam. Jonathan Mitchell has stopped at turn 4. So something hasn't gone awry at all. And what was a 4-car battle for the lead, then became a 3-car battle, and then there were 2.
Yes, they're falling like flies, and the Jaguar that looked to be a dead cert for the GT4 class win, of course, and fighting for that overall podium, is now falling through the order, and that will be deep in the gravel. It looked like it was right against the barriers, so that car... that's probably done for the day, unfortunately.
May be the case, yes. And that's a huge shame for Jonathan Mitchell if that is the way the curtain falls on his Sixties Endurance race here today. Leaves us then with only 2 cars battling at the top of the order. It's Erwin France versus Maxime Guénon, both of them in Shelby Cobras, although France is in a Daytona, Guénon is in a 289. Still have that full yellow flag at turn 4, which has now been upgraded to a full course yellow, presumably to cover the car of Jonathan Mitchell, which has stopped at turn 4. As you said, Adam, this is going to hand over the GT4 lead to the number 8 machine of Xavier Galland in the Jaguar E-Type 3.8. So yes, he was 50 seconds up the road, was Jonathan Mitchell, but that doesn't matter now.
Yeah, I just wonder how that's going to shake out, of course. I think Galland second in GT4 as we see the car being pushed behind the barriers there. Galland, I think, second in GT4 on the basis of the pit stop window. I wonder if someone like Arnold Rabin might be on the way up into a potential GT4 lead fight. With Mitchell now sadly retired from the race. Of course, the pit window is shrinking away. We've only got 7 minutes of it left, so the drivers that haven't yet pitted, now's the time. And Armand Mille took the opportunity to pit, and of course he is now doing it under full course yellow as well, which will be helpful for their chances, he and Yuska.
Yeah, so when you pit under full course yellow, of course, it's 5 minutes mandatory stop, time it takes you to go down the pit lane, but you lessen the amount of other drivers that can travel at full speed. So it is still 5 minutes you stop for, but in essence you're losing less distance to everybody else out on track than you would if you pitted under green. So it's a wise decision to pit under full course yellow. The only downside of a full course yellow is you have no idea when the green flags are going to be waved. They will wave as soon as we can go racing. That can happen at a moment's notice. With a safety car, you get pre-warning about when it's going to end, and you can sort of make a decision at that point whether it's going to be worthwhile. You probably would do it under safety car, but full course yellow it is, so it's a flip of the coin. But this late on in the pit window, if you haven't pitted already, surely you take advantage right now and pit in. And there is Erwin France, who is making his way into the pit lane now. Following him right behind, Maxime Guénon. So they've decided Full course yellow is a good time, at least the fourth one of the day, the 60s Endurance, to make their stops.
Strategy is very rarely objective, but I feel like they have made what is objectively the correct call to both come in. Apparently their pit stalls are very close neighbours as well, so I mean, they've got 5 minutes. They could get out and have a handshake if they're feeling that way inclined. Here, the refueling will take place. The cars will get a chance to rest. I'm sure there's a lot of ticking at the front end of the car. The heat eroding away just slightly from these motors, both powered by the 4.7, the 289 motor. But the refueling taking place now, and there's the number 6 car coming in as well. Olivier Galland has headed in. In fact, the entire top 4 is in. The only car in the top 7 that isn't in the pits is the car that caused the full course yellow, which has now been rescinded. So we are back to full racing speeds, but this is it. This is the closing stanza of the pit window then, and we're going to get a true impression of where things stand in this motor race post pit stops.
It looks like everyone's going to have made their stop in the mandatory pit stop window, so no worries about that. It's just a case of making sure you meet the minimum pit time. So although the window closes in 4 minutes, everyone is in the pits. Everyone will be able to complete their stop within the pit window. There's quite a few cars in the pits right now. Looks like there's 10 in the pits right now as we speak, but our lead battle is in. And looking at the leaders then, we'll talk about the leaders later on, once the pit window's over, once everyone has made their stops, and once we have a better idea of who's gained and who's lost out in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what kind of pace are we seeing out of Patrick Simon? I think that could be a big question. His fastest lap of the race is a 1:58.8, and he's running around in those fast brackets right now. Of course, 1:58 is the best laps we've seen, and 58.6 is the fastest we've seen all day so far. So Simon might be a factor in this second phase. We'll see how things are playing out in the GT4s now, of course, as well, the Jaguar E-Type dominated class. I have the suspicion that we're going to have a much closer battle within that category now. We follow the 91 Jaguar E-Type. That is the Blair-driven car, just pursuing Arnold Robin on the timing screen. In fact, sorry, no, Jaspers on the timing screen in the 73 car. So Laurent Jaspers being pursued at the moment by this E-Type of Blair. And we'll see whether Mark Blair, who has taken over now from Marcus Anderson, I believe, how things fare out in this second phase of the race. It really has kind of created an open season effect, though, I think, in the GT4 class with the Jaguar E-Types. With Mitchell out of the picture, who steps up?
Who steps up indeed, and as you say, for a place on the final spot on the GT4 podium, it's a case of what can Mark Blair do in these stages. We have just over 3/4 of an hour left of this race to run, as both of them now make their way through in towards Gancho here. Back on the power we will go. Watch out as well for Xavier Galland, who's currently in the pit lane now, so looks like these two will pass through. It is a 5-minute pit stop time. So their way through and see what they can do at this stage. But third place at the moment for a class battle as their way through. It's about to become a fight for second.
It is indeed. The pit stop shuffle continues on at pace. Speaking of continuing on at pace, here is the number 31 Cobra that we've seen up at the front at various points there, of course, in the hands of Benjamin Monet, who qualified third for this race. Can't be ruled out as a factor for honours in this one as well. It literally says Cobra on the side as part of that livery, so you know exactly what you're looking at in that car. It does always seem to be the Cobras, doesn't it, that get the interesting liveries. You've got the kind of hexagonal snake looking one that is often piloted at the Revival, the pink Pikes Peak car. The Cobra owners seem to like to put a unique flair on their cars.
Yeah, Don't they just? And it's great to see the 46 there as well. That's going to be, I think Bjorn Ebsen has taken over that pit. That was in the gravel at one point, but they managed to recover it, and it was ticking over, so it managed to rejoin the race. So Serena is still in this race right now. Where is it running right now? It's currently running 34th overall, quite a few laps down, but hey, we're here for a 2-hour endurance. We're going to finish this. That's the motto for Ebsen, so he's doing just that.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful car as well, the white and gold. Glad we got to get a close look at that car as it continues to run. The E-Type fraternity come up through the reverse corkscrew, if you will, and really cool to see the GT4 battle now seemingly revitalised by this open goal scenario, as we await now, as the leading cars from pre-pit stops will now just be exiting the pits in the next few moments. We now await the picture. What will the second phase of the race look like? Who's going to be ahead? Who's going to be chasing? All of the answers will be coming shortly. The top three still in the pits for now. Interestingly, Armin Miel is running around in 4th place by the looks of it. So he looks to be the leader, unless the timing screen is not quite updated. He may well be the leader among those who have already pitted, and the leading cars are just now exiting the pit lanes. The top three are exiting the pits as we speak. There is the number 70. There is Erwin France, and he pulls back out. Does he pull back out of the pit lane, though, as the race leader? He's certainly still got the rival Cobra just behind him. That now, of course, being Yves Skimama at the wheel. Skimama is still behind. Where is Olivier Gallant and some of the others? We'll have to wait and see. Rather, of course, it's Skimama in the number 3 car. That's just been updated on the screen. But, of course, the Cobra in 2nd place, the 51, has now been taken over. The 31, I should say. No, I'm right the first time again. The 51 of Ivan May now at the wheel rather than Maxime Gonat. So Gonat, who started in 8th place, did a really good stint there, all told. Stayed out of trouble and stayed on the offensive as well. But Ivan May takes over. I would advise him to turn his headlights on. Otherwise, car looks shipshape and ready to chase down the Daytona again.
Absolutely, yep. So we'll keep an eye on what Van May can do in this stint, whether he can close in on the closing stages of this race. As we saw, pit window is now closed, and the 31 is now under investigation for an overtake off track at turn 1. So the 31 is going to be Benjamin Monet and Charles Ferminic who are out there. So under investigation for an off-track overtake at the first corner. So see what the race officials make of that. Erwin France still leading that way then. Get to see what the gap is. It's quite a substantial gap at this moment in time. So Ivan May will make away across line. 5.7 seconds is the gap, and time lost through the second sector for Ivan May. It wasn't quite clear whether that was anything to do with Appareil or perhaps just making sure tyres warm up and all sorts, because when you're a solo driver, you know the car you've just left behind, you know the track you've just left behind. You perform a driver change, you've got essentially a new driver in the car that's having to learn the conditions as they go. Perhaps, you know, within that 5-minute briefing, you get a changeover in which the previous driver tells you how the track is, where to watch out for. But in essence, for Ivan May, this is the first time out in the car today, but probably a different track from yesterday as well. So it might take some time to get up to speed. But that's something you have to take into consideration if you've got a driver change.
Yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. The 707 going a little bit wide there. Pierre Bess and Guillaume Gobler's car just getting overtaken there by one of the Elans. Not for position, I don't believe, but two contrasting cars going at it there. But it is France that leads the way, and the gap is only growing, isn't it, at this juncture. We'll keep an eye on the lap times over the next couple of laps for sure to see how Ivan May stacks up, whether he can find a way to match the speed. Of course, the last lap times at the moment on the timing screen just before they cross the line look a little bit wonky at the moment. 8-minute lap time around Estoril rather than Nordschleife, but that's because of the 5-minute pit window, or pit stop, mandatory 5-minute stoppage. So let's see what kind of time Owen France puts in on this occasion, a 59.7. So right back on the money and right back on the pace. That is positive for him. Ivan May just comes across the line only a 2:04, so he's going to have to find some more speed and dig in, try and figure out the circuit in its present condition as best he can. Olivier Gallant behind him on a 2:02.693, so he'll be closing in. But Yves Skimama, a 2-minute .921 in 4th place. He will be closing in and challenging for podium positions here. If we stay on this shot in a few seconds' time, we'll see the number 3 car challenging for 3rd position. Skimama in the green 3 will be hunting here. There is the 3rd and 4th place cars, the 2 Daytonas we just got to look at there, and Skimama is right with it.
Right with it indeed, as Ivan May tries to get away down the road. Still half a second shy of what Owen Francis is capable of in the first sector. As Ivan May then through in towards Parabolica Interior, back on the power, up through the revs and the gears, try and get away. The question now remains is that we'll probably see the 3rd place battle overall join up for the 2nd place battle as Gallant trying to get his way through. There he is in the number 6, currently 3rd in this race, and not too far behind as well is the number 3, Yves Skimama. It's, ready to take advantage of a podium battle. So we might get a 3-car battle once again. This time, though, it's for 2nd place overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Skimama was quicker on the previous lap than Gallant and really was right on the back of him. So I don't know whether he maybe got slightly spooked on the previous lap. There the cars go through the headlights, 3rd and 4th place in that battle, going through shot. And really interesting to see how it's unfolding, or how it will continue to unfold between them. Patrick Simon is in 6th position behind Monet in the 5th place, and he is quite a way back from the lead, so it's going to take rather a Herculean effort, I think, for Simon to challenge for a win here, but could still hunt down a podium. He's lapping quicker, I think, than just about anybody else on the circuit actually at the moment. A 1:59.1 last time by. Only one other car in the sub 2 minutes. So Simon is the fastest out there. He's just got a big gap to try and whittle down.
He has indeed, but plenty of time on the clock to do it at this moment in time. As there is Olivier Gallant in the number 6 Shelby Cobra Daytona to try and close in more and more on Ivan May as they now make their way through turn 5 on the run down towards Parabolica Interior. Gallant lapping quicker, I mean 2.8 seconds quicker than Ivan May on that last lap, so that really means business to try and close in, but that's just allowing Owen France to build a very healthy gap at this stage of the race. It's about 13.5 seconds right now. There is your battle for 2nd place, not only overall, but also in GT5. As they head their way through in towards turn 8 now, through towards Gancho. Will he move? He will try and move up the inside wheel. Olivier Gallant. No real defensive move from Ivan May there. And that is Olivier Gallant up into 2nd place.
Okay, so the Daytona's 1, 2, 4 at the moment, with the regular Cobra in 3rd position. Interesting battles going on further back as well. The battle we saw between Blair and Jaspers was indeed for the GT4 lead now, with the Jonathan Mitchell car unfortunately absent, and it's Mark Blair that leads the way in the GT4 category, albeit not by terribly much. The gap will be about 7.3 seconds at present. And also the GT3 class battle between the two Morgan SLRs. Here's two names for you. Nigel Greensall now in the leading car, the number 57, and just taking over the number 61. Why, if it isn't a former British GT champion in the form of Callum Lockie, who's taken over from Simon Arebi-Gan. So that is two very interesting names in the Morgan SLRs. If they find each other on circuit, that could be quite a scrap lower down the field.
It can indeed. In the GT3s, it's about 10.5 seconds that separates Greensall from Lockie there. But I'd say that Greensall's just set the fastest lap of GT3, 2 minute 5.386. So he clearly heard you talking about them and decided to pull out the fastest lap of class right now. Lockie can't match that, 2 minute 6.9. So the gap's now up to 11.7 seconds. Here's our battle here for third place. This is Yves Skamama trying to find a way past May then. So we head our way down towards Aurelia. Go then. And Van May trying to hold on to that third place, but look at Yves Skamama right behind here, heading our way through in towards turn 8. Will this be a similar move as last time? No, because Skamama fancies the outside line, but there's a little bit of lappery to deal with as well. That just puts that battle on a bit of a pause there. So Van May is able to open up that gap a little bit more as they make their way through in towards the final couple of corners through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Still a bit of lappery there as well. One of them is the number 8. That's Xavier Gallant as well, the Jaguar E-Type. In turn, it's through the order, currently 5th in GT4.
And look at the last lap times. Everybody except for the leader, Erwin France, has just gone just sub 2 minutes, a 1:59.983 as this battle continues on here for third and fourth place. In fact, was that position gained post start line? Yes, it was. Skamama's gotten past there, hasn't he? But let's see whether May can try and fight back. He has, however, fallen behind. Oh wait, no, that's Monet, isn't it, on the back of Skamama?
It is the 51. You were right.
No, it is. Yes, I was right the first time. I keep saying that tonight.
Believe in yourself, Adam. Believe in yourself more. But yes, that is Yves Skamama then, who's up into third place. So Ivan May falls down to fourth place. It's a case now of can Olivier Gallant and Yves Skamama do anything to catch Erwin France up at the top. Erwin France lapping very consistently in the high 1 minute 59s. You have, meanwhile, got someone lighting up the timing screens in GT5. You have got the 3:69 setting those quick lap times. Patrick Simon in the Shelby Cobra, 1 minute 58.9, a second faster than the leader on that last tour of the circuit. 21.5 seconds back from the 31 machine of Benjamin Monet. Surely. I have no idea if that's going to be achievable. 32 minutes on the clock, 2 seconds a lap faster there or thereabouts. I think it could happen.
It's quite possible, isn't it? We'll have to see. France's times are a little bit inconsistent. He dropped down into the 2:01s for a while and is now circling around the 2 minute high 1:59 marker. Simon, though, is consistently bringing in those 1:58s, and certainly he's going to climb some positions. I don't think he's going to be able to challenge for the victory in this race, but I certainly don't expect him to stay in 6th at this current rate.
We've just had word from race control that there are a number of cars under investigation for a pit stop infringement. One of them is Olivier Gallant in 2nd place.
Oh.
Now, normally when race control say investigation for pit stop infringement, normally the thing that comes next is the relevant penalty. But one of them who also has that is the 3:69, which of course I just mentioned was Patrick Simon, who was lapping 2 seconds quicker than Monet up ahead, but is now under investigation for pit stop infringement.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great, does it? It's I wonder if maybe some people misinterpreting the regulation, because it's 5 minutes plus the length of time it takes to go from pit in to pit out. So believe it's somewhere around 5:40 ultimately. Whether some drivers maybe or some teams misunderstood. And, well, the number 3 car may well inherit second place then as a result of that. The number 6 under investigation, Olivier Galland, will be crossing his fingers. He's currently locking his brakes, but let's see whether anything comes of it. As you said, it's usually definitive. It's not like an incident under investigation, an accident on the circuit where perhaps there's interpretation. The stopwatch doesn't leave much room for interpretation as a rule.
Yeah, not particularly. It's there's a certain time you've got to be over. If you're under it by any chance or by any margin, it really doesn't work in your favour. We'll keep an eye on it and see what penalties, if there are any, that are applied here. But as we say, investigation for pit stop infringement is rather like speeding in the pit lane. When you're under investigation for it, it's you against a bit of data. Normally the data wins.
Absolutely right. So then, there's the Bizzarini just going another lap down to Erwin France there. France still leading the way, still in control. Last lap, a 2:05.554. Just closing up on the very similar 109 car of Emil Breitmeyer at the moment. Of course, the Breitmeyer family responsible for historic racing car and rally car sales in their home in Belgium. The Bizzarini, though, as you said, outside the top 30, but still cruising around, looking great, and hopefully we'll see the flag. We're into the final quarter of this race already then, and well, the question is still over the heads about the pit stop infringement. It's still an investigation, but that could really change the face of this race. The battle for fourth place is getting very close indeed, meanwhile, because Benjamin Monet is 2/10 back from May in the 51. So 51 on 31. Unfortunately, with May's relative pace to those around him, I suspect we're soon going to see the 31 car up to fourth place.
I fear the same thing as well. But Ivan May looks to try and hold back, but it's no use. Benjamin Monet has got the move done then on our timing screen, so the 31 now ahead of the 51 as we watch on Erwin France look to put some more laps on, a bit of lappery then, trying to go up the inside of the 109. That's one of the Breitmeyers going through in towards the first corner there. So he makes the charge and continues on. So that's Breitmeyer in 8th place. So that is just looking here, it's Emil Breitmeyer who's behind the wheel of that machine right now. So the leader has lapped up to 8th place in this race so far. Sorry, 9th place. It's position 8 in class, because that is Blair in the number 91 who leads GT4. So Mark Blair in that Jaguar E-Type lightweight leads GT4. Leader of GT2 is the number 50 machine, Stefan Jobstel. Andy Willis was leading that class. Stefan Jobstel still leading that class by quite a healthy margin as well. As we've seen in GT4, you can have a healthy margin behind you, but that doesn't mean anything if the car doesn't make it to the end of the race. GT3, Nigel Greensall is leading GT3 ahead of the 61 machine of Callum Lockie so far. So we'll see how that all goes. Look at the glow of the brakes from Erwin France, and the brakes having to work overtime to make sure Erwin France has the stopping power.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that in that battle between Greensall and Lockie, the gap has gone from 10 to 18 seconds across the stint so far. So Lockie not able to quite close in on Greensall thus far. Looks like Greensall has it under control in the Battle of the Morgan SLRs in that class as of right now. Equally, the gap extending in the GT4 battle as well, with Mark Blair now up to 12 seconds clear of Jaspers in the similar E-Type in second in class, and that gap has extended by several seconds since we last covered that too. So the gaps are extending across the board right now. France with the brake disc still protesting the stopping into the first corner. He is lapping quicker, consistently quicker than Gallant in second place as well. So it does look as though all of these battles, at least towards the sharp end of all of the classes, are pretty well extending universally at the moment. We still haven't had any update in regard to the pit stop investigations. They're still just listed as investigations, so for those drivers such as our second place man Olivier Gallant, we're no closer to knowing quite what their fate might be.
This stage, but I can't imagine it's going to be too long, as race control has now informed all drivers to turn the lights on. So we've passed dusk, I do believe, and once it gets to dusk, it is not a choice anymore. You have to turn your lights on. That's what race control are demanding their drivers to do. Once they've seen that past the start-finish line, they have to turn the lights on once we are past dusk, which is exactly what has happened. There's our race leader in Erwin, France. We have a yellow flag now at turn 7, which is going to be Aurelia, so it's not too far away from where we are right now. So Erwin, France gets moves around the outside. In fact, they're filling in a sandwich there, a sandwich in towards a couple of corners through the S's and through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Blue lights flashing away as well. Just drivers behind that there are faster cars coming through, but Formula One with endurance racing, blue flags have a slightly different meaning. They mean roughly the same thing. It means there is a fast car behind you that you're not racing. It's more an endurance style. It's a case of just be aware there's a car behind you. It will try and make its way through, as opposed to Formula One, where blue flag means you have flags to move out of the way before penalties are shown.
Now, double yellow flags at turn 13. That's thankfully just been cleared. So double yellows made me think we might have a bit more of a problem on our hands. But no, we're back to green flag conditions. So false alarm on that front. France continues to build the lead out to 22 seconds. We've had the lights on bulletin, of course. The cameras make it look maybe slightly more light than it really is out there on the circuit, which is part of why I was so surprised that Ivan May was out there with the lights still off. A couple of drivers still haven't got the memo, but hopefully they realise before long. And of course, we've still got the treat to come. If you're just joining us and not aware of the timetable, the endurance racing legends, oh goodness me, Callum Lockie getting a bit shaky there in front of our race leader Rowe in France. I'm not sure who would be more scared in that situation, but Callum Lockie having a bit of a bobble there. Clearly still pushing on then in the battle for the Class Honours. He really is really muscling that car for everything it's worth. But to complete my point, do stay tuned after the 60s Endurance race, because the endurance racing legends, the 90s and 2000s sports prototypes and GT cars, the spirit of Le Mans implanted into Estoril.
Yes, absolutely. So we're getting our first of penalties, and Olivier Gallant has got a 54-second time penalty for pit stop infringement. Is signed, sealed and delivered. That is going to relegate Gallant out of this podium battle. Big news if you're Scamama, because that's into second place. Even bigger news if you're Benjamin Monet, because that is a route onto the podium spots.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that's why they're investigating to see exactly how long. 222 seconds of time penalty applied to car number 46. For those of you keeping score, yes, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. The Bizzarini had a very, very short pit stop indeed, evidently. That's the Epson Bizzarini that's just in the middle of shot at the moment with a huge time penalty.
I think, I'm going to hazard a guess to this, but before the pit window, they were off into the gravel. I think they were 9 laps down. I think at that point they were just sort of thinking, well, does it really matter if we do a 5-minute pit stop or not? And they probably decided no, it wasn't.
We want the track time, basically. Sure, give us 5 years worth of penalties after the race.
Oh dear. Great to see it on the track, though. Really is. They had a bit of trouble in this race, but they are currently well. I was going to look and see how they were getting on in this race, but they might finish at the back of the previous race, such as the time penalties. Wait and see, of
Well,
course. But
a big time penalty has just been confirmed as well. 87 seconds to Patrick Simon in the number 369 car. So the handover between Patrick and his co-driver was way short. Ultimately, Erzbeck and Patrick Simon, their chances of moving on to the podium in the final classification has gone way down. Even if they can get there on the road, that penalty is going to make sure it isn't the case in the final results.
absolutely so. And just under 20 minutes left of the 60s Endurance left to run. We have Erwin France, who leads the way right now. Very much happy to be lapping in the 2 minutes, just above the 2-minute barrier there. There's a 10-second penalty going out now to Benjamin Monet for a pit overtake off track. Sorry, that's a 10 seconds time penalty pit for an overtake off track. So that's a stop and go in my mind. That's how that reads. 10 seconds. Could be wrong on that front, but that's how it looks to me.
Which penalty was this, sorry?
This is for the 31. Benjamin Monet. 10-second penalty for an overtake off track. We saw that was investigating.
I don't think that's a... Yeah, I don't think that's... Did you say you thought that was a stop-go? Because I think it's just time added to the end of the race. But...
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, so...
Yeah.
And race control signalling to May in the 51 and the number 96 at Esteril to turn their lights on immediately. Normally, if race control and race directors are using the word immediately, you'd probably do it as soon as you see it.
Yes, well, I did say I was rather alarmed by Ivan Ney's continual evasion of the headlights, and I'm glad I'm not alone. Kindred panicky spirits, clearly, in race control. Benjamin Monet is 3/10 away from third position. We see it here. We see the moment here, because straight on goes Skimama. Yves Skimama was well aware that he was under pressure. Of course, that was the battle for second place, given the penalty that we know Olivier Galland has over his head. And Skimama drifting wide there, under braking. The car simply not slowing down quickly enough. And that hands third place on the road, second place in the race to Benjamin Monet.
Does indeed. It's not over yet, though, because Monet has that 10 seconds worth of penalties to be added to the end of his race. So Skimama, it's not over yet for Skimama. He needs to get back into the groove of things, make sure he stays on the back of Benjamin Monet. If not, try to overtake him. That would be the best case scenario, but not a good moment there for Skimama. Chance now to have a system reset now and back onto the pace that we know we can see from Skimama. Olivier Galland, absolutely loving it out there. Yes, he's got those mountain of penalties that's going to be applied at the end of this race that's going to take him out of the podium running. But the way he's throwing these cars into the corners, the way he's power sliding through the S's, I think he's just having fun. A smile on your face out here, apparently worth more than the podium, and I love that.
Fair enough. Well, Gallant pressing on in the number 6 car with that penalty hung overhead. It does seem as though the penalty barrage from race control has thankfully come to a conclusion with 16.5 minutes of the race left to go, so it should be fairly clear sailing from here. Goodness me, a bit of a cut-up situation there for the 31 car, and a lock-up for Benjamin Monet there just to add insult to injury. But with the TVR and the Jaguar both ahead, there was very little space for the Cobra. Very
little indeed. And just having a look as well, behind all of this action, the 369, yes, has a mounted a penalty as well, but Patrick Simon is still closing and closing. He's 9 seconds away from this battle right now we're watching on screen, and closing still. He's lapping about 8 to 9 tenths quicker per lap. Sometimes creeps into a second as well. So nice to see if Patrick Simon can close onto this battle. It wouldn't be for a position on track because of the penalties that will be applied to the car after the race. But I'm sure at this point, Patrick Simon will be very much keen to get some positions up there. And maybe the further he can work up the order, the lessen the pain of the time penalty could be.
Yeah, quite possible. We'll see how that shakes out with quarter of an hour left in this race. We may well see some more battles, at least for on-track position, before the end of this. But I am searingly impressed by France in this second phase of the race. Of course, a lot of his primary competitors have had issues. We've got issues with one of the other Cobras here. Now, well, it's not running any lights for one thing, but it's I think the 116 car, I think that might have been, driven by the rather wonderfully pseudonymed Maverick at the moment, and that car was running slow and also running without the headlights on. Hopefully not an issue there with the car beyond maybe just being a bit careful under backmarking conditions.
I think it was more the latter there, I would have thought, just making sure it stays out of the way with the left-hand indicator on, or the right-hand indicator, I should say, to warn other drivers where he's going to place that car. So I've just seen Simon has brought the machine, the Shelby Cobra, into the pits. Why is it when I tee up drivers, it's happened twice this race so far, when I tee up drivers that I've said, oh, they are a second or 2 seconds quicker per lap, and literally 30 seconds later, they've headed for the pit lane. What am I doing?
I don't know. Maybe they thought it was a stop-go or something like that. Maybe that's why they're in. Hopefully there's nothing terribly wrong with the car, but 369 is indeed in the pit lane, and with this few laps left to go, one wonders whether that might be the end of the race, unfortunately, for Patrick Simon and Erzbeck. We'll hopefully see that car reach the flag, but certainly not the second half of the race that they'd have wanted on any front.
It does indicate on our telemetry that he's back out there on circuit, lost 2 positions, and that, I think, is Maverick making the way into the pit lane. The 116 machine, head up with Damien Kerner in the Shelby Cobra 289, but one of those without the headlights on. I suppose that's one less thing for race control to worry about, but in another sense, Maverick here, it's not great for him. He's had to bring the car into the pits. I haven't seen any penalties, so I don't think it's any penalties to serve. Let's hope it's nothing serious, and hopefully that Shelby Cobra can finish this race.
Yeah, no, the lights on immediately banner bulletin came up again. I wonder if it's just as simple as the lights won't come on. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe even as simple as the driver hasn't thought about where the light switch is before. That could be a possibility as well. If you don't have to think about it, you don't have to think about it. But the darkness really is setting in here over the Circuit Estoril with 11 minutes and 55 seconds of the race left to run here at the famed former Portuguese Grand Prix venue. And for Erwin France, I'm sure the second half of the race has been slightly less tense than the first, but of course it is still so hard, especially as it starts to get darker, to pick your way through that traffic effectively. He just went through shot there at turn 1, being pursued by Nigel Greensall in the Morgan SLR, who incidentally is still running in the lead of the GT3 class in that machine. So another win, perhaps second win of the day on the cards for Greensall if things stay as they are. But we really have gone from watching cars to watching balls of light, haven't we, on the main straight here? The darkness is zoning in on us here at Estoril.
It is indeed. And I did see Maverick make the way back out onto track, and during that pit stop did turn the lights on. I wonder if it was your latter case. Maybe Maverick just didn't know where the headlights were. Marek hasn't, done a race in the dusk period before, has never had to think about putting on the headlights of these cars, then wouldn't know where the headlights actually are. That's one option. The other option is possibly the other reason. Turn the car off, turn it back on again, hopefully kick the battery into life, hopefully kick the lights into life, if that's even possible. It's a strange one, but good to see them back out onto track.
I mean, we're all friends here, so I will confess that when I first got my car, the process of building my muscle memory to turn from full beam to dip beam rather than dip beam to lights off, it took me a minute. There were a couple of occasions where I'd accidentally used the wrong thing and all but blind myself, which didn't work out well. In France, yeah.
I was going to say, if we're being honest, it took me a while to find the fog lights of my first car, which is not great when you're in a little bit of low visibility. I know where the fog lights are on my current car. Truth be told, if you know where your headlights are, you're a step ahead of the game. There's the 211 then, making their way through. That's Stéphane Collard and Jules Collard in the MGB. So they make their way through towards the Aurelia section, out towards the show. There is the number 90, and that's Carlos Cruz, who Carlos found themselves in the gravel, I'm sure, earlier on in this race, had the recovery and themselves back underway. Currently running quite a few laps down now, 2 laps away from anybody else at this point, so even further back from the lead. But, in races like these, if you haven't had the greatest time, maybe you found the gravel or a couple of mechanical demons that have robbed you of a couple of laps, you and the team, you just want to see the checkered flag at that point. You've gone through all the hardship, you've gone through, maybe it's one of those races where everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong. And at that point, you just want to see the checkered flag and beat the 2-hour timer once and for all. I think as well.
That light on... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on, Adam.
Sorry, but I was muted and talking away. The light on the main straight there looked remarkably red, didn't it? As we were watching this shot, but thankfully no red flag to speak of, as our cameraman...
I think that was a black and orange flag, because that's what appeared on race control. So it's a mechanical flag. It's not normally used for headlights, but, I mean, in essence... race control have spotted something wrong with the car that might not be immediately obvious to the driver, so by the book they can use the black and orange flag.
No, absolutely right. So the number 91 being shown that yet again. To recap on Class GT2, because we haven't mentioned that in a little while, no changes as to the car that's leading the way. It is still the car that was started by Andy Willis. Stefan Jobstel has picked up the baton and continued exactly where Andy left off. But impressively, just outside the overall top 10, 11th overall. And with some of the penalties up ahead, I suspect that car might actually move up into the overall top 10 potentially. And that would be a great result for the little Elan, which leads its class by 2 laps, if not a little bit more, which is, again, a real showcase of just how far ahead Jobstel and Willis have been relative to their competition in this race.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you said, it has been great to see them absolutely do what they need to do by 2 laps, no less, as well. As there is your race leader, Erwin France, who, as you said, Adam, has had a bit of a quieter second phase of this race after that 4th full course yellow. But you still need to be making sure you keep the car on the track, making sure you stay between the white lines. Bring the car home at this point now will be the order of the day. Just over 6 minutes left to run. It's been a really good drive from Erwin France. Hasn't been leading the entire way, but it's fair to say most of today's race in the Sixties Endurance has been Erwin France at the top of the order.
No, absolutely right. Erwin has been really managing this race brilliantly so far. Of course, had the the challenges from Mitchell and the E-Type in early doors, the other Cobra in the hands of Monet as well was involved at one time. Of course, the 51 Cobra as well, pre-pit stop in the hands of Maxime Gonard. And then, of course, the little Lotus 15 as well. Luke Stevens not getting a chance to race, unfortunately, in this evening's encounter. Michael Birch had such a good run prior to the expiry of that machine, and 1958 Lotus 15 will hopefully come out swinging again in the 2025 season. Of course, this is effectively the last stand of the year for Peter Auto and their ever loyal base of regular racers. So many fabulous personalities and people in this paddock, and the travelling circus makes its way down to Estoril towards the end of their year. Of course, fabulous events like the 2000 Tour, the Tour Auto, the fabulous kind of cross-country, if not cross-continental rally throughout Europe with classic cars just like these. And certainly another successful year for Peter Auto. That looks like some sparking on the MGB there going through shot. Is that the brakes doing that? I don't know if there's any part of the car that I'd want to be sparking under braking when the car's not low enough to be hitting the tarmac. Mystery to be solved.
Mystery to be solved, perhaps, but perhaps the mystery could hold out for another 4 minutes. I think that's the case for that certain driver and machine. But meanwhile, then Erwin France way through now in towards the final couple of corners. Going by these lap times then, France is about to start the penultimate lap of this race. As we've already mentioned though, that first stint, he had to work hard for that opening stint to keep a hold of the lead. It was usurped from him a couple of times, but he managed to get it back every single time. And after that second stint, everything went his way. Penalties all happened behind him. Squabbling all happened behind him. Even in all the full course yellows where people managed to close up because of how the lappery couldn't quite get to the minimum speed as quickly as everybody else. And so it held up Erwin France. Just didn't faze him whatsoever. And as we head on towards the penultimate lap of this race, we are now onto the penultimate lap of this race. Dusk is setting in. Dusk is setting in on Erwin France's brilliant drive this evening.
Absolutely, and I imagine there's not going to be much respite here because, strictly speaking, the Endurance Racing Legends race was meant to start, well, now, but courtesy of a couple of delays, that has not been the case. So I imagine that soon after the checkered flag and everybody's back into pit lane, the Endurance Racing Legends cars are going to be deployed, and we're going to start the final race of the day. 2-hour encounter followed by a 40-minuter, fully in the cover of darkness as well. That is going to be very interesting, but as he continues to pick his way through the field here, the number 70 car, Erwin France, has looked really composed and in control of that Shelby Cobra Daytona. And even though, as you said, the first phase of the race was one of immense challenge and numerous challenges, the second half has just been a demonstration into how to lap consistently, how to stay out of trouble and build a lead. And even though his lap times have certainly dropped, there's no need to be pushing at this stage. Save the car, get to the flag, keep focused. Just one more lap to go.
Go then to the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, where the brief floodlights join you on the final corner. When France then goes across the line to begin what is the final lap of the race. 92 seconds on the board, as Erwin France just has one more lap. The Estoril circuit to complete then, as he'll make his way down in towards the first corner. Yes, he's lapping in the 2-minute twos, but not only is there lappery to contend with in these latter stages, he doesn't want to do the wrong thing or make a move he hasn't made before. It'd be a silly thing to make a move on a bit of lappery that you wouldn't even think about making in the early stages of the race. Right now for Erwin France, it's just a case, get this car to the flag.
Only a few more corners, a couple more kilometres between himself and that checkered flag as some lap traffic appears in his immediate vision. No less than 4 cars, some of whom I'm sure are having their own fights. But he'll just be hoping that everyone is sensible. You can see him certainly not at full throttle there, just trying to pick his spot and make sure he gets through the corner. The gap has gone down between himself and Olivier Gallant, and of course the penalties are going to wreak havoc with this order. As the checkered flag comes out, we're going to see the likes of Gallant drop down. We're going to see Patrick Simon drop down, among others. But no such dramas for Erwin France, who is just continuing to pick his way through, and just 4 more corners between himself and the win.
Through Gancho, who will go with the front brakes glowing away. Makes his way through now towards the S's. Just a couple bits of lap route and a couple bits of corner to go then through the S's, and for the final time around the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. It's been a wonderful drive from Erwin France in the Shelby Cobra Daytona in the number 17 machine. He will power his way towards the line here in the 60s Endurance, taking the checkered flag and the victory to boot. Brilliant drive this evening from Erwin France to take top honours in the 60s Endurance there. Good stuff from him there. We'll keep an eye as well on our class battles. The GT5 top 8 is going to be shuffled around like nobody's business then. Have Olivier Gallant across the line, at least on track, in second place, but it's Benjamin Monet who takes second place for now in these provisional results. Olivier Gallant has penalties to deal with as well, so expect him to drop down the order. Skimama then enough to keep that third place. We have had leader of the GT4 class across the line. That's the number 91 across the line. So Mark Blair takes that Jaguar E-Type 2 GT4 victory. Down the order, but keeps his victory there in GT4. GT3, Nigel Greensall in the 57 has taken GT3 honours there. GT2, we're just awaiting the number 50, Stefan Yerbstel, to make his way across the line to take the victory in GT2. Second place GT2 has already crossed the line, so it's just a case for Yerbstel taking the checkered flag with 0 chance of that going away. Benjamin Monet, second place in GT5. Yves Skimama did grab third place in the end due to all of those penalties. And Ivan May rounding off the top 4 in GT5. Flash of the lights from Erwin France, and why not? Fully deserved victory today.
Yeah, really impressive drive. Certainly one that wasn't uncontested across the race. Distance, at one point it felt like it could have gone any of 4 or 5 different ways as the top 4 were together on the circuit, but it's glory for Erwin France here at the Circuito Estoril. Get those headlights on though, sir, as he continues to flash the lights and bask in the glow of this result. And certainly a very compelling 2 hours had there in that race. And even though some of the main competitors, the protagonists in the early stages, fell by the wayside, we could never underestimate the effort that goes in to throttling, pedaling this car, a Shelby Cobra Daytona, at full chat for 2 hours. The fittest, brightest driver in the world with the best reaction times in the universe would struggle, and Erwin France has done a stellar job.
Really has. Yeah, held off that early pressure. 4 cars involved in that battle as well. Went down to 2 cars, briefly back up to 3 cars. But France, by the time it got to the pit window there, after the full course yellow, the 4th one of the race, pitted in, served that pit stop to good effect. Didn't get a penalty. That was the most important thing at that point. Is Erwin France, who takes top honours then in the 60s Endurance. There is his winning Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe from 1964, and I'm sure a very jubilant Erwin France is about to make his way out of the cockpit.
Jubilant, exhausted, a little bit of both, I'm sure. as he makes his way out of the car, a little bit gingerly, but understandably so. Glory it is here at Estoril for him. And receiving plaudits from the photographers. I'm sure he'll receive plaudits in due course from his team as well, but he'll want to get that helmet off and cool down, hydrate, I'm sure. That race went just about as well as I think it possibly could.
I think you're right, yeah. 2 hours in this as a solo driver. Erwin Francis deserved the plaudits there, deserved the, I'm sure, the water that's on its way as well. Stay hydrated, that's for sure. But yeah, great to see Erwin France get that victory across the line. Huge congratulations from his team there, winning by a good 20-odd seconds towards the end there. I think I hear we've already got our next race trying to make their way out onto the track. They can't until we've got all of the sort of 30-odd cars making their way back in. There is Benjamin Monet in the number 31 machine to the right of your picture there in the Shelby Cobra 289. That has finished second place. And well, we have had Olivier Gallon pull up into Parc Ferme here in the top three. He realises yet he's got quite a few penalties to boot.
That's the thing. How would he know necessarily? I doubt that the pit board would be particularly visible, and by the time he'd received his penalty with half an hour left to go. But Skimama thankfully has got the memo that he is meant to be there under the lights and under the podium. Everybody getting out of their cars, and the embraces and congratulations among the teams. And look at that, you can see in the back of shot there, lots of fans still here at the circuit. They wanted to see the conclusion of this race, and of course they want to see what's coming up next, that being the Endurance Racing Legends.
Absolutely, and let's have a look back at what was a fantastic 2-hour race at the end, headed by Erwin France. It was a start, 4-car battle all the way through that first stint, and it was initially as well a good start from Michael Birch, and he was able to really challenge away for the lead. So too was the 571 of Jonathan Mitchell on in the race. The 4-car battle on here with great moves down the inside, a little bit of late braking, too late there in that occasion for Michael Birch. Still, the 3 and 4-car battles went on. It was 3 cars at this point, but still Michael Birch got some moves done and dusted early on. And then we saw the 51 join the fray of the battle. Maxime Guénon really put the sword to Erwin France in the latter stages of the first stint. And briefly, this is where the lead had changed, where one made the move stick though, but breezing past was Erwin France down the inside at the very next corner to take back the lead of the race. Battling side-by-side action out of Gancho for whatever position you were battling for at that stage. And still, it was a challenge here from the 51 team. Maxime Guénard was absolutely on fire in the early stages here. Before that pit stop, was really able to challenge for the lead as well. But it just seemed nothing could faze Erwin France during that race. And as night fell, the gaps grew, and Erwin France took the victory and the plaudits for the 60s Endurance. This night has well and truly fallen over Estoril. I'm very happy to report we have one more race left on the schedule today. It is in the Endurance Racing Legends. We have been advised by race control that the pit lane has been delayed to 1942 local time, and literally just as I say that, the pit lane is now open, so we will see our drivers for the Endurance Racing Legends make their way and start to make their way out onto the track. When we say Endurance Racing Legends, we're not lying to you here. We've got DBR9s, we've got Porsche 993s, we've got the Maserati MC12, probably one of my favourite ever cars we're going into the Endurance Racing Legends. But that's to come. Before that, we'll have a few messages.
allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Welcome back then. We're getting up and ready for our final race of today. There's plenty of racing action tomorrow, but at least for tonight, we round off with the endurance racing legends. Reynard Nasamax takes pole position at the hands of Sebastian Glaser. Mike Newton in second place in the Lola MG EX264. Joe Macari is in the Maserati MC12, which, as I said before, is probably one of my favourite endurance cars ever. The long body of it, just, I don't know, it's different. And then we've got the Lotus Elise GT1 as well. Hezemans is behind the wheel, so that's Loris Hezemans and Mike Hezemans sharing that. Evgeny Kariv in the second Maserati MC12 GT1 on the grid. Sixth place goes the way of the Aston Martin DBR9. That's going to be driven by Franz Wunderlich in the first stint. Seventh place, the Celine S7R, Steve Brooks behind the wheel. Eighth place is Richard Bradley in the Pilbeam MP91. Ninth place goes to the way of the number 190. I believe it's going to be Pierre Earhart who takes the start in the Ferrari F430 GTC Evo. Rounding off the top 10, it's those two again, those two troublemakers, John Emberson and Nigel Greensill. John Emberson will take the start in the Chevy Corvette C6 ZR1. Adam, it's already the final race of the evening. Time flies when you're having fun.
It does. I feel like it's worth noting 11th place, just behind those 10, some chap called Adrian Newey. Heard he's quite good with a pencil. But
pretty good
it's going to be a very interesting race coming up here then with the endurance racing legends. Lots of different classes to consider here. A slightly different car than we anticipated here in the hands of Mike Newton. That's who we're looking at the moment in the RML, originally at least an RML entered car. That being the Lola MG EX264. He was meant to bring the predecessor, the EX257, at least on the initial entry lists, but instead we have the car here, chassis HU05. That was a class-winning car at the Le Mans 24 Hours way back when in the year 2006. Alongside Tommy Erdos and Andy Wallace, Mike Newton won, so both car and driver taking that LMP2 class success in 2006. We also saw there the Nasamax, the car that starts from pole position, as you said, courtesy of Sebastian Glaser's efforts in qualifying. That car, of course, ran on biofuel in the 2000s at Le Mans, and a very, very potent machine in the context of this race with Glaser at the wheel. Of course, Glaser was racing a 993 GT2 Porsche last year and was very quick in that machine too. We got a brief look at Franz Wunderlich as well in his Aston Martin DBR9. ex-Charoux car, that is, wearing young driver colours that it never actually raced in. More on that if we get a chance. But there's your car then, Kieran, the MC12, your car and mine. We've got two of them out there, so there's one each. But yeah, Joe Macari and Evgeny Kirev with those two MC12s, really special race cars.
Gorgeous race cars, aren't they? Maserati knocked that out of the park, with the MC12. They really did. There aren't many better that can pull off the long body as well as the MC12 can. I suppose the Celine S7R gives a good shot and gives a good testament to that sort of long body chassis. But yeah, the Maserati MC12 always hold a special place in my heart there, as we watch on then as well. Ready for this one. Knight has well and truly fallen over the circuit. I'm sure those headlights will come on. They were a big issue at the end of the last race, but they're not turned over, so that's probably why no lights are on there. But just awaiting now the start procedure for our final race of the day then. On pole position there, it is Glaser in that Reynard NASA Max. There's the number 43, so that's the Lotus Elise GT1 machine. It will start fourth place at the hands of Hezemans on the second row of the grid.
Yeah, Mike Hezemans, the younger of the two brothers in that car. Mike, who has decades upon decades of GT racing experience, so much so that when that car ran at the 1997 Le Mans 24 Hours, he was part of the driver lineup. That is chassis 7, which only ever raced at Le Mans in 1997. Powered by a Chevrolet V8 engine of 6-litre motor. And that car, to my understanding, is one of the two chassis that got converted into a bitter GT1 for 1998, which was an Elise with a Viper engine in the back. But that got converted back to its 1997 spec by the Hezemans family, who retain the car to this day. Liam and Loris's father, Liam indeed, who races in Euro-NASCAR, Loris, who is a two-time Euro-NASCAR champion, and Mike, who is in that Lotus at the moment. Their father, Twan Hazeman, still very actively involved in motorsport and a big part of helping that car get restored to its 1997 specs.
Indeed, and you've got as well 12th place and 13th place. Matthias de Vries in 12th place, Mark de Vries in 13th place. Interesting battle between the two of them there, as we just await now for our rolling start then to commence, with Sebastian Glaser at the top of the order, 1.6 seconds quicker than Mike Newton in the Lola MG. Ahead of him. They are in pretty much two separate classes of their own accord. Behind them, Joe Macari in the Maserati MC12 GT1 was 2/10 ahead of the 43 machine, the Lotus GT1. But we are rolling for the final time here tonight. We have 40 minutes on the clock for our endurance racing legends. This should be a good one as well. Not to mention, as you've already mentioned, Adam, we've got Adrian Newey in the number 178, the Ferrari F430, I should say, GTC Evo from 2009, bit 45 flat. It's Adrian Newey in the top half of the midfield there, but Adrian Newey driving a Ferrari. This script just doesn't write itself, does it?
Well, of course, that is the car he raced at Le Mans in 2007. I think the 2009 refers to the fact that it has the Evo parts on it, but it is the chassis that he raced at the Circuit de la Sarthe in 2007. Of course, one thing we have to keep an eye out as well for Joe Macari is the fact that he has gained a teammate. He wasn't on the original entry list, but a chap called Dario Franchitti showed up and said, would you mind awfully if I had a go? And apparently Joe was accepting of that idea.
I don't see why you wouldn't be, especially if someone with the name of Dario Franchitti turns up and asks, can I have a go? Makes sense, doesn't
it's
it?
not just Dario. It's not just Dario either, of course, because Marino Franchitti is here as well, sharing a Porsche 993 GT2 with American-based racer Kyle Tilley. So it's overall all very interesting. Some of the star names that we have on this grid.
Absolutely. I mean, Dario Franchitti, 4-time IndyCar Series champion, 3-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. It's fair to say he's pretty handy at high speed. I mean, 500 miles around an oval is scary even for me. But, yeah, to win the thing 3 times, amazing stuff. Great to see him getting this chance. Hopefully the car does make it to the pit window, because we've been promised drivers in cars before, but the cars just decide they don't want us to see the second. Which has happened today before, but hopefully that doesn't happen this time. We've got the rolling now making their way through in towards the final corner at Parabolica Ayrton Senna. So the front row of Sebastian Glasser and Mike Newton takes the front row. Nasamax is anything to go by. I'm expecting Glasser to just absolutely catapult away on this rolling start. Drivers now make their way through Parabolica Ayrton Senna. We are on towards the start-finish straight to begin our final race of today. The pace car should exit stage right as they make their way through. Yep, there it goes then, exiting stage right. Now the pace is set by Glasser and Newton until the lights go out, and we will get underway here for 40 minutes worth of racing action. You have to hold that formation till the lights go out. We hear those engines rise, green flag, here we go then. We make our way down towards the first corner for the final time then. As we head in towards the braking zone, a flurry of lights descend down towards turn 1. Although the race can't be won from turn 1, it can almost certainly be lost.
Yeah, everyone picking their spots in the first lap of the race, and is Glasser in the Nasamax that leads the way. Second place falling to Mike Newton there in the Lola MG EX264. Then it's Mike Hazeman's in third position in that Lotus Elise GT1 that has proven to be very rapid since they brought it back out into historic racing earlier this year. Was tested down in Spain in the pre-season. The rumblings were all very good, and the car has fulfilled its promise on several occasions. The field shuffling as some of the drivers find their footing in these very hard, dark conditions. And certainly Glasser, in a sense, has the best seat in the house, because he just has a clear track ahead of him. Nothing else to worry about. No brake lights by the dozen in front of him. He can just lock in, focus in his Nasamax.
Heseman's at the start then in the 43, having a really good start. That's Mike Heseman in the Lotus Elise GT1, putting Mike Newton under a bit of pressure here through in towards the final corner then. So whether the Lola MG just takes a couple of laps to warm up fully to the conditions, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, qualifying states that Newton should be at least a second quicker per lap, but of course that was qualifying. This is the race now. Things have completely changed as we complete the first lap worth of racing then. Sebastian Glasser is in the lead then in that Nasamax. It's Mike Newton in second place. We have yellow flags at turn 1. So let's come to a stop there. It's double yellows at turn 1, in fact. So we see then making our way through into the first couple of corners, and I wonder, Mike Newton has lost a position there to Heseman's there, and he's falling down the order.
Yeah, no, the Lola has gone missing, so Mike Newton has had a moment. We don't know whether anyone else was involved. Of course, Mike Hazeman's was right on his tail, but whether or not Newton lost it on his own or not, we're not sure. But the Hazeman's car continues at pace unaffected, so it doesn't seem as if there was much in the way of contact between them. And now Hazeman's is going to try and set about closing in on the LMP1 car in the wonderful Lotus Elise GT1. The Elise GT1, while it was only really raced properly in 1997, weirdly did re-emerge in the American Le Mans series, the Sebring 12 Hours in 2004, with a team called Team Elite Racing. On a one-off basis. So technically speaking, that Lotus Elise GT1 was an LMP1 for a fleeting moment in 2004. Not that exact chassis, but that spec of car.
Absolutely. Well, Seb Glazer makes his way across the line then to complete another lap's worth of racing. So with that moment for Mike Newton, whatever it was, it's promoted the likes of Mike Hezemans up into second place. Then it's Joe Macari in third. It's Evgeny Kareev in fourth place now. This goes the way of the number 19 in Brooks there. That's Steve Brooks, who started this race in seventh place. He's now up into fifth place. Sixth place goes the way of the number 230, Richard Bradley, in that hill beam. Seventh place goes the way of Frans Wunderlich in the Aston Martin DBR9. Eighth place as well goes the way of the number 50, which is Reutemeyer, I believe. Yes, Stefan Reutemeyer, who started, get this, 21st place. He's now up into eighth.
Yeah, very good start then from the driver of the it's a Porsche 996 twin turbo, of course, the Reutemeyer car, the number 50. That was an A-level engineering project back in 2004-2005. I think possibly the only 996 generation Porsche to appear as a GTS/GT1 car in the mid-2000s in ACO competition. There is the second place car then, Hezemans. Certainly not quite able to match the pace of Sebastian Glazer at present. Glazer's best lap of 140.175, 143.333 from Mike Hezemans, but he is going quicker this lap, albeit not quicker than Glazer across the lap. Macari there in third place will be under some pressure, won't he, for the GT1B lead, as you were talking about there. Steve Brooks up to fifth position. And within 8 seconds at the moment is Macari in the lead of class, then Kareev, then Brooks, Wunderlich and Reutemeyer all in one long queue. Here they are coming down towards the first corner. It is Macari still that leads it, the two MC12s howling at the front, and then it's the ex Ray Mallet Limited Celine S7R in the hands of Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks, who, remember hours ago I was talking about Spitfire pilots? He is the Spitfire pilot in question. He's also the only pilot to go pole to pole in a helicopter. Steve Brooks, he's led quite an eclectic life, both in and out of the historic racing cockpit, and he's currently right in there in that three-way battle for the lead in the GT1B class for 2000's GT1 machines.
To do it in a Celine as well is nicely done indeed. He's got two MC12s ahead of him, although Joe Macari is now falling down the order.
Yes, that's what I was just about to say. I think Macari has had a bit of an issue there. He dropped down, and that is a big shame for Macari and for Dario Franchitti.
It's sixth place at the moment, so he has rejoined ahead of Frans Wunderlich there in the Aston Martin DBR9. So we'll see there make of that one. There's a good battle there involving Bradley then, the number 230, Richard Bradley in that pill beam, trying to find his way past Steve Brooks. It's not for class position, but it is for overall position. It's for overall fourth. Way through him towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna there. As that's Evgeny Kareev having to try and hold back the Celine now of Steve Brooks. So Steve Brooks has very much turned defence straight into attack. He wants to, in the Celine, make way past Evgeny Kareev in the MC12. Already a couple of cars in the pits then at this stage. One of them being the Ferrari. It's the 300 there of Mauro Ricci, and the other one is number 156, who's in the pit lane right now, and that's Pierre Averon Violet. So that Porsche 996, so not great starts for either of them.
No, the GT2C class that was so thrilling last year is once again providing very interesting entertainment from 10th place down. It is the 136 car in the hands of Vincent Kolb that leads the way, the 2007 Porsche 997 GT3 RSR, leading a gaggle of cars, including several of the Ferrari 430s and their fellow Porsches, and indeed the Corvette, the factory Corvette C6R GT2 chassis 001, the first of the breed. John Emberson at the wheel. Of course, Nigel Greensall waiting in the wings to take that car over. Emberson at the moment challenging Pierre Errit.
And Emerson currently in third place in class. Here's a little look down the inside there, but no way through this time around. Evgeny Kareev able to hang on to that position ahead of Steve Brooks then. I wonder what Joe Macari can do from this position. He might be under a bit of pressure from Stefan Rottmeier as well. Follow drivers through in towards that final corner. Sebastian Glasser is up and away in the lead right now, with 13 seconds up the road of Esmonds in second place. The number 43, Mike Esmonds, who started this race in fourth, now up into second place. Position promoted because of Mike Newton, his excursion at the first corner here, but still battling to be had if you're watching on this battle for the GT1B lead, the GT2C lead, but also the battle for second place in GTA. Gemperl currently losing out a little bit. Tilly trying to now break away in the number 66. In road to make up to try and catch the leader of GT2A. It's the number 36 of Mark Sumpter in the Porsche 993. But we've seen plenty of things happen this weekend in terms of changes in position. Penalties as well on the wraps of 200 odd seconds.
Yeah, of course, Mark Sumpter, who is the godfather of young Freddie Slater, one of the upcoming superstars in motorsport right now, as we see there Macari making his way past Richard Bradley in the battle for fifth overall. Yellow flag momentarily, but green flag now deployed. And we're also within 5 minutes of the pit window opening as we continue to watch this thrilling battle for the GT1B lead. The Maserati MC12, a former Racing Box chassis, that car driven by the likes of Miguel Ramos in the Italian GT Championship, being pursued by the Saline 7, which has raced an FIA GT in the Le Mans 24 Hours, that specific chassis. And that is with Steve Brooks at the wheel, Evgeny Kareev and Steve Brooks, two very talented drivers in the space of this kind of modern wave of historic motorsport, and indeed in the older cars as well. And really interesting scrap that we've got going on here. And so the MC12 licking flame there coming out of the first corner. And that car, as I've alluded to, was a Racing Box chassis. Luca Capilleri also raced that car with Miguel Ramos at one time. And Miguel being backed by Vodafone. That's why the car wears those colours, the red and the Vodafone decals on that car from the 2006 season of the Italian GT Championship. Glaser leads them by 15 seconds already in this race. Hazeman second, Kareev third, Brooks, Macari and Roitmeier all fighting it out behind Kareev for this GT1B honour. Bradley, Wunderlich and then Kolb, the first of the GT2C cars, still just within a second of him, though, is Pierre Elliott in 10th place, and behind him is Adrian Newey, who has got past John Emberson. So Newey having a good race as well. The maestro behind so many World Championship winning cars in Formula One, of course. 27:45 to go.
5 to go indeed, and we'll see now as we make our way through in the final corner at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. It's a case of Evgeny Kareev is holding back Steve Brooks at this stage of the race. Can't find a way past right now, but this is the flurry of lights, which is a battle for P3. Steve Brooks close enough to think about a move. He certainly fills the headlights there. He's going to go for it. Steve Brooks trying to go down the inside. No, he thinks of it better of it there to try and lunge down the inside there. That holds on to fourth place, second place in class. Just has to be careful as well, because Joe Macari is not too far behind. Neither is the number 50 machine there. That's absolutely broke out of the blocks there, Stefan Roitmeier. No surprise, really, from 21st place, now up into 6th place, battling away. He had to make his way through some out-of-class battles as well to get himself here, but He's here now and currently 4th in class.
Absolutely right. So the lights continue to blaze. The Porsche having a look to the inside there of Macari with Stefan Reutmeier at the wheel. Reutmeier with a lot of experience driving Porsches, both modern and historic. So no surprise that he is as quick as he is in this car. Pretty well established as a Porsche maestro. Loving the licks of flames, though, out the back of the MC12. Here comes Steve Brooks. A little look to the inside, going into the Gancho chicane, but not quite on this occasion. It was the space available. Very interesting, though. It's, of course, with the pit window coming up as well, less than 60 seconds away from the pit window opening. The question is, how will these two rejoin relative to one another? It's a 2-minute pit stop, plus the time it takes to go from pit out to pit in. And let's see how this one plays out.
Indeed, Steve Brooks then has already shown the inside, or at least looking for an inside move on Evgeny Kariv, but Kariv's just placed that Maserati in the right place every time. It's not a case of Steve Brooks trying to get past right now, as that lick of flame sits out of the exhaust there of the Maserati MC12, and as they make their way now through in towards Lamy corner, how they all go. Macari still ahead of Stefan Reutmeier at the moment. 230 Richard Bradley in 7th place, and then Franz Wunderlich is a little bit further down the road at the moment. He's currently in 8th place in the Aston Martin DBR9. Patrick Simon is waiting in the wings to take over that car. Pit window, though, is now open, so we'll see who's the first to blink.
Yes, indeed. I suspect that perhaps it might be wise.
I've just seen Seb Glazer is now down to 2nd place. He had a 2:07 on that last lap.
Yes, no, I was about to say it might be wise for him to pit. But yes, what's happened to that car? I am not entirely sure, to be honest with you, but the leader has changed then. Hasemans is now back to the front. No, never mind. Hasemans pits, and that gives Glazer the position back again. I wonder if maybe with this much traffic and this much varied speed going on around the circuit, whether Glazer was momentarily scared off the circuit in these high traffic density situations that we're seeing at the moment.
There were double yellow flags at turn 9 that briefly came out, and I wonder if that might have been a case here, but we've got cars now diving into the pits, some diving into the pits, some not. Evgeny Kariv is one of them in the Maserati MC12. Steve Brooks follows him in there, so a bit of a pit stop here, and also the number 43 is into the pit lane there, so that's Mike Hesman handing over to Loris Hesmans for the stage of this race. So Mike electing to pit in early, so too is Steve Brooks with the car door open. No change of driver scheduled for Steve Brooks there. He's going to take this car to the end of the race, but he hasn't found a way past Evgeny Kariv. He's got to try something else in this second stint, because Evgeny Kariv has found an answer for every question that Steve Brooks has raised.
Potential one to watch later on in the race then. Mark Sumpter, as a yellow flag comes out of turn 4, but Mark Sumpter leads the way in GT2A. Kyle Tilley, who started right at the back of the field, is now 2nd in class. Now granted, he's lapping slower by about a second than Sumpter at the moment. However, Mark Sumpter will be all too aware that Marino Franchitti waits in the wings, and Marino Franchitti, among other things, won a championship with Porsche Power in the 2001 British GT season. It was a slightly newer 996 than the 993 he's driving this evening, but nonetheless, that Porsche is going to fly in the second phase of the race. And Mark Sumpter, a Porsche expert himself, of course, the man behind Paragon Porsche, he is going to have some pressure applied as our leader, then not leader, now leader again, pits.
Try saying that 10 times fast. Yes, Sebastian Gleiser is into the pits now in that Reynard Nasser Max. After that, we believe it was a moment at turn 9. He set a 2:07 lap time compared to his best lap times, which were well into the 1:40s there. So we lost a good 15 seconds on one corner. think it was the double yellows at turn 9, but here you can see he's in the pits and ready to take the second stint head on, as that means Stefan Reutemeyer and Joe Macari briefly take over the lead spots there. There's the number 36 machine. That's our leader of GT2A, being Mark Sumpter, as it leads away in class in the Porsche 993.
Of course, one of the things that's been so exciting this year in endurance racing legends has been, frankly, the spoil of riches they've got in terms of potential entrants. The GT2 cars have often been on separate grids this year just because there's so many of them. And the GT1s and the prototypes have had their own grid. And so this weekend, with the cars back together again, that means that some unique challenges in the traffic, and combine that with the darkness, and, well, you can maybe understand why things are a little bit fraught out on the circuit, and indeed currently out in the pit lane as well. We saw there the Corvette coming in, so that is John Emberson handing over to Nigel Greensall, that car that raced with Corvette's factory team in 2010, then won the GTE AM class in its first ever running. The GTE AM class debuting in 2011, and Labra competition took the win that year with that car. A very significant machine indeed. Another significant machine just in this battle here. Third car in that queue is an ex-Jürgen Altzen Automotive Porsche in the fabulous Vorsteiner colours. One of my favourite racing liveries, anything with Vorsteiner on it. And that car ran at the 2001 Nürburgring 24 Hours, taking the fight to the Zach Speed Vipers. So much exciting history on the circuit at the moment. Less than 5 minutes of the pit window left to go. We're just over half distance.
Absolutely. As we'll start to see those pit stops shuffle themselves around and see how the rest of our race will unfold. Right in the darkness there is Sebastian Glasser, and that's Reynard Nassamax, currently classified as P13, but has made a stop, but is not the leader of the stops right now. That's because everyone else is in the pit. So Sebastian Glasser is leading, has made a stop, and is on an outlap right now. So he has found himself ahead of Hesmans by a portion of time. He's on an outlap, so the timing screen's trying to keep a track of him right now. That's the case, though. If the interval is correct, it's 35 seconds, so that's quite a lead that he's got there. But we'll wait until Larsa has finished off this lap, because normally then it starts to level out there with lap times to see. But yeah, it's just a mystery of what happened to Larsa in the middle stint, or at the end of the first stint.
Yes, it's hard to say. Unfortunately, we didn't pick up on that one on the stream, but we'll have a look at how things are going to shape out then in this second phase of the race. As you said, Hazeman's still behind Glaser as well. Those should work out as the top two once everything is out there and ready and completed. Adrian Newey currently running 4th position in this race. He's probably been quite clever here, actually. What else would you expect? Because he has waited while everyone else in the GT2C class has pitted, and so now for the first time all race, he's actually got some clear track ahead of him, and that might help him leapfrog a couple of positions, the old overcut.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you're a solo driver, it's always probably worth trying the overcut, because if you get any sort of full course yellow, you can pit in at that point and lessen the blow it would be to pit in. So it's always worth a go if you are a solo driver to try and leave your pit stop as late as you dare without missing the pit window entirely. So it makes sense to extend that stint there. As we'll see, that's Sebastian Glaser trying to make his way through a little bit of traffic there. It might have been Mark Sumpter he's just got past in that Porsche 993 GT2.
Can I just make a little bit of history? I think for the first time we can say, and it's Adrian Newey leading at Estoril. Everyone else has pitted. He's carried on. He's got one more lap before he has to pit, and Adrian Newey is leading the race here, technically speaking, having not served his pit stop yet.
One of the most successful F1 people ever. One of the most winningest people in F1 ever. Adrian Newey leads here. The endurance racing legends race here at Estoril. You love to see it. Adrian Newey then, well, he will have to make his pit stop in Ferrari F430 GTC, but don't take that away from him. Don't take that away from him.
Absolutely. So the gap between our former top two, Hazemans and Glaser, is looking every bit as sizable as we feared it might. Loris Hazemans now at the wheel, the two-time Euro NASCAR champion. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and get anywhere near the Reynard. But again, it's no knock on the abilities of drivers nor car. If they cannot keep up with an LMP1 machine, the Reynard Nasamax, one of the last Reynards built, of course. It was never entered as a Reynard Nasamax in period. It was simply the Nasamax DM something. I've forgotten the number in the moment there. The DM 141, I believe it was. And that car is... based on a Reynard 2KQ chassis, but is a little bit evolved. And in fact, it was the first officially recognised LMP1 built car. So the first ever LMP1 to be homologated by the ACO was this car, because of course prior to 2004, the class was called LMP 900, and all of the other cars racing around that time were grandfathered in LMP 900 cars. So technically speaking, this is the origin story of the LMP1 class that would then lead Le Mans for the next 15 years.
46 has just exited the pit lane, so Joe Macari has now handed over to Dario Franchitti now. So Dario will take over that car. It's his turn now to see if he can find a way past Evgeny Kareev. Speaking of which, Steve Brooks has found a way past Evgeny Kareev. A couple of laps ago, he's now 6.2 seconds up the road. So Steve Brooks has got that, well, I would say clear air, but he's just set his own personal best through Sector 1. So he's absolutely flying out.
DM139, Nasamax DM139. I should have known that. It's in my notes, but I couldn't find it in the moment. As you said, though, yes, Dario Franchitti is now out there in the MC12. Of course, the Franchittis both raced at various points for the Acura sports car program in the late 2000s, when the LMP2 cars were suddenly right up there with the LMP1s over in America. Very interesting time in sports car racing. Adrian Newey in the pits. Everybody has made their pit stop then. And now we can settle into the second phase of the race. Marino Franchitti, meanwhile, looks to have already gotten past Mark Sumpter for the lead in the GT2A class. I thought they might settle the score out on the circuit, but actually I think Franchitti's got it done during the pit window.
This is a car that started from the very back of the field then. Did set lap times, but was sent to the back of the grid. Would have set a 1:47.8, which would have put it firmly in that sort of midfield scrap of GT2A and C and whatnot. So there's definitely pace in the car. It's just a case of now making sure it fits in this race. And because of that, Marino Franchitti is now leading the class in the number 66 machine at Porsche 993 GT2.
Meanwhile, Patrick Simon on the move in the number 8 car has been setting, or just set the fastest lap in the GT1B class. Of course, he's a little way back from the leading trio of Brooks, Kareev and Dario Franchitti. But we'll have to keep an eye on that and see whether Patrick Simon can do anything special. That car, even though it's running the young driver AMR colours, it was only a show car in 2010 for the FIA GT1 World Championship team. In actuality, it did all of its racing in the Czech Republic in national level competitions for Charoux Racing Systems. It was the spare car for the Aston Martin factory team in 2006. And then thereafter it was sold to Charoux, who put a bigger restrictor on it to get more power, and took the fight to the locals in the Czech Endurance Racing Series. And that's no mean feat, given that there were DTM cars and all manner of other things racing in the series at that time, albeit many of them also run by Charoux.
Franchitti, by the way, has just taken about 3.5 seconds out of Evgeny Kuriv on that last lap. 1 minute 42 from Dario Franchitti, and he's just gone fastest of GT1B through the first sector. Again, he's taken half a second out of Steve Brooks there. So Dario Franchitti flying. He's only got 11.5 minutes on the clock. He's got 21.6 seconds to make up on Evgeny Kuriv. Is there enough time for Dario to try and fight for P2 in class?
In the GT2C category, we're seeing some mighty movements out of the secret weapon of Pierre-Eric, that being Felipe Laza, who, of course, you'll recognise from GT World Challenge and other high-level contemporary GT racing. Laza being brought in by Pierre-Eric to join him this weekend in the car that Pierre raced at Le Mans back in 2008, the car that needed a spare door from Krone Racing at one point during that 24-hour race, which, given that the Pierre-Eric car is white and the Krone Racing car is green, did create a bit of a clash, but otherwise smooth sailing. Car almost won the class that year as well. But we keep an eye on Dario Franchitti. He comes across the line now. But Laza leading just behind him, actually, 6th overall and leading in GT2C, which looks like a position that he is going to hold if his current pace continues. What do we reckon, though? 10 minutes left to go. Yet more time, another 2.5 seconds taken out of Kuriv by Franchitti. It feels like it could be on. It's maybe going to be 4 or 5 seconds short, but Franchitti is going to push it all the way to try and move up the ladder in the class.
Not expecting anything less, that is for sure, but making a way out of Curva VIP, the gap is now 19.1 seconds. Again, just set the fastest sector, first sector of GT1B, 19.9. That's 0.4 quicker than Steve Brooks. That's a good 1.3 seconds quicker than Evgeny Kuriv. I can only think there's a bit of traffic Evgeny Kuriv is having to deal with at this point in the race. For him to be setting the sector times that are slower, that much slower, because he's been on the pace all day, or at least in this race he has. Now Dario Franchitti has a little bit of lappery of his own then to try and deal with as we make it through towards the chicane here at Ganshow. Power, Franchitti will go, he'll get the inside move, but he would have lost a bit of time there, and this is one of the staples of endurance racing. You will get held up at some point. There's a bit of lappery that is battling elsewhere or are sticking to their line and relying on you to take the line to get past. So you will lose time. It's just ebbs and flows there and thereabouts. But Dario Franchitti crossing the line there, still set. I said he lost time. No, he didn't. It's just set his personal best in the race. 1 minute 41.7. That was, looking at that now, 3.7 seconds quicker than Evgeny Kuriv on that one.
Well, I'm sure they have no idea. I am immensely entertained by the game of tennis that's taking place on the fastest lap boards between Franchitti and Patrick Simon. Franchitti briefly setting a new bar for the GT1B class in the MC12 with a 141.755. Then Patrick Simon, who's a bit further back, he just did a 41.6. So those two are exchanging fast laps back and forth, albeit I think Patrick Simon is currently in traffic. But Franchitti, as we have seen visually on a few occasions following his car, is giving it absolutely everything at the moment. But here's the class leader in the GT1 B class. Extending his lead as well is Steve Brooks, on for an overall podium in the mighty Saleen S7R as it stands. 7.5 minutes left to go then. It is the LMP1 car of Sebastian Glaser that is leading the way, which is about what you'd have expected realistically given his performances in quali and the fact it is an LMP1 car. But Loris Hazeman's in second place, putting in a good shift. Steve Brooks, as we've already mentioned, third overall. He's on camera at the moment, and we've just had a change for the lead in LMP2B. The Richard Bradley car has moved fourth ahead of Mike Newton Newton, who's had a few dramas in this race. He dropped back down the order twice. We saw the first one, of course, and then there was another drop later on as well. But those two are currently fighting out for the LMP2B lead, an 8th and 9th overall.
Indeed, and Dario Franchitti, again, another fastest lap for GT1B, 1 minute 40.4. I mean, he is absolutely built in confidence right now. It didn't take him very long at all to just be at one with the car. 11.1 seconds he now finds himself behind Evgeny Kareev. I think, sadly, time is against him on this one. But, you know, as you said, Adam, he's going to give this everything he's got no matter what. He's lapping 3.4 seconds quicker than Evgeny Kareev, but unfortunately, I just think time is going to be against him. We'll wait and see, though, because I'll be happily proved wrong if we get a battle for P2 in class.
Well, I mean, not only that, but he's currently lapping faster than Sebastian Glaser in the LMP1 Reynard Nasamax and quicker than the previous generation GT1, the kind of prototype era GT1 cars, the Lotus Elise of Loris Hazeman's. Franchitti is putting on an absolute masterclass at the moment, wringing the neck of that car, and he's only within a second. He's about 7/10 away from Glaser's fastest lap of the race, so he's right up there in the top bracket for the pace overall as well in the MC12.
And he's still lighting up the sector times as well. He's just gone fastest of GT1B through Sector 2 now, and through Sector 3, another fastest lap in class, 1 minute 40.097. He's now within 3/10 of the fastest lap of the race. This is incredible from Dario Franchitti.
And what a joy it is to see this car. I mean, of course, it's the famous Red Bull Maserati MC12 that shared the track with the Vitaphone cars. It was run by JMB Racing. Chassis number 8, used by Andrea Bertolini and Carl Wendlinger to win at Manicourt that year in FIA GT, and were also runners-up at that year's Spa 24 Hours. That car is a serious bit of kit with a lot of history behind it, and to see someone the caliber of Dario Franchitti, who at the time was making a name for himself, of course, in America, that clash of worlds, you know, between driver and car there, it's absolutely thrilling to see.
Absolutely. And we're coming into the closing stages of this race now. We just have over 4 minutes left of this race to run then. Sebastian Glaser leading the way then in the number 140 in the Reynard Nasamax. No matter the problems he had at the end of his first stint, he's brushed that off the side. Nothing ever happened. And he's pushing on now, be 37 seconds clear of the number 43 machine, Loris Hazeman's, as we head towards the closing stages. Gap for second place in GT1B, still pretty much up for grabs right now. Dario Franchitti still lapping quicker than Evgeny Kareev. 4.8 seconds was the last interval at the timing line, so he is still closing here. That was 4.3 seconds at the last timing line. This is incredible work from Dario Franchitti. We've had now from race control a couple of pit stop infringements that are under investigation. 63, which is Nigel Greensill, 66, which is going to be Marino Franchitti, and 190, which is Philip Lacer. So they're all under investigation for a pit stop infringement. So just like last time, I'm expecting penalties to come through.
Okay, well that's going to affect a few things then, isn't it, in battles? Of course, the GT2C leader, the 190 car, so that could be problematic for them for sure. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock then here at the Circuit Estoril. The first day of the Esteril Classics is coming to an end, and the reverberating sounds of V12s, V10s, thundering V8s and your fair share of flat sixes around the circuit here with these wonderful prototypes and GT cars. This is the era I grew up with, and seeing these cars get more and more accepted into the historic racing fraternity is so very exciting. The gap between Kiriv and Franchitti is at 0.3 of a second at the most recent split. I think Franchitti is going to have second place in GT1B. They're going to be on the main straight at the moment, I suspect. And Kareev is going to have lost out. They're going to be side by side into the first corner as we speak. The 4th and 5th place cars overall fighting for second in class, but Kareev is unlikely to be able to hold off a charging Dario Franchitti.
It really is a charging Dario Franchitti at this stage. I mean, not a lot of people would be able to hold back the pace he's got at the moment, and yet it's confirmed on our timing screens that Dario Franchitti is now up into second place in class. He's 8.8 seconds behind Steve Brooks. Even at his pace, it's not going to be enough to catch towards the closing stages. So wait until I have egg on my face towards the end of this one. We have just about 75 seconds left of this race, which means we have started the final lap of the race. Sebastian Glasser leads us all through now in towards turn 2 as we make our way towards Pedro Lamy corner. The penalties are starting to come through. We've got the double yellows at turn 4. That's at the corner just ahead of Sebastian Glasser then. Down in towards, that's a Porsche that's facing, well, not quite the wrong way, but definitely not the right way.
I think that might be Lee Maxted Page in the 997 from IMSA Performance Matmut in period, and that is actually quite big. And I'll tell you what else is big and very, very interesting, because the top two in the GT2C class, the 190 car, and then the 63, both have penalties, and I believe that could hand the win in class to Adrian Newey, or can it? No, not quite, because Newey is some 50 seconds behind Nigel Greensall. So Greensall, even with the penalty that they've got, which is about 36 seconds, 39 seconds, will win the class. But Adrian Newey, I think, will inherit second in GT2C because of the pit infringements.
Well, we'll see how it all shuffles up towards the end. Meanwhile then, Sebastian Glasser had a bit of a shuffle up of his own towards the end of his first stint, but that didn't let him faze him. He rounds the final corner at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. The checker flag awaits then. Sebastian Glasser wins. The Endurance Racing Legends takes the victory there. And a brilliant performance from Sebastian Glasser to take that victory. Some 30 seconds down the road, it is going to be Loris Hesmans who is charging through. But Dario Franchitti, on that last lap, just set the fastest lap of the race.
He's with Brooks. He's with Brooks, moreover. We need to try and find them. They're going to be coming through Sector 2 split in the next 20 or so seconds. In fact, they're going through Sector 2 now. So if we go to Gancho, we'll see the battle for the GT1B lead and third overall, because Brooks and Franchitti are basically on top of each other. Franchitti is a second away. If we even just go to the main straight, we'll see the result across the line. Who's going to come out on top in GT1B? He just went, to your point, quicker than even the leading car, the LMP1 machine, went around the circuit on one lap pace. Franchitti has been hustling. Has he hustled his way to the win? He has! In GT1B off camera, Dario Franchitti has taken the win in GT1B. He and Joe Macari will be the winners in the GT1B class, an accolade he claimed in the very final sector.
Well, there you go. There's the egg on my face. Dario Franchitti takes that victory then.
I thought you were safe, my friend.
So did I, but apparently Dario had other ideas. Taking you through the class victors then, LMP1B, and overall Sebastian Glasser takes the victory there. Winner in GT1A, and second place overall, Loris and Mike Hesmans in that Lotus Elise GT1. Third place overall, and winner of the GT1B class is Dario Franchitti, and Franchitti taking that victory there. Absolutely stunning victory there with Joe Macari. LMP2B went the way of Mike Newton. He had a really good battle towards the end there with Richard Bradley to hold on to that lead then, but it went the way of Mike Newton. GT2C goes the way of Nigel Greensall in the number 63 machine. So Nigel Greensall does get the win with John Emberson. GT2A went the way of the number 36, Mark Sumpter, and GT2B went the way of the number 50 car which was a really good performance from Stefan Reutmeier. He was scheduled to share the car, but in the end, it looks like Stefan drove the car all the way through. But a fantastic start from him. Well, down in 5th place actually in the GT1B class. So what happened to Reutmeier? Had that fantastic start, but unfortunately fell away towards the end. And just checking here. Oh, GT2B, that's who I missed. I knew I missed a class. Went the way of the number 84, Eric Maris, in the Porsche 996. Well, what happened at turn 9 is a thing of the past, because there's Sebastian Glasser, who takes the victory overall for the endurance racing legends.
What a race. My cap is doffed to Peter Auto, and particularly to Jarrah Venables, the driving force behind this series, because it is such an incredible championship in its current iteration. A key part of that is the caution that is taken as to what is allowed in the series. The guidelines are strict. It's 2005 or older, up to 2005 in the prototype stakes, and then up to 2010 in the GTs. And that control and that dedication to that particular criteria is a huge part of why the series succeeds. We're not scaring away the historic cars from, the 2000s and the late 90s at Le Mans with newer cars, and that means we get sights like this, the wonderful Maserati MC12, an FIA GT race winner in this race, driven by an IndyCar legend and an IndyCar champion who had probably one of the best drives he's had in recent times. That was incredible footwork from Dario Franchitti. I wish we could have seen the end there, but Franchitti with 3rd overall, that was hard work for him.
Was, and we pointed out Dario Franchitti did get the fastest lap of the race overall, not just in class, overall. 1 minute 39.264. Absolutely incredible from Dario Franchitti. There is the number 43, so that is Loris Hesmans, who is now jumping out of the car, winner of GT1A class and 2nd overall. A good performance in the end there, and a big thumbs up then from Loris Hesmans. A job well done.
Yeah, Loris, who's been racing GT3 and GT2 cars lately in various championships. This car is a bit of a step above, though, and it must be said the Hazelman's family have done a great job bringing that car back to life, revitalizing it again. Such a special machine, and I dare suggest it's probably better sorted now than it ever was in 1997. The lessons learned at the time and subsequently by Twan Hazelmans and his sons, no doubt being used to steer the future of that car. And unfortunately, it's had a couple of issues this year, but when it's running, my word, it's fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't really have put that better myself. We've had a fantastic day of racing here at the Esteril Classics, and I'm hearing you can hear the celebrations absolutely underway. I am advised we'll not be able to join the podium ceremonies for tonight. So if you do want to see those, stick around. With myself and Adam Weller here. I mean, Adam, what a fantastic day. What a fantastic way to open the weekend. And we've got more good news because there's more racing tomorrow.
Yes, even more racing to come on Sunday here from the Estoril Classics. Of course, we'll welcome the Classic Endurance Racing categories to the grid on Sunday as well, the 70s sports cars. But let's have a look then at the Endurance Racing Legends. I haven't done one of these today, Kieran. I'll do this one. The race, of course, 40 minutes in duration, and in the early stages of the 40 minutes, it was Sebastian Glasser disappearing up the road from Mike Hazelmans in the early stages. Mike Newton was in 2nd place. However, he had an issue seemingly at turn 1, and that put him down the order. Great battling between Evgeny Kiryev and Steve Brooks in the GT1B class for the early mid-2000s GT1 machines. Glaser looked faultless, however he did briefly lose the lead before the pit stop window opened. We didn't see exactly what happened, but the Lotus Elise GT1 briefly retook the overall lead. However, that would ultimately prove to be a fallacy, and Glaser would go on to the win. Steve Brooks thought that he had the win sewn up in GT1B, but little did he know that a charging Dario Franchitti was scything his way through the traffic to claim a spectacular third overall and a buzzer-beating third win in the GT1B class. But Sebastian Glaser took the win in commanding fashion. Ultimately, the three cars now rest, but only for a few hours, because they'll be back out there again, of course, on the Sunday for another 40-minute race. I'm sure a few of the drivers will be rather relieved to hear race 2, it's in daylight.
Yeah, just about, hey? Race 2 in daylight. We've done the night stint, and I do like it because you get one race pretty much in the dark, in the pitch black. You've got one race in the daylight, so you've almost got yourself like a little mini time scale. You know, you've got one driving stint in the night, you've got one in the day, which is rather what you probably have when you go up to, say, 24 hours of Le Mans or the 24 hours of Daytona. You know, you have those nighttime drivers, you have the daytime drivers, and it's a real challenge either way, because when it gets to the nighttime, most people think it's just a case of, oh, the lights are out, but actually the track starts to cool. You know, it gets harder to see your apex points as well, and the concentration levels you have to have are through the roof, because you can't really see the cars anymore. It's just headlights everywhere.
One thing that's worth bringing up as well, Mark Sumpter ultimately winning GT2A. Of course, Marino Franchitti, we reported on it at the time, he'd gotten past the number 36, but clearly Franchitti had an issue towards the end of the race. Still finished second in class, though. But Mark Sumpter winning in the ex-Labra competition. Porsche 993 GT2, of course, the last of the air-cooled Porsche GT racing cars. And quite a special piece of kit. I believe Mark still has a 996 shape 911 GT1 Evo as well. I feel like someone needs to get in his ear and convince him that it needs to come back out.
I'm sure we'll get somebody. Somebody has to.
It might be me, actually. I think I've got him on Facebook.
Do it. Is that your homework tonight, are you saying, Mr. Weller?
No, it's not, no.
That's a shame.
But, yes. But Sebastian Glaser, though, we saw him last year, of course. You remember the 993 GT2, the ex-Vith racing car, another one of those 993 Porsches, and he was driving up in the top 5 up against the prototypes last year. He's here this year in a prototype, and really is making that car work wonders. Of course, on Sunday, all being well, I suspect that Mike Newton is going to be a bigger challenge for Glaser as well. Of course, Newton, who raced the Lola MG EX264 in period. And that car is very well sorted. We saw Newton, of course, take an overall win here last year. Incidentally, of course, Newton did fall behind Richard Bradley in the 230 car, but towards the end there, Newton reclaimed that LMP2B win to take 7th overall, and a solid lap time as well of 42.7 was his best of the race, but I think he was getting rather hampered by traffic and dramas, so perhaps the best is yet to come from that car. And of course the other question mark is who starts in the Sunday races, because if we've got people like Franchitti and Patrick Simon racing in the early stanza of the race, therefore starting all together, that could be a very, very compelling first phase of the race.
Oh, absolutely could be. You know what? I'd sign me up for that. Absolutely. Well, tomorrow as well, just to give you a slight preview of what's to come, we are pretty much racing from the crack of dawn, 9 o'clock. Will pretty much be where the racing starts with the 2 Litre Cup. Their 90-minute race, the Classic Endurance Racing 2 grid will make their way through for our race. We've got demonstrations from the 90s Formula demo for F1 cars happening at around about 12. Into racing from then on in. We have our second race for the Endurance Racing Legends. We've got the second race for the Gentleman Challenge. second race for the Classic GP, the pre-1986 F1 cars, and then our races then, the Heritage Touring Cup, the Iberian Historic Endurance, which you saw a brief look at the qualifying session earlier on today. 51 cars taking the grid, or at least taken to the track in the qualifying session. We round off the weekend's racing with the Classic Endurance Racing 1 their 60-minute race. It's fair to say, Adam, there's going to be some good cars in there, some good names behind those cars as well.
Yeah, very much so. We've got some fabulous machinery. Of course, we alluded to it earlier in the broadcast. In the Classic Endurance Racing and indeed in Heritage Touring Cup, we've got Tom Christensen and Zach Brown sharing a car. An unlikely duo if ever there were one, and a Porsche 935 JLP, one of the most dominant cars of the early 80s in IMSA competition, in the hands of Zach and Tom. That will be very compelling in the CER2 race. And then a Heritage Touring Cup, they've got a 1974 vintage Ford Capri Cologne, a 3100 car, or 3100 RS Capri. And that car is very well sorted as well. And as with anything Zach Brown, that car has great provenance as well. An ex-Niki Lauda driven Ford. And that car will be very good to watch. I suspect Christensen will be right up there in that race, along with Zach Brown, who of course is a very handy driver in his own right, having raced in lots of GT competitions in the early days of United Autosports when he founded the team with Richard Dean. But even before that, before his business career really was his main focus in the 2000s, in the 90s, he was trying to become a racing driver and was running junior single-seaters. So certainly Zach won't be any slouch either. It's going to be very compelling to see where they stack up here at Estoril.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing that one. I mean, we did see, we saw Zach Brown last year. The Estoril
Yes, we
Classics.
did. Yep. Same cars. Yep. He
Yes,
was
I
racing
thought-
with Richard Dean.
Oh, yes, you did say that. I think you literally just said that. There we go. I listen, I promise.
No, I said it hours ago about last year, but no. It is exciting to have him back for the second consecutive year with the same cars. And of course, the thing with Zach is that we know that any given season that he wants to come here to the Esteril Classics, there's also the chance that he brings out something else completely unexpected. He's got so many incredible cars in his United Autosports warehouse. And actually, there's a really good video, if you wish to have a look at his collection. Jodie Kidd of... for many motoring fans at least, Top Gear fame. She has a channel called Kid in a Sweet Shop on YouTube, and there was a very good walk around there where we got a look at the cars in the collection, ranging from NASCARs to V8 supercars to Le Mans machines. It's very impressive indeed.
First of all, Kid in a Sweet Shop for Jodie Kidd. That is a brilliant title.
I thought you might like that.
Phenomenal punnery there. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, I'd probably be the same as well if Zach Brown has, just as you say, a wealth of legendary cars in his possession, or at least is able to access them anyway. Remember the Dale Earnhardt machine we brought out for Daniel Ricciardo. He won at Monza 2021 as part of the bet there. You know, it's things like that. You just think, yeah, Zach Brown, there's something up his sleeve here, always. Every single time. There's always something.
I seem to recall that he took Fernando Alonso along to Aragon to test, I think it was the Bathurst winning, 2011 Bathurst winning V8 supercar that he has. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago when Fernando was still racing with McLaren in Formula One. I dare say, for some reason I feel like Carlos Sainz might have been involved in that as well.
Slips my memory at the moment, but I'm sure it'll be confirmed. That is for sure. You can see our podium very much lit up for this weekend, and we have more action for you tomorrow as well. I do believe we do have some podium ceremonies to bring you this evening. our racing action for today. But Adam, I'm afraid I'm going to have to put you on the spot because I'm going to have to ask you, of all the races today, which one did you have the most fun with? Because all of them rank up there, I think.
I mean, you know me well. You know my biases. And the combination of the type of cars in the Endurance Racing Legends grid, as well as some of the spectacular performances we saw there, yeah, that swings it in my favour, but in that series' favour for today. But I will say I really enjoyed the first of the Classic GP races as well today. I think it bodes well for Sunday. Perhaps we'll have some more of the kind of quick drivers that started towards the rear, like Mark Hazel. If he's got a good starting position for Sunday, then I expect that we could have a very interesting joust at the front of the order. Sahel Ayari will be tough to beat, mind you, but we'll see if anyone can challenge him on Sunday.
I was kind of a fan as well of the Sixties Endurance. I mean, at one point in the start of that race, the first hour, we had 4 cars battling away for an overall lead. 2 different classes, even 3 different classes separating the top 4 there, but it didn't matter because they were all over each other in that opening stage. It's just a shame that sort of retirements came through at the end, or at least just past the halfway mark to sort of put a dampener on that. But still, it was fantastic battling to watch between multiple different cars, all for first and second place. Yeah, I love that. I could have done with another couple of hours of that. I could have watched that all day.
Yeah, no, it was really good, as you said, across 3 classes with the E-Type, the Cobras, and the little Lotus 15, which, again, I would love to get that thing on a dyno, because I know it's light, but it was also so fast in a straight line, keeping pace with the E-Type and the Cobra. I'd love to know exactly how much power that thing is working with. Sounds like our local MC is welcoming people towards the podium, so I believe we might be about to see the top 3.
Indeed, let's have a look at our podium celebrations then.
Of course, the third step will be occupied by Dario Franchitti and Joe Macari, and there they are, right on cue. Franchitti, of course, broadcast extraordinaire these days, as well as he has been for a number of years. And I must say, given the circumstances of how his racing career came to a halt in IndyCar, it's been so nice to see this kind of renaissance for him, hasn't it, in historic racing. Initially he did a few demo runs at Festival of Speed, but he's back into it now, and he seems to be genuinely loving this kind of second phase of his career.
Absolutely, and obviously what happened in 2011 in IndyCar was absolutely heartbreaking, because in the end it had to sort of spell the end of his IndyCar career. But as you say, this sort of renaissance has been absolutely brilliant to see, and just highlighted there in that final stint. Second place went the way of the number 43, which of course was Hezemans there, who would take the 6th place or the 2nd place honours. And our winner today was Sebastian Glaser, the German national anthem. Only one thing for it now. It's time for the champagne, which brings us an end to Saturday's worth of racing then. What a way to start off this weekend, Adam. And we've got more of it tomorrow. Lucky us.
We're very lucky indeed to be bringing you Sunday's Esteril Classics action. The drivers rehydrate and celebrate after a very exciting race in Endurance Racing Legends, capping off what has been a fabulous day of action for us here at Estoril. We get to do it all again with some new cars in the mix on Sunday, Kieran, and I can't wait for it.
Absolutely not. Hopefully you will join us there as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage this day and this evening, of course. And hopefully we will see you again tomorrow. Until then, though, have a very good rest. Make sure you're well rested for tomorrow. We'll see you there, 9 o'clock, bright and early, for tomorrow's racing action. From Adam Weller over there, from me, Kieran McGinley over here, take care of yourselves. Have a very good evening and good night.
E em termos de classes no final desta corrida do Endurance Racing League Legends, LMP1B a vitória foi para Sebastian Glazer, LMP2B foi Mike Newton, o vencedor com Lola MG, GT1A o vencedor foi a equipa Loris e Mike Esmans com o Lotus Elise GT1. GT1B, a vitória foi para o 46 de Joe Macari e Dario Franchitti. GT2A, o Porsche 993, GT2 de Mark Sumter. GT2B, a vitória foi para o Porsche 996, GT3 RS de Eric Mares. E GT2C, vitória para o Chevrolet Corvette C6 CR1 de
Oh, they did get it.